Section 19 of Travels in France by Arthur Young. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Journal, 1789. My two preceding journeys had crossed the whole western half of France in various directions, and the information I had received in making them had made me as much a master of the general husbandry, the soil, management, and productions as could be expected without penetrating in every corner and residing long in various stations, a method of surveying such a kingdom as France that would demand several lives instead of years. The eastern part of the kingdom remained. The great mass of country formed by the triangle whose 3 points are Paris, Strasbourg, and Moulins, and the mountainous region southeast of the last town presented in the map an ample space which it would be necessary to pass before I could have such an idea of the kingdom as I had planned the acquisition. I determined to make this third effort in order to accomplish a design which appeared more and more important the more I reflected on it, and less likely to be executed by those whose powers are better adapted to the undertaking than mine. The meeting of the States General of France also, who were now assembled, made it the more necessary to lose no time, for in all human probability that assembly will be the epoch of a new constitution, which will have new effects, and, for what I know, attended with new agriculture, and to have the regal sun in such a kingdom both rise and set, without the territory being known, must of necessity be regretted by every man solicitous for real political knowledge. The events of a century and a half, including the brilliant reign of Louis XIV, will for ever render the sources of the French power interesting to mankind, and particularly that its state may be known previous to the establishment of an improved government, as the comparison of the effects of the old and new system will be not a little curious in future. June 2nd, to London. At night, Il Generosité d'Alessandro by Tarchi, in which Signor Marchese exerted his powers and sung a duet that made me for some moments forget all the sheep and pigs of Bradfield. I was, however, much better entertained after it by supping at my friend Dr. Burney's and meeting Miss Burney. How seldom is it that we can meet two characters at once in whom great celebrity deducts nothing from private amiableness, and how many dazzling ones that we have no desire to live with. Give me such as to great talents add the qualities that make us wish to shut up doors with them. The third. Nothing buzzing in my ears but the fete given last night by the Spanish ambassador. The best fete of the present period is that which 10 millions of people are giving to themselves, the feast of reason and the flow of soul. The animated feelings of bosoms beating with gratitude for the escape of one common calamity, and the thrilling hope of the continuance of common blessings. Meet the Count de Berthold at Mr. Songa's, a reach of good sense and important views. Footnote: Count Leopold de Berthold, a distinguished German philanthropist, born 1738, died 1809. He travelled for 15 years over Europe, Asia, and Africa for the purpose of disseminating philanthropic tracts, and was one of the most active members of the Royal Humane Society. He fell a victim to his devotion in attending the sick and wounded Austrian soldiers after the Battle of Wagram. Back to main text. Why does not the Emperor call him to his own country and make him his prime minister? The world will never be well governed till princes know their subjects. The fourth. To Dover in the machine with 2 merchants from Stockholm, a German and a Swede. We shall be companions to Paris. I am more likely to learn something useful from the conversation of a Swede and a German than from the chance medley Englishman of a stagecoach 72 miles. The fifth. Passage to Calais. 14 hours for reflection in a vehicle that does not allow one power to reflect. 21 miles. The sixth. A Frenchman and his wife, and a French teacher from Ireland, full of foppery and affectation, which her own nation did not give her, were our company, with a young good-natured raw countryman of hers, at whom she played off many airs and graces. The man and his wife contrived to produce a pack of cards, to banish, they said, l'ennui of the journey. But they contrived also to fleece the young fellow of 5 louis. This is the first French diligence I have been in, and shall be the last. They are detestable. Sleep at Abbeville, 78 miles. These men and women, girls and boys, think themselves, except the Swede, very cheerful because very noisy. They have stunned me with singing. My ears have been so tormented with French airs that I would almost as soon have rode the journey blindfold on an ass. This is what the French call good spirits. No truly cheerful emotion in their bosoms, silent or singing, but for conversation they had none. I lost all patience in such company. Heaven send me a blind mare rather than another diligence. We were all this night as well as all the day on the road, and reached Paris at 9 in the morning, 102 miles. The 8th. To my friend Lazovsky, to know where were the lodgings I had written him to hire me, but my good Duchess of Estissac would not allow him to execute my commission. I found an apartment in her hôtel prepared for me. Paris is at present in such a ferment about the States General, now holding at Versailles, that conversation is absolutely absorbed by them. Footnote. The States General had assembled 5th of May of this year, composed of 308 representatives of the clergy, 285 of the nobles, 621 of the tiers état or commons. Lalanne. Not a word of anything else talked of. Everything is considered, and justly so, as important in such a crisis of the fate of 24 millions of people. It is now a serious contention whether the representatives are to be called the commons or tiers état. They call themselves steadily the former, while the court and the great lords reject the term with a species of apprehension, as if it involved a meaning not easily to be fathomed. But this point is of little consequence compared with another that has kept the states for some time in inactivity, the verification of their power separately or in common. The nobility and the clergy demand the former, but the commons steadily refuse it. The reason why a circumstance, apparently of no great consequence, is thus tenaciously regarded, is that it may decide their sitting for the future in separate houses or in one. Those who are warm for the interest of the people declare that it will be impossible to reform some of the grossest abuses in the state if the nobility, by sitting in a separate chamber, will have a negative on the wishes of the people, and that to give such a veto to the clergy would be still more preposterous. If therefore, by the verification of their powers in one chamber, they shall once come together, the popular party hope that there will remain no power afterwards to separate. The nobility and clergy foresee the same result, and will not therefore agree to it. In this dilemma it is curious to remark the feelings of the moment. It is not my business to write memoirs of what passes, but I am intent to catch, as well as I can, the opinions of the day most prevalent. While I remain at Paris, I shall see people of all descriptions, from the coffee-house politicians to the leaders in the States, and the chief object of such rapid notes as I throw on paper will be to catch the ideas of the moment. To compare them afterwards with the actual events that shall happen will afford amusement at least. The most prominent feature that appears at present is that an idea of common interest and common danger does not seem to unite those who, if not united, may find themselves too weak to oppose the common danger that must arise from the people being sensible of a strength the result of their weakness. The king, court, nobility, clergy, army, and parliament are nearly in the same situation. All these consider with equal dread the ideas of liberty now afloat, except the first, who, for reasons obvious to those who know his character, troubles himself little, even with circumstances that concern his power the most intimately. Among the rest, the feeling of danger is common, and they would unite, were there a head to render it easy, in order to do without the States at all. That the Commons themselves look for some such hostile union as more than probable appears from an idea which gains ground, that they will find it necessary, should the other two orders continue to unite with them in one chamber, to declare themselves boldly the representatives of the kingdom at large, calling on the nobility and clergy to take their places, and to enter upon the deliberations of business without them, should they refuse it. All conversation at present is on this topic, but opinions are more divided than I should have expected. There seem to be many who hate the clergy so cordially that rather than permit them to form a distinct chamber, would venture on a new system, dangerous as it might prove. The 9th. The business going forward at present in the pamphlet shops of Paris is incredible. I went to the Palais Royal to see what new things were published and to procure a catalogue of all. Every hour produces something new. 13 came out today, 16 yesterday, and 92 last week. We think sometimes that Debrett's or Stockdale's shops at London are crowded, but they are mere deserts compared to Dessin and some others here, in which one can scarcely squeeze from the door to the counter. The price of printing 2 years ago was from 27 livres to 30 livres per sheet, but now it is from 60 livres to 80 livres. This spirit of reading political tracts, they say, spreads into the provinces, so that all the presses of France are equally employed. 19/20 of these productions are in favour of liberty, and commonly violent against the clergy and nobility. I have today bespoke many of this description that have reputation, but inquiring for such as had appeared on the other side of the question, to my astonishment, I find there are but 2 or 3 that have merit enough to be known. Is it not wonderful that while the press teems with the most levelling and seditious principles that, if put in execution, would overturn the monarchy, nothing in reply appears, and not the least step is taken by the court to restrain this extreme licentiousness of publication? It is easy to conceive the spirit that must thus be raised among the people. But the coffee houses in the Palais Royal present yet more singular and astonishing spectacles. They are not only crowded within, but other expectant crowds are at the doors and windows, listening à gorge déployée to certain orators, who from chairs or tables harangue each his little audience. The eagerness with which they are heard, and the thunder of applause they receive for every sentiment of more than common hardiness or violence against the present government, cannot easily be imagined. I am all amazement at the ministry permitting such nests and hotbeds of sedition and revolt, which disseminate amongst the people every hour principles that by and by must be opposed with vigour, and therefore it seems little short of madness to allow the propagation at present. The 10th. Everything conspires to render the present period in France critical. The want of bread is terrible. Accounts arrive every moment from the provinces of riots and disturbances, and calling in the military to preserve the peace of the markets. The prices reported are the same as I found at Abbeville and Amiens: 5 sous, 2½ a pound for white bread, and 3½ sous to 4 sous for the common sort eaten by the poor. These rates are beyond their faculties, and occasion great misery. At Meudon the police, that is to say the intendant, ordered that no wheat shall be sold on the market without the person taking at the same time an equal quantity of barley. What a stupid and ridiculous regulation, to lay obstacles on the supply in order to be better supplied, and to show the people the fears and apprehensions of the government, creating thereby an alarm, and raising the price at the very moment they wish to sink it. I have had some conversation on this topic with well-informed persons who have assured me that the price is, as usual, much higher than the proportion of the crop demanded, and there would have been no real scarcity if Mr. Necker would have let the corn trade alone. But his edicts of restriction, which have been mere comments on his book on the legislation of corn, have operated more to raise the price than all other causes together. It appears plain to me that the violent friends of the Commons are not displeased at the high price of corn, which seconds their views greatly, and makes any appeal to the common feeling of the people more easy, and much more to their purpose than if the price was low. 3 days passed. The Chamber of the Clergy contrived a cunning proposition. It was to send a deputation to the Commons proposing to name a commission from the 3 orders to take into consideration the misery of the people and to deliberate on the means of lowering the price of bread. This would have led to the deliberation by order and not by heads, consequently must be rejected, but unpopularly so from the situation of the people. The Commons were equally dexterous in their reply. They prayed and conjured the clergy to join them in the common hall of the States to deliberate, which was no sooner reported at Paris than the clergy became doubly an object of hatred, and it became a question with the politicians of the Café de Foix whether it was not lawful for the Commons to decree the application of their estates toward easing the distress of the people. The 11th. I have been in much company all day, and cannot but remark that there seems to be no settled ideas of the best means of forming a new constitution. Yesterday the Abbé Sieyès made a motion in the House of Commons to declare boldly to the privileged orders that if they will not join the Commons, the latter will proceed to the national business without them, and the House decreed it with a small amendment. The author of the most famous pamphlet ever written began his political career as a pioneer of democracy and ended it as an apostle of despotism. He voted the death of the king, but knew how to take care of his own head. His maxim was vivre. Effacing himself completely during the Terror, he appeared again on the scene under the Directory, and was the main abettor of Napoleon to the coup d'état of the 18th Brumaire. Died 1836. This causes much conversation on what will be the consequence of such a proceeding, and on the contrary, on what may flow from the nobility and the clergy continuing steadily to refuse to join the Commons, and should they so proceed, to protest against all they decree, and appeal to the king to dissolve the States, and recall them in such a form as may be practicable for business. In these most interesting discussions I find a general ignorance of the principles of government, a strange and unaccountable appeal on one side to ideal and visionary rights of nature, and on the other no settled plan that shall give security to the people for a being in future in a much better situation than hitherto, a security absolutely necessary. But the nobility, with the principles of great lords that I converse with, are most disgustingly tenacious of all old rights, however hard they may bear on the people. They will not hear of giving away in the least to the spirit of liberty, beyond the point of paying equal land taxes, which they hold to be all that can with reason be demanded. The popular party, on the other hand, seem to consider all liberty as depending on the privileged classes being lost and outvoted in the order of the Commons, at least for making the new constitution. And when I urge the great probability that should they once unite, there will remain no power of ever separating them, and that in such a case they will have a very questionable constitution, perhaps a very bad one, I am always told that the first object must be for the people to get the power of doing good, and that it is no argument against such a conduct to urge that an ill use may be made of it. But among such men the common idea is that anything tending toward a separate order, like our House of Lords, is absolutely inconsistent with liberty, all which seems perfectly wild and unfounded. End of section 19. Section 20 of Travels in France by Arthur Young. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Journal, 1789. June 12th. To the Royal Society of Agriculture, which meets at the Hôtel de Ville, and of which, being an associé, I voted and received a jeton, which is a small medal given to the members every time they attend, in order to induce them to mind the business of their institution. It is the same at all royal academies and etc., and amounts in a year to a considerable and ill-judged expense, for what good is to be expected from men who would go only to receive their jetons? Whatever the motive may be, it seems well attended. Nearly 30 were present, among them Parmentier, vice-president, Cadet de Vaux, Fourcroy, Thiers, Desmarais, Broussenet, secretary, and Cretet de Palluel, at whose farm I was 2 years ago, and who was the only practical farmer in the society. The secretary reads the titles of the papers presented and gives some little account of them, but they are not read unless particularly interesting. Then memoirs are read by the members, or reports of references, and when they discuss or debate, there is no order, but all speak together as in a warm private conversation. The Abbé Raynal has given them 1,200 livres, £52 10 shillings, for a premium on some important subject, and my opinion was asked what it should be given for. Footnote: the brilliant but somewhat unscrupulous Jesuit expelled his order for free theological views. Although latterly obnoxious to the revolutions, Raynal escaped the terror and died poor in 1796. Charlotte Corday delighted in his writings. Give it, I replied, in some way for the introduction of turnips. Footnote: Arthur Young's enthusiasm on the subject of turnips may be understood when we remember that this invaluable esculent was not cultivated as food for cattle till the latter part of the last century, but that they conceived to be an object of impossible attainment. They have done so much in the government, so much more, and all in vain, that they consider it as a hopeless object. I did not tell them that all hitherto done had been absolute folly, and that the right way to begin was to undo everything done. I am never present at any societies of agriculture, either in France or England, but I am much in doubt with myself whether, when best conducted, they do most good or mischief. That is, whether the benefits a national agriculture may by great chance owe to them are not more than counterbalanced by the harm they effect, by turning the public attention to frivolous objects instead of important ones, or dressing important ones in such a garb as to make them trifles. The only society that could be really useful would be that which, in the culture of a large farm, should exhibit a perfect example of good husbandry for the use of such as would resort to it, consequently one that should consist solely of practical men, and then query whether many good cooks would not spoil a good dish. The ideas of the public on the great business going on at Versailles change daily and even hourly. It now seems the opinion that the Commons in their late violent vote have gone too far, and that the union of the nobility, clergy, army, parliament, and king will be by far too many for them. Such a union is said to be in agitation, and that the Count d'Artois, the Queen, and the party usually known by her name are taking steps to effect it, against the moment when the proceedings of the Commons shall make it necessary to act with unity and vigour. The abolition of the parliaments is common conversation among the popular leaders as a step essentially necessary, because while they exist, they are tribunals to which the court can have resort, should they be inclined to take any step against the existence of the states. Those bodies are alarmed and see with deep regret that their refusal to register the royal edicts has created a power in the nation not only hostile, but dangerous to their own existence. It is now very well known and understood on all hands that should the king get rid of the states and govern on any tolerable principles, all the edicts should be registered by all the parliaments. In the dilemma and apprehension of the moment, the people look very much to the Duc d'Orléans, Philippe Égalité, as to a head, but with palpable and general ideas of distrust and want of confidence. They regret his character and lament that they cannot depend on him in any severe and difficult trial. They conceive him to be without steadiness, and that his greatest apprehension is to be exiled from the pleasures of Paris, and tell of many littlenesses he practised before to be recalled from banishment. They are, however, so totally without a head that they are contented to look to him as one, and are highly pleased with what is every moment reported, that he is determined to go at the head of a party of the nobility and verify their powers in common with the commons. All agree that had he firmness in addition to his vast revenue of 7,306,250 pounds, and 4 more, £175,000 in reversion after the death of his father-in-law, the Duc de Penthièvre, he might at the head of the popular cause do anything. The Duc de Penthièvre was grandson of Louis XIV and Madame de Montespan, and son of the Count of Toulouse. The 13th. In the morning to the King's library, which I had not seen when before at Paris. It is a vast apartment, and, as all the world knows, nobly filled. Everything is provided to accommodate those who wish to read or transcribe, of whom there were 60 or 70 present. Along the middle of the rooms are glass cases containing models of the instruments of many trades preserved for the benefit of posterity, being made on the most exact scale of proportion, among others the potter, founder, brickmaker, chemist, and etc., and lately added a very large one of the English garden, most miserably imagined. But with all this there is not a plough or an iota of agriculture, yet a farm might be much easier represented than the garden they have attempted, and with infinitely more use. I have no doubt but there may arise many cases in which the preservation of instruments unaltered may be of considerable utility. I think I see clearly that such a use would result in agriculture, and if so, why not in other arts? These cases of models, however, have so much the air of children's playhouses that I would not answer for my little girl if I had her here, not crying for them. At the Duchess of Danville, where meet the Archbishop of Aix, Bishop of Blois, Prince de Laon, and Duc and Duchesse de la Rochefoucauld, the 3 last of my old Bagnères de Luchon acquaintance, Lord and Lady Camelford, Lord Eyre, and etc., etc. The Archbishop of Aix was a staunch upholder of the supremacy of the Church, and headed the refractory clergy after the decrees of June and July 1790. The Bishop of Blois was replaced by an évêque constitutionnel in 1790. Lord Camelford, Thomas Pitt, nephew of the first Earl of Chatham, author of tracts on the American War. Sir James Eyre, afterwards Baron of the Exchequer, in 1793 one of the commissioners of the Great Seal, afterwards Chief Justice of the Common Pleas. All this day I hear nothing but anxiety of expectation for what the crisis in the States will produce. The embarrassment of the moment is extreme. Everyone agrees that there is no ministry. The Queen is closely connecting herself with the party of the princes, with the Count d'Artois at their head, who are all so adverse to M. Necker that everything is in confusion. But the King, who is personally the honestest man in the world, has but one wish, which is to do right. Yet, being without those decisive parts that enable a man to foresee difficulties and to avoid them, finds himself in a moment of such extreme perplexity that he knows not what counsel to take refuge in. It is said that M. Necker is alarmed for his power. An anecdote reports things to his disadvantage which probably are not true, of his trimming, and attempting to connect himself to the Abbé de Vermont, reader to the Queen, and who has great influence in all affairs in which he chooses to interfere. This is hardly credible, as that party are known to be exceedingly adverse to M. Necker, and it is even said that as the Count d'Artois, Madame de Polignac, and a few others were but 2 days ago walking in the private garden of Versailles, they met Madame Necker, and descended even to hissing. If half this is true, it is plain enough that this minister must speedily retire. Footnote. The Duke and Duchesse de Polignac, after having received countless honours, privileges, and substantial favours from Louis XVI. And the Queen, were the first to desert them. Like the Abbé de Vermont, they fled after the 14th July, 1789. Back to main text. All who adhere to the ancient constitution, or rather government, consider him as their mortal enemy. They assert, and truly, that he came in under circumstances that would have enabled him to do everything he pleased. He had king and kingdom at command. But that the errors he was guilty of for want of some settled plan have been the cause of all dilemmas experienced since. They accuse him heavily of assembling the notables as a false step that did nothing but mischief, and assert that his letting the king go to the States General before their powers were verified and the necessary steps taken to keep the orders separate, after giving double the representation to the tiers to that of the other 2 orders, was madness. That he ought to have appointed commissaries to have received the verification before admittance. They accuse him further of having done all this through an excessive and insufferable vanity, which gave him the idea of guiding the deliberation of the States by his knowledge and reputation. The character of a man drawn by his enemies must necessarily be charged, but these are his features here, of which all parties recognise some truth, however rejoiced they may be that error was a part of his constitution. It is expressly asserted by M. Necker's most intimate friends that he has acted with good faith, and that he has been in principle a friend to the regal power as well as to an amelioration of the condition of the people. The worst thing I know of him is his speech to the States on their assembling, a great opportunity but lost. No great leading or masterly views, no decision on circumstances in which the people ought to be relieved, and new principles of government adopted. It is the speech you would expect from a banker's clerk of some ability. Concerning it there is an anecdote worth inserting. He knew his voice would not enable him to go through the whole of it in so large a room and to so numerous an assembly, and therefore he had spoken to M. de Broussonnet of the Academy of Sciences and secretary to the Royal Society of Agriculture to be in readiness to read it for him. He had been present at an annual general meeting of that society, when M. Broussonnet had read a discourse with a powerful, piercing voice that was heard distinctly to the greatest distance. This gentleman attended him several times to take his instructions and be sure of understanding the interlineations that were made, even after the speech was finished. M. Broussonnet was with him the evening before the Assembly of the States at 9 o'clock, and next day, when he came to read it in public, he found still more corrections and alterations, which M. Necker had made after quitting him. They were chiefly in style, and show how very solicitous he was in regard to the form and decoration of his matter. The ideas, in my opinion, wanted his attention more than the style. M. Broussonnet himself told me this little anecdote. This morning in the States 3 curés of Poitou have joined themselves to the Commons for the verification of their powers, and were received with a kind of madness of applause, and this evening at Paris nothing else is talked of. The nobles have been all day in debate without coming to any conclusion, and have adjourned to Monday. The 14th. To the King's Garden, where Monsieur Touin had the goodness to show me some small experiments he has made on plants that promise greatly for the farmer, particularly the Lathyrus biennis and Malalotus siberica, which now make an immense figure for forage. Both are biennial, but will last 3 or 4 years if not seeded. I have since cultivated these plants in small quantities and believe them to be a very important object. Author's note, back to main text. The Achilleus siberica promises well, and an astragalus. He has promised me seeds. The Chinese hemp has perfected its seeds, which it had not done before in France. An eminent botanist has kindly elucidated this passage. I find no mention of any Lathyrus biennis, and should guess that it means Lathyrus sativa, chickling vetch. Achilleia siberiae is a near ally of our common English Achilleia tarmica, sneezewort. Astragalus may well have been some specimen of that very large genus. Chinese hemp is evidently one of the many varieties of Cannabis sativa. Back to main text. The more I see of Monsieur Touin, the better I like him. He is one of the most amiable men I know. To the repository of the royal machines, which Monsieur Vandermont showed and explained to me with great readiness and politeness. What struck me most was Monsieur Vaucousson's machine for making a chain, which I was told Mr. Watt of Birmingham admired very much, at which my attendants seemed not displeased. Another for making the cogs indented in iron wheels. There is a chaff cutter from an English original, and a model of the nonsensical plough to go without horses. These are the only ones in agriculture. Many a very ingenious contrivance for winding silk and etc. In the evening to the Theatre François, The Siege of Calais by M. de Bellois, not a good but a popular performance. It is now decided by the popular leaders that they will move tomorrow to declare all taxes illegal not raised by authority of the States General, but to grant them immediately for a term, either for 2 years or for the duration of the present session of the States. This plan is highly approved at Paris by all the friends of liberty, and it is certainly a rational mode of proceeding, founded on just principles, and will involve the court in a great dilemma. The 15th. This has been a rich day, and such an one as 10 years ago none could believe would ever arrive in France. A very important debate being expected on what in our House of Commons would be termed the state of the nation. My friend M. Lazowski and myself were at Versailles by 8 in the morning. We went immediately to the Hall of the States to secure good seats in the gallery. We found some deputies already there, and a pretty numerous audience collected. The room is too large. None but stentorian lungs, or the finest, clearest voices can be heard. However, the very size of the apartment, which admits 2,000 people, gave a dignity to the scene. It was indeed an interesting one. The spectacle of the representatives of 25 millions of people, just emerging from the evils of 200 years of arbitrary power, and rising to the blessings of a freer constitution, assembled with open doors under the eye of the public, was framed to call into animated feelings every latent spark, every emotion of a liberal bosom. To banish whatever ideas might intrude of there being a people too often hostile to my own country, and to dwell with pleasure on the glorious idea of happiness to a great nation, of felicity to millions yet unborn. M. l'Abbé Sieyès opened the debate. He is one of the most zealous sticklers for the popular cause, carries his ideas not to a regulation of the present government, which he thinks too bad to be regulated at all, but wishes to see it absolutely overturned, being in fact a violent republican. This is the character he commonly bears, and in his pamphlets he seems pretty much to justify such an idea. He speaks ungracefully and uneloquently, but logically, or rather reads so, for he read his speech, which was prepared. His motion, or rather string of motions, was to declare themselves the representatives known and verified of the French nation, admitting the right of all absent deputies, the nobility and clergy, to be received amongst them on the verification of their powers. M. de Mirabeau spoke without notes for near an hour with a warmth and animation and eloquence that entitles him to the reputation of an undoubted orator. He opposed the words known and verified in the proposition of Abbé Sieyès with great force of reasoning, and proposed in lieu that they should declare themselves simply représentatifs du peuple français, that no veto should exist against their resolves in any other assembly, that all taxes are illegal, but should be granted during the present session of the States, and no longer, that the debt of the king should become the debt of the nation, and be secured on funds accordingly. M. de Mirabeau was well heard, and his proposition much applauded. M. de Mounier, a deputy from Dauphiné, of great reputation, and who has also published some pamphlets, very well approved by the public, moved a different resolution to declare themselves the legitimate representatives of the majority of the nation, that they should vote by head and not by order, and that they should never acknowledge any right in the representatives of the clergy or nobility to deliberate separately. Footnote: Jean-Joseph Mounier, député of the Dauphiné and friend of Necker, is a leading figure in the early period of the Revolution. On his proposition, the members of the Tiers État took the celebrated oath of the Jeu de Paume. He was in favour of a constitutional monarchy on the English model, but retired from the assembly when all hopes of an understanding between the court and the nation were at an end. Back to main text. M. Rabot Saint-Étienne, a Protestant from Languedoc, also an author, who has written in The Present Affairs and a man of considerable talents, spoke also and made his proposition, which was to declare themselves the representatives of the people of France, to declare all taxes null, to regrant them during the sitting of the States, to verify and consolidate the debt, and to vote alone. Footnote: Rabot Saint-Étienne was one of the first Protestant ministers in France to exercise his newly acquired civil rights. Imbued with the revolutionary spirit, yet an eloquent pleader for law, order, and mercy, he fell a victim to his generous defence of royalty. In the letters of Helen Maria Williams, 1795, she thus describes him: "A few weeks after our release from prison, Rabot Saint-Étienne was put to death. He was one of the most enlightened and virtuous men whom the Revolution had called forth, and had acquired general esteem by his conduct as a legislator and considerable reputation by his talents as a writer. I saw him on that memorable day, the expulsion of the Girondins from the Convention, filled with despair, not so much from the loss of his own life, which he considered inevitable, as for that of the liberty of his country, now falling under the vilest despotism. Betrayed by a friend, he was guillotined, 1793. Back to main text. All which were well approved except the loan, which was not at all to the feeling of the Assembly. This gentleman speaks clearly and with precision, and only passages of his speech from notes. M. Barnave, a very young man from Grenoble, spoke without notes with great warmth and animation. Some of his periods were so well rounded and so eloquently delivered that he met with much applause, several members crying bravo. Footnote: Barnave, 1761 to 1793. Ardent revolutionary and chivalrous gentleman, deputed by the Assembly to meet the captured royal family at Epernay and escort them to Paris. Barnave's sympathies were evoked by the sufferings of the prisoners, and in trying to save their lives he lost his own. What irony is lent to Burke's famous peroration by the careers of such men as Barnave and Rabot Saint-Étienne! If indeed 1,000 swords did not leap from their scabbards to avenge so much as a look that threatened Marie Antoinette with insult, many brave, ambitious, and generous patriots were cut off in the flower of their youth for having interceded on behalf of royalty. Barnave was a Protestant. In regard to their general method of proceeding, there are two circumstances in which they are very deficient. The spectators in the galleries are allowed to interfere in the debates by clapping their hands and other noisy expressions of approbation. This is grossly indecent. It is also dangerous, for if they are permitted to express approbation, they are, by parity of reason, allowed expressions of dissent, and they may hiss as well as clap, which it is said they have sometimes done. This would be to overrule the debate and influence the deliberations. Another circumstance is the want of order among themselves. More than once to-day there were 100 members on their legs at a time, and M. Bailly absolutely without power to keep order. Footnote. Jean-Sylvain Bailly, more familiar to us as President of the National Assembly and first Mayor of Paris than a brilliant astronomer, was born 1736, guillotined 1793. This single-minded patriot forfeited his popularity for having allowed the National Guard to fire on the people in 1791 when riotously demanding la déchéance. Bailly's great History of Astronomy was published in Paris 1775-87. Back to main text. This arises very much from complex motions being admitted, to move a declaration relative to their title, to their powers, to taxes, to a loan, and etc., all in one proposition, appears to English ears preposterous, and certainly is so. Specific motions founded on single and simple propositions can alone produce order in debate, for it is endless to have 500 members declaring their reasons of assent to one part of a complex proposition and their dissent to another part. A debating assembly should not proceed to any business whatever till they have settled the rules and orders of their proceedings, which can only be done by taking those of other experienced assemblies, confirming them as they find useful, and altering such as require to be adapted to different circumstances. The rules and orders of debate in the House of Commons of England, as I afterwards took the liberty of mentioning to M. Rabot, Saint Etienne, might have been taken at once in Mr. Hatzel's book, footnote, Hatzel's Precedents of the House of Commons, and would have saved them at least a fourth of their time. They adjourned for dinner, dined ourselves with the Duc de Liancourt at his apartments in the palace, meeting 20 deputies. I sat by M. Rabot Saint Etienne and had much conversation with him. They all speak with equal confidence on the fall of despotism. They foresee that attempts very adverse to the spirit of liberty will be made, but the spirit of the people is too much excited at present to be crushed any more. Finding that the question of today's debate cannot be decided today, and that in all probability it will be unfinished even tomorrow, as the number that will speak on it is very great, return in the evening to Paris. End of section 20. Section 21 of Travels in France by Arthur Young. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Journal, 1789. June the 16th. To Dugny, 10 miles from Paris, again with M. de Broussonnet, to wait on M. Crétet de Palliol, the only practical farmer in the Society of Agriculture. M. Broussonnet, than whom no man can be more eager for the honour and improvement of agriculture, was desirous that I should witness the practice and improvements of a gentleman who stands so high in the list of good French farmers. Called first on the brother of M. Crétet, who at present has the post, and consequently 140 horses, walked over his farm, and the crops he showed me of wheat and oats were on the whole very fine, and some of them superior. But I must confess I should have been better pleased with them if he had not had his stables so well filled with a view different from that of the farm. And to look for a course of crops in France is vain. He sows white corn twice, thrice, and even 4 times in succession. At dinner and etc. had much conversation with the 2 brothers, and with some other neighbouring cultivators present on this point, in which I recommended either turnips or cabbages according to the soil, for breaking their rotations of white corn. But every one of them, except M. de Broussonnet, was against me. They demanded, "Can we sow wheat after turnips and cabbages? On a small portion you may, with great success, but the time of consuming the greater part of the crop renders it impossible. That is sufficient. If we cannot sow wheat after them, they cannot be good in France." This idea is everywhere nearly the same in that kingdom. I then said that they might have half their land under wheat and yet be good farmers, thus 1. Beans, 2. Wheat, 3. Tares, 4. Wheat, 5. Clover, 6. Wheat. This they approved better of, but thought their own courses more profitable. But the most interesting circumstance of their farms is the chicory, Cicoria mintibus, wild chicory, succory. I had the satisfaction to find that M. Crétet de Palliol had as great an opinion of it as ever, that his brother had adopted it, and that it was very flourishing on both their farms and on those of their neighbours also. I never see this plant, but I congratulate myself on having travelled for something more than to write in my closet, and that the introduction of it in England would alone, if no other result had flowed from one man's existence, have been enough to show that he did not live in vain. Of this excellent plant and M. Crétet's experiments on it, more elsewhere. The 17th. All conversation on the motion of l'Abbé Sieyès being accepted, yet that of the Count de Mirabeau better relished. But his character is a dead weight upon him. There is a suspicion that he has received 100,000 livres from the Queen, a blind improbable report, for his conduct would in every probability be very different had any such transaction taken place. Reports verified later. In the beginning of the year 1790, Mirabeau entered into relations with the court and pledged himself to its interests in consideration of a large bribe, Lalande. The first interview between Mirabeau and the king and queen took place in a cellar of the Tuileries. Back to main text. But when a man's life has not passed free from gross errors, to use the mildest language, suspicions are ever ready to fix on him, even when he is as free from what ought at the moment to give the imputation as any the most immaculate of their patriots. This report brings out others from their lurking holes, that he published at her instigation the anecdotes of the court of Berlin, and that the King of Prussia, knowing the causes of that publication, circulated the Memoirs of Madame de la Motte all over Germany. See Carlyle on the diamond necklace, miscellaneous essays. Such are the eternal tales, suspicions, and improbabilities for which Paris has always been so famous. One clearly, however, gathers from the complexion of conversation, even on the most ridiculous topics, provided of a public nature, how far and for what reason confidence is lodged in certain men. In every company of every rank you hear of the Count de Mirabeau's talents, that he is one of the first pens of France and the first orator, and yet that he could not carry from confidence 6 votes on any question in the States. His writings, however, spread in Paris and the provinces. He published a journal of the States, written for a few days with such force and such severity that it was silenced by an express edict of government. This is attributed to M. Necker, who was treated in it with so little ceremony that his vanity was wounded to the quick. The number of subscribers to the journal was such that I have heard the profit of M. Mirabeau calculated at 80,000 livres, £3,500 a year. Since its suppression, he publishes once or twice a week a small pamphlet to answer the same purpose of giving an account of the debates, or rather observations on them, entitled Un, deux, trois, and etc. Lettres des Comtes de Mirabeau à ses commettants, which, though violent and sarcastic and severe, the court has not thought proper to stop, respecting, I suppose, its title. It is a weak and miserable conduct to single out any particular publication for prohibition, while the press groans with innumerable productions whose tendency is absolutely to overturn the present government. To permit such pamphlets to be circulated all over the kingdom, even by the posts and diligences in the hands of the government, is a blindness and folly from which there are no effects that may not be expected. In the evening to the comic opera, Italian music, Italian words, and Italian performers, and the applause so incessant and rapturous that the ears of the French must be changing apace. What would Jean-Jacques have said could he have been a witness to such a spectacle at Paris? The 18th. Yesterday the Commons decreed themselves, in consequence of the Abbé Sieyès' amended motion, the title of Assemblée Nationale, and also considering themselves then in activity, the illegality of all taxes, but granted them during the session, declaring that they would without delay deliberate on the consolidating of the debt and on the relief of the misery of the people. These steps give great spirits to the violent partisans of a new constitution, but among more sober minds I see evidently an apprehension that it will prove a precipitate measure. It is a violent step, which may be taken hold of by the court and converted very much to the people's disadvantage. The reasoning of M. de Mirabeau against it was forcible and just. Si je voulais employer contre les autres motions les armes dont on se sert pour attaquer la mienne, ne pourrais-je pas dire à mon tour, de quelque manière que vous vous qualifiez, que vous soyez les représentants connus et vérifiés de la nation, les représentants de 25 millions d'hommes, les représentants de la majorité du peuple, désirez-vous même vous appeler l'Assemblée nationale, les États généraux, empêcherez-vous les classes privilégiées de continuer des assemblées que Sa Majesté a reconnues? Les empêcherez-vous de prendre des délibérations? Les empêcherez-vous de prétendre au veto? Empêcherez-vous le roi de les recevoir? De les reconnaître? De leur continuer les mêmes titres qu'il leur a donnés jusqu'à présent? Enfin, empêcherez-vous la nation d'appeler le clergé, la noblesse? To the Royal Society of Agriculture, where I gave my vote with the rest, who were unanimous, for electing General Washington an honorary member. This was a proposal of M. Broussonnet, in consequence of my having assured him that the general was an excellent farmer and had corresponded with me on the subject. Abbé Commerel was present. He gave a pamphlet of his on a new subject, the Choux à Foucher, and a paper of the seed. Footnote: the Abbé Commerel introduced Mangel Wurzel into France. The 19th. Accompanied M. de Broussonnet to dine with M. de Parmentier at the Hôtel des Invalides. A president of the Parliament, a M. Mailly, brother-in-law to the Chancellor, was there, Abbé Commerel, and etc., and etc. I remarked 2 years ago that M. Parmentier is one of the best of men, and beyond all question understands every circumstance of the boulangerie better than any other writer, as his productions clearly manifest. After dinner to the plains of Sablon, footnote, Sablonville between Neuilly and Saint-Denis, to see the Society's potatoes and preparation for turnips, of which I shall only say that I wish my brethren to stick to their scientific farming, and leave the practical to those who understand it. What a sad thing for philosophical husbandmen, that God Almighty created such a thing as couch, triticum repens. The 20th. News! Everyone stares at what everyone might have expected. A message from the king to the presidents of the 3 orders, that he should meet them on Monday, and under pretence of preparing the hall for the séance royale, the French guards were placed with bayonets to prevent any of the deputies entering the room. The circumstances of doing this ill-judged act of violence have been as ill-advised as the act itself. M. Bailly received no other notice of it than by a letter from the Marquis de Brezé, and the deputies met at the door of the hall without knowing that it was shut. Thus the seeds of disgust were sown wantonly in the manner of doing a thing which in itself was equally impalatable and unconstitutional. The resolution taken on the spot was a noble and firm one. It was to assemble instantly at the Jeu de Paume. This historic tennis court is still to be seen in the Rue Saint-François, Versailles. Back to main text. And there the whole assembly took a solemn oath never to be dissolved but by their own consent, and consider themselves and act as the National Assembly, let them be wherever violence or fortune might drive them. And their expectations were so little favourable that expresses were sent off to Nantes intimating that the National Assembly might possibly find it necessary to take refuge in some distant city. This message and placing guards at the Hall of the States are the result of long and repeated councils held in the king's presence at Marly, where he has been shut up for some days, seeing nobody, and no person admitted, even to the officers of the court, without jealousy and circumspection. The king's brothers have no seat in the council, but the Count d'Artois incessantly attends the resolutions, conveys them to the Queen, and has long conferences with her. When this news arrived at Paris, the Palais Royal was in a flame. The coffee houses, pamphlet shops, corridors, and gardens were crowded. Alarm and apprehension sat in every eye. The reports that were circulated eagerly, tending to show the violent intentions of the court, as if it was bent on the utter extirpation of the French nation, except the party of the Queen, was perfectly incredible for their gross absurdity. But nothing was so glaringly ridiculous, but the mob swallowed it with undiscriminating faith. It was, however, curious to remark among people of another description, for I was in several parties after the news arrived, that the balance of opinions was clearly that the National Assembly, as it called itself, had gone too far, had been too precipitate and too violent, had taken steps that the mass of the people would not support. From which we may conclude that if the court, having seen the tendency of their late proceedings, shall pursue a firm and politic plan, the popular cause will have little to boast. The 21st. It is impossible to have any other employment at so critical a moment than going from house to house demanding news and remarking the opinions and ideas most current. The present moment is of all others perhaps that which is most pregnant for the future destiny of France. The step the Commons have taken of declaring themselves the National Assembly, independent of the other orders and of the King himself, precluding a dissolution, is in fact an assumption of all the authority in the kingdom. They have at one stroke converted themselves into the long Parliament of Charles I. It needs not the assistance of much penetration to see that if such a pretension and declaration are not done away with, king, lords, and clergy are deprived of their shares in the legislature of France. So bold and apparently desperate a step, full in the teeth of every other interest in the realm, equally destructive to the royal authority by parliaments and the army, can never be allowed. If it is not opposed, all other powers will lie in ruins around that of the common. With what anxious expectation must one therefore wait to see if the Crown will exert itself firmly on the occasion, with such an attention to an improved system of liberty as is absolutely necessary to the moment. All things considered, that is, the characters of those who are in possession of power, no well-digested system and steady execution are to be looked for. In the evening to the play, Madame Roquier did the Queen in Hamlet. It may easily be supposed how that play of Shakespeare is cut in pieces. It has, however, effect by her admirable acting. The 22nd. to Versailles at 6 in the morning to be ready for the séance royale. Breakfasting with the Duc de Liancourt, we found that the king had put off going to the States till tomorrow morning. A committee of council was held last night, which sat till midnight, at which were present Monsieur and the Count d'Artois for the first time, an event considered as extraordinary and attributed to the influence of the Queen. The Count d'Artois, the determined enemy of Monsieur Necker's plans, opposed his system, and prevailed to have the séance put off to give time for a council in the king's presence today. From the chateau we went to find out the deputies. Reports were various where they were assembling. To the Récollet where they had been, but finding it incommodious, they went to the church of Saint Louis, whither we followed them, and were in time to see Monsieur Bailly take the chair and read the king's letter, putting off the séance till tomorrow. The spectacle of this meeting was singular. The crowd that attended in and around the church was great, and the anxiety and suspense in every eye, with the variety of expression that flowed from different views and different characters, gave to the countenances of all the world an impression I had never witnessed before. The only business of importance transacted, but which lasted till 3 o'clock, was receiving the oaths and the signatures of some deputies who had not taken them at the Jeu de Paume, and the union of 3 bishops and 150 of the deputies of the clergy, who came to verify their powers, and were received by such applause, with such clapping and shouting from all present, that the church resounded. Apparently the inhabitants of Versailles, which, having a population of 60,000 people, can afford a pretty numerous mob, are to the last person in the interest of the commons. Remarkable as this town is absolutely fed by the palace. And if the cause of the court is not popular here, it is easy to suppose what it must be in all the rest of the kingdom. Dined with the Duc de Liancourt in the palace, a large party of nobility and deputies of the commons, the Duc d'Orléans amongst them, the Bishop of Rodez, Abbé Sieyès, and Monsieur Rabot Saint-Étienne. This was one of the most striking instances of the impression made on men of different ranks by great events. In the streets and in the church of Saint Louis, such anxiety was in every face, that the importance of the moment was written in the physiognomy, and all the common forms and salutations of habitual civility lost in attention. But amongst a class so much higher as those I dined with, I was struck with the difference. There were not in 30 persons 5 in whose countenances you could guess that any extraordinary event was going forward. More of the conversation was indifferent than I should have expected. Had it all been so, there would have been no room for wonder. But observations were made of the greatest freedom, and so received as to mark that there was not the least impropriety in making them. In such a case would not one have expected more energy of feeling and expression, and more attention in conversation to the crisis that must in its nature fill every bosom? Yet they eat and drink and sat and walked, loitered and smirked and smiled, and chatted with that easy indifference that made me stare at their insipidity. Perhaps there is a certain nonchalance that is natural to people of fashion from long habit, and which marks them from the vulgar, who have 1,000 asperities in the expression of their feelings that cannot be found on the polished surface of those whose manners are smoothed by society, not worn by attrition. Such an observation would therefore in all common sense be unjust, but I confess the present moment, which is beyond all question the most critical that France has seen from the foundation of the monarchy, since the council was assembled that must finally determine the king's conduct, was such as might have accounted for a behaviour totally different. The Duc d'Orléans' presence might do a little, but not much. His manner might do more, for it was not without some disgust that I observed him several times playing off that small sort of wit and flippant readiness to titter, which I suppose is a part of his character, or it would not have appeared to-day. From his manner he seemed not at all displeased. The Abbé Sieyès has a remarkable physiognomy, a quick rolling eye, penetrating the ideas of other people, but so cautiously reserved as to guard his own. There is as much character in his air and manner as there is in vacuity of it in the countenance of M. Rabot Saint Etienne, whose physiognomy, however, is far from doing him justice, for he has undoubted talents. It seems agreed that if in the council the Count d'Artois carries his point, M. Necker, the Count de Montmorin, and M. de Saint-Priest will resign, in which case M. Necker's return to power, and in triumph, will inevitably happen. Marc Armand, Comte de Montmorin, 1745 to 1792, ambassador in Spain, afterwards Minister of Foreign Affairs, and in the confidence of Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette, a victim of the September massacres. Emmanuel François de Saint-Priest, 1735 to 1821, ambassador in Spain, Turkey, and Holland, afterwards Minister of the Interior. He quitted France in December 1790, and was afterwards private secretary of Louis XVIII. Back to main text. Such a turn, however, must depend on events. Evening. The Count d'Artois plan accepted. The king will declare it in his speech tomorrow. M. Necker demanded to resign, but it was refused by the king. All is now anxiety to know what the plan is. The 23rd. The important day is over. In the morning Versailles seemed filled with troops. The streets about 10 o'clock were lined with the French guards and some Swiss regiments, and etc. The hall of the States was surrounded, and sentinels fixed in all the passages and at the doors, and none but deputies admitted. This military preparation was ill-judged, for it seemed admitting the impropriety and unpopularity of the intended measure, and the expectation, perhaps fear, of popular commotions. They pronounced before the king left the chateau that his plan was adverse to the people, from the military parade with which it was ushered in. The contrary, however, proved to be the fact. The propositions are known to all the world. The plan was a good one, and much was granted to the people in great and essential points. And as it was granted before they had provided for these public necessities of finance, which occasioned the States being called together, and consequently left them at full power in future to procure for the people all that opportunity might present, they apparently ought to accept them, provided some security is given for the future meetings of the States, without which all the rest would be insecure. But as a little negotiation may easily secure this, I apprehend the deputies will accept them conditionally. The use of soldiers and some imprudencies in the manner of forcing the king's system, relative to the interior constitution and assembling of the deputies, as well as the ill blood which has had time to brood for 3 days past in their minds, prevented the Commons from receiving the king with any expressions of applause. The clergy and some of the nobility cried Vive le roi, but treble the number of mouths, being silent, took off all effect. It seems that they had previously determined to submit to no violence. When the king was gone and the clergy and nobility retired, the Marquis de Brezé, waiting a moment to see if they meant to obey the king's express orders, to retire also to another chamber prepared for them, and perceiving that no one moved, addressed them. Messieurs, vous connaissez les intentions du roi. A dead silence ensued, and then it was that superior talents bore the sway that overpowers in critical moments all other considerations. The eyes of the whole assembly were turned on the Count de Mirabeau, who instantly replied to the Marquis de Brezé, Oui, monsieur, nous avons entendu les intentions qu'on a suggérées au roi, et vous, qui ne sauriez être son organe auprès des États généraux, vous qui n'avez ici ni place, ni voix, ni droit de parler, vous n'êtes pas fait pour nous rappeler son discours. Cependant, pour éviter tout équivoque et tout délai, Je vous déclare que si l'on vous a chargé de nous faire sortir d'ici, vous devez demander les ordres pour employer la force, car nous ne quitterons nos places que par la puissance de la baïonnette. On which there was a general cry of, Tel est le vœu de l'Assemblée. They then immediately passed a confirmation of their preceding arrêt, and on the motion of the Count de Mirabeau, a declaration that their persons, individually and collectively, were sacred, and that all who made any attempts against them should be deemed infamous traitors to their country. End of section 21. Section 22 of Travels in France by Arthur Young. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Journal, 1789. June the 24th. The ferment at Paris is beyond conception. 10,000 people have been all this day in the Palais Royal. A full detail of yesterday's proceedings was brought this morning and read by many apparent leaders of little parties, with comments to the people. To my surprise, the king's propositions were received with universal disgust. He said nothing explicit on the periodical meeting of the States. He declared all the old feudal rights to be retained as property. These and the change in the balance of representation in the provincial assemblies are the articles that give the greatest offence. But instead of looking to or hoping for further concessions on these points, in order to make them more consonant to the general wishes, the people seem with a sort of frenzy to reject all idea of compromise, and to insist on the necessity of the orders uniting, that full power may consequently reside in the Commons, to effect what they call the regeneration of the kingdom, a favourite term, to which they affix no precise idea, but add the indefinite explanation of the general reform of all abuses. They are also full of suspicions at M. Necker's offering to resign, to which circumstance they seem to look more than to much more essential points. It is plain to me, from many conversations and harangues I have been witness to, that the constant meetings at the Palais Royal, which are carried to a degree of licentiousness and fury of liberty that is scarcely credible, united with the innumerable inflammatory publications that have been hourly appearing since the Assembly of the States, have so heated the people's expectations, and given them the idea of such total changes, that nothing the king or court could do would now satisfy them. Consequently, it would be idleness itself to make concessions that are not steadily adhered to, not only to be observed by the king, but to be enforced on the people, and good order at the same time restored. But the stumbling block to this and every plan that can be devised, as the people know and declare in every corner, is the situation of the finances, which cannot possibly be restored but by liberal grants of the States on one hand, or by bankruptcy on the other. It is well known that this point has been warmly debated in the Council. M. Necker has proved to them that a bankruptcy is inevitable if they break with the States before the finances are restored, and the dread and terror of taking such a step, which no minister would at present dare to venture on, has been the great difficulty that opposed itself to the projects of the Queen and the Count d'Artois. The measure they have taken is a middle one, from which they hope to gain a party among the people and render the deputies unpopular enough to get rid of them, an expectation, however, in which they will infallibly be mistaken. If on the side of the people it is urged that the vices of the old government make a new system necessary, and that it can only be by the firmest measures that the people can be put in possession of the blessings of a free government, it is to be replied, on the other hand, that the personal character of the king is a just foundation for relying that no measures of actual violence can be seriously feared, that the state of the finances under any possible regimen, whether of faith or bankruptcy, must secure their existence, at least for time sufficient to secure by negotiation what may be hazarded by violence, that by driving things to extremities they risk an union between all the other orders of the state with the parliaments, army, and a great body even of the people, who must disapprove of all extremities. And when to this is added the possibility of involving the kingdom in a civil war, now so familiarly talked of that it is upon the lips of all the world, we must confess that the Commons, if they steadily refuse what is now held out to them, put immense and certain benefits to the chance of fortune, to that hazard which may make posterity curse instead of bless their memories as real patriots, who had nothing in view but the happiness of their country. Such an incessant buzz of politics has been in my ears for some days past, that I went tonight to the Italian opera for relaxation. Nothing could be better calculated for that effect than the piece performed, La Villanella Rapita, by Bianchi, a delicious composition. Can it be believed that this people, who so lately valued nothing at an opera but the dances, and could hear nothing but a squall, now attend with feeling to Italian melodies, applaud with taste and rapture, and this without the meretricious aiding of a single dance? The music of this piece is charming, elegantly playful, airy, and pleasing, with a duet between Signora Mandini and Vigagnoni of the first lustre. The former is a most fascinating singer, her voice nothing, but her grace, expression, soul, all strung to exquisite sensibility. The 25th. The criticisms that are made on M. Necker's conduct, even by his friends, if above the level of the people, are severe. It is positively asserted that Abbé Sieyès, M. Mounier, Chapelier, Bernave, Target, Tourette, Rabot, and other leaders were almost on their knees to him to insist peremptorily on his resignation being accepted, as they were well convinced that his retreat would throw the Queen's party into infinitely greater difficulties and embarrassments than any other circumstance. Footnote. Isaac Le Chapelier, 1754–1794, the upright and eloquent president of the Assemblée Législative, and at the onset of the Revolution an uncompromising antagonist of the Abbé Maury and the reactionaries. Later he headed the party in favour of constitutional monarchy, and in consequence was arraigned before the revolutionary tribunal. Target. This brilliant advocate, although a determined opponent of the court, was selected by Louis XVI to defend him. Target refused the hazardous task, which was at once undertaken by the venerable Malesherbes and young Desèze. He nevertheless published his Observations sur le procès de Louis XVI, pointing to an acquittal. He was instrumental in drawing up the Code Civil and died in 1806. Back to main text. But his vanity prevailed over all their efforts to listen to the insidious persuasions of the Queen, who spoke to him in a style of asking a request that would keep the crown on the king's head. At the same time that he yielded to do it, contrary to the interest of the friends of liberty, he courted the huzzas of the mob of Versailles in a manner that did much mischief. The ministers never go to and from the king's apartment on foot across the court, which M. Necker took this opportunity of doing, though he himself had not done it in quiet times, in order to court the flattery of being called the father of the people, and moving with an immense and shouting multitude at his heels. Nearly at the time that the Queen, in an audience almost private, spoke as above to M. Necker, she received the deputation from the nobility with the Dauphin in her hand, whom she presented to them, claiming of their honour the protection of her son's rights, clearly implying that if the step the king had taken was not steadily asserted, the monarchy would be lost and the nobility sunk. While M. Necker's mob was heard through every apartment of the chateau, the king passed in his coach to Marly through a dead and mournful silence, and that just after having given to his people and the cause of liberty more perhaps than ever any monarch had done before. Of such materials are all mobs made. So impossible is it to satisfy in moments like these, when the heated imagination dresses every visionary project of the brain in the bewitching colours of liberty. I feel great anxiety to know what will be the result of the deliberations of the Commons, after their first protests are over, against the military violence which was so unjustifiably and injudiciously used. Had the king's proposition come after the supplies were granted, and on any inferior question, it would be quite another affair. But to offer this before 1 shilling is granted, or a step taken, makes all the difference imaginable. Evening. The conduct of the court is inexplicable and without plan. While the late step was taken to secure the order sitting separate, a great body of the clergy has been permitted to go to the Commons, and the Duc d'Orléans, at the head of 47 of the nobility, has done the same. And what is equally a proof of the unsteadiness of the court, the Commons are in the common hall of the States, contrary to the express command of the king. The fact is, the séance royale was contrary to the personal feelings of the king, and he was brought to it by the council with much difficulty, and when it afterwards became, as it did every hour, to give new and effective orders to support the system then laid down, it was necessary to have a new battle for every point, and thus the scheme was only opened and not persisted in. This is the report, and apparently authentic. It is easy to see that that step had better, on 1,000 reasons, not have been taken at all, for all vigour and effect of government will be lost, and the people be more assuming than ever. Yesterday at Versailles the mob was violent. They insulted and even attacked all the clergy and nobility that are known to be strenuous for preserving the separation of orders. The Bishop of Beauvais had a stone on his head that almost struck him down. If they had knocked him on the head, he would not have been an object of much pity. At a meeting of the Society of Agriculture in the country, where common farmers were admitted to dine with people of the first rank, this proud fool made difficulties of sitting down in such company. Author's note. The poor proud fool was a victim of the September massacres 3 years later. The Archbishop died in 1790. The Cardinal joined the émigré. Back to main text. The Archbishop of Paris had all his windows broken and forced to move his lodgings, and the Cardinal de la Rochefoucauld hissed and hooted. The confusion is so great that the court have only the troops to depend on, and it is now said confidently that if an order is given to the French guards to fire on the people, they will refuse obedience. This astonishes all except those who know how they have been disgusted by the treatment, conduct, and manoeuvres of the Duc de Châtelet, their colonel. So wretchedly have the affairs of the court in every particular been managed, so miserable its choice of the men in office, even such as are the most intimately connected with its safety and even existence. What a lesson to princes how they allow intriguing courtiers, women, and fools to interfere, or assume the power that can be lodged with safety only in the hands of ability and experience. It is asserted expressly that these mobs have been excited and instigated by the leaders of the Commons, and some of them paid by the Duc d'Orléans. The distraction of the ministry is extreme. At night to the Théâtre François, the Earl of Essex and the Maison de Molière. The 26th. Every hour that passes seems to give the people fresh spirit. The meetings at the Palais Royal are more numerous, more violent, and more assured. And in the Assembly of Electors at Paris, for sending a deputation to the National Assembly, the language that was talked by all ranks of people was nothing less than a revolution in the government and the establishment of a free constitution. What they mean by a free constitution is easily understood: a republic. For the doctrine of the times runs every day more and more to that point. Yet they profess that the kingdom ought to be a monarchy too, or at least that there ought to be a king. In the streets one is stunned by the hawkers of seditious pamphlets and descriptions of pretended events, and that all tend to keep the people equally ignorant and alarmed. The supineness and even stupidity of the court is without example. The moment demands the greatest decision, and yesterday, while it was actually a question whether he should be a Doge of Venice or a King of France, the king went a-hunting. The spectacle the Palais Royal presented this night till 11 o'clock, and as we afterwards heard, almost till morning, is curious. The crowd was prodigious, and fireworks of all sorts were played off, and all the building was illuminated. These were said to be rejoicings on account of the Duc d'Orléans and the nobility joining the commons, but united with the excessive freedom and even licentiousness of the orators who harangued the people, with the general movement which before was threatening. All this bustle and noise, which will not leave them a moment tranquil, has a prodigious effect in preparing them for whatever purposes the leaders of the commons shall have in view. Consequently, they are grossly and diametrically opposite to the interests of the court, but all these are blind and infatuated. It is now understood by everybody that the king's offers in the Séance Royale are out of the question. The moment the commons found a relaxation, even in the trifling point of assembling in the great hall, they disregarded all the rest, and considered the whole as null and not to be taken notice of, unless enforced in a manner of which there were no signs. They lay it down for a maxim that they have a right to a great deal more than what the king touched on, but that they will accept of nothing as the concession of power. They will assume and secure all to themselves as matters of right. Many persons I talk with seem to think there is nothing extraordinary in this, but it appears that such pretensions are equally dangerous and inadmissible, and lead directly to a civil war, which would be the height of madness and folly, when public liberty might certainly be secured without any such extremity. If the commons are to assume everything as their right, what power is there in the state, short of arms, to prevent them from assuming what is not their right? They instigate the people to the most extensive expectations, and if they are not gratified, all must be confusion. And even the king himself, easy and lethargic as he is, his indifference to power will by and by be seriously alarmed, and then he will be ready to listen to measures to which he will not at present give a moment's attention. All this seems to point strongly to great confusion and even civil commotions, and to make it apparent that to have accepted the king's offers and made them the foundation of future negotiation would have been the wisest conduct, and with that idea I shall leave Paris. The 27th. The whole business now seems over and the revolution complete. The king has been frightened by the mobs into overturning his own act of the Séance Royale, by writing to the presidents of the orders of the nobility and clergy, requiring them to join the commons, full in the teeth of what he had ordained before. It was represented to him that the want of bread was so great in every part of the kingdom that there was no extremity to which the people might not be driven, that they are nearly starving, and consequently ready to listen to any suggestions, and on the qui-vive for all sorts of mischief, that Paris and Versailles would inevitably be burnt, and, in a word, that all sorts of misery and confusion would follow his adherence to the system announced in the Séance Royale. His apprehensions got the better of the party who had for some days guided him, and he was thus induced to take this step, which is of such importance that he will never more know where to stop or what to refuse, or rather he will find that in the future arrangement of the kingdom his situation will be very nearly that of Charles I, a spectator, without power, of the effective resolutions of a long Parliament. The joy this step occasioned was infinite. The Assembly, uniting with the people, all hurried to the chateau. Vive le roi might have been heard at Marly. The king and queen appeared in the balcony and were received with the loudest shouts of applause. The leaders who governed these motions knew the value of the concession much better than those who made it. I have to-day had conversation with many persons on this business, and to my amazement there is an idea, and even among many of the nobility, that this union of the orders is only for the verification of their powers and for making the constitution, which is a new term they have adopted, and which they use as if a constitution was a pudding to be made by a receipt. In vain I have asked, where is the power that can separate them hereafter, if the Commons insist on remaining together, which may be supposed, as such an arrangement will leave all the power in their own hands? And in vain I appeal to the evidence of the pamphlets written by the leaders of that assembly, in which they hold the English constitution cheap because the people have not power enough, owing to that of the Crown and the House of Lords. The event now appears so clear as not to be difficult to predict. All real power will be henceforward in the Commons, having so much inflamed the people in the exercise of it. They will find themselves unable to use it temperately. The court cannot sit to have their hands behind them. The clergy, nobility, parliaments, and army will, when they find themselves all in danger of annihilation, unite in their mutual defence. But as such an union will require time, they will find the people armed, and a bloody civil war must be the result. I have more than once declared this as my opinion, but do not find that others unite to it. Footnote. I may remark at present, long after this was written, that although I was totally mistaken in my prediction, yet on a revision I think I was right in it, and that the common course of events would have produced such a civil war, to which everything tended from the moment the Commons rejected the King's propositions of the Séance Royale, which I now think more than ever that they ought with qualifications to have accepted. The events that followed were as little to be thought of as of myself being made King of France. Author's note. At all events, however, the tide now runs so strongly in favour of the people, and the conduct of the court seems to be so weak, divided, and blind, that little can happen that will not clearly date from the present moment. Vigour and abilities would have turned everything on the side of the court, for the great mass of nobility in the kingdom, the higher clergy, the parliaments, and the army, were with the crown. But this desertion of the conduct that was necessary to secure its power at a moment so critical must lead to all sorts of pretensions. At night the fireworks and illuminations and mob and noise at the Palais Royal increased. The expense must be enormous, and yet nobody knows with certainty from whence it arises. Shops there are, however, that for 12 sous give as many squibs and serpents as would cost 5 livres. There is no doubt of it, being the Duc d'Orléans' money. The people are thus kept in a continual ferment, are forever assembled and ready to be in the last degree of commotion, whenever called on by the men they have confidence in. Lately a company of Swiss would have crushed all this. A regiment would do it now if led with firmness. But let it last a fortnight longer, and an army will be wanting. At the play, Mademoiselle Contat in The Misanthrope of Molière charmed me. She is truly a great actress. Ease, grace, person, beauty, wit, and soul. Mollade did The Misanthrope admirably. I will not take leave of the Théâtre Français without once more giving it the preference to all I have ever seen. I shall leave Paris, however, truly rejoiced that the representatives of the people have it undoubtedly in their power so to improve the constitution of their country as to render all great abuses in future, if not impossible, at least exceedingly difficult, and consequently will establish to all useful purposes an undoubted political liberty, and if they effect this, it cannot be doubted but they will have 1,000 opportunities to secure to their fellow subjects the invaluable blessing of civil liberty also. The state of finances is such that the government may easily be kept virtually dependent on the States, and their periodical existence absolutely secured. Such benefits will confer happiness on 25 millions of people, a noble and animating idea that ought to fill the mind of every citizen of the world, whatever be his country, religion, or pursuit. I will not allow myself to believe for a moment that the representatives of the people can ever so far forget their duty to the French nation, to humanity, and their own fame, as to suffer any inordinate and impracticable views, any visionary or theoretic systems, any frivolous ideas of speculative perfection, much less any ambitious private views, to impede their progress or turn aside their exertions from that security which is in their hands, to place on the chance and hazard of public commotion and civil war the invaluable blessings which are certainly in their power. I will not conceive it possible that men who have eternal fame within their grasp will place the rich inheritance on the cast of a die, and, losing the venture, be damned among the worst and most profligate adventurers that ever disgraced humanity. The Duc de Liancourt, having made an immense collection of pamphlets, buying everything that has a relation to the present period, and among the rest the cahiers of all the districts and towns of France of the three orders, it was a great object with me to read these, as I was sure in finding in them a representation of the grievances of the three orders, and an explanation of the improvements wished for in the government and administration. These cahiers being instructions given to their deputies, I have now gone through them all with a pen in hand to make extracts, and shall therefore leave Paris tomorrow. The 28th. Having provided myself a light French cabriolet for one horse or gig anglais, and a horse, I left Paris, taking leaving of my excellent friend M. Lazowski, whose anxiety for the fate of his country made me respect his character as much as I had reason to love it for the 1,000 attentions I was in the daily habit of receiving from him. My kind protectress, the Duchess d'Estissac, had the goodness to make me promise that I would return to her hospitable hôtel when I had finished the journey I was about to undertake. Of the place I dined at on my road to Nangis I forget the name, Seine-et-Marne, but it is a post-house on the left at a small distance out of the road. It afforded me a bad room, bare walls, cold, raw weather, and no fire, for when lighted it smoked too much to be borne. I was thoroughly out of humour. I had passed some time at Paris amidst the fire, energy, and animation of a great revolution, and for those moments, not filled by political events, I had enjoyed the resources of liberal and instructing conversation, the amusements of the first theatre in the world, and the fascinating accents of Mondini had by turns solaced and charmed the fleeting moments. The change to inns, and those French inns, the ignorance of everybody of those events that were now passing, and which so intimately concerned them, the detestable circumstances of having no newspapers, with a press much freer than the English, altogether formed such a contrast that my heart sank with depression. At Guignes, an itinerant dancing master was fiddling to some children of tradesmen. To relieve my sadness, I became a spectator of their innocent pleasures, and with great magnificence I gave 4 12-sou pieces for a cake for the children, which made them dance with fresh animation. But my host, the postmaster, who is a surly pickpocket, thought that if I was so rich, he ought also to receive the benefit, and made me pay 9 livres 10 sous for a miserable tough chicken, a cutlet, a salad, and a bottle of sorry wine. Such a dirty, pilfering disposition did not tend to bring me into better humour. 30 miles. End of section 22. Section 23 of Travels in France by Arthur Young. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Journal, 1789. June the 29th, to Nangis, footnote, Seine-et-Marne, the chateau of which belongs to the Marquis de Guerchy, who last year at Caen had kindly made me promise to spend a few days here. A house almost full of company, and some of them agreeable, with the eagerness of M. de Guerchy for farming, and the amiable naivete of the Marchioness, whether in life, politics, or a farm, were well calculated to bring me into tune again. But I found myself in a circle of politicians with whom I could agree in hardly any other particular, except the general one of cordially wishing that France might establish an indestructible system of liberty, but for the means of doing so we were far as the poles asunder. The chaplain of M. de Guerchy's regiment, who has a cure here, and I had known at Caen, M. l'Abbé de , was particularly strenuous for what is called the regeneration of the kingdom, by which it is impossible from the explanation to understand anything more than a theoretic perfection of government, questionable in its origin, hazardous in its progress, and visionary in its end, but always presenting itself under a most suspicious appearance to me, because its advocates, from the pamphlets of the leaders in the National Assembly to the gentlemen who make its panegyric at present, all affect to hold the Constitution of England cheap in respect of liberty, and as that is unquestionably, and by their own admission, the best the world ever saw, they profess to appeal from practice to theory, which in the arrangement of a question of science might be admitted, though with caution. But in establishing the complex interests of a great kingdom in securing freedom to 25 millions of people, seems to me the very acme of imprudence, the very quintessence of insanity. My argument was an appeal to the English Constitution: take it at once, which is the business of a single vote. By your possession of a real and equal representation of the people, you have freed it from its only great objection. In the remaining circumstances, which are but of small importance, improve it, but improve it cautiously. For surely that ought to be touched with caution which has given from the moment of its establishment felicity to a great nation, which has given greatness to a people designed by nature to be little, and from being the humble copiers of every neighbour has rendered them in a single century rivals to the most successful nations in those decorative arts that embellish human life, and the masters of the world in all those that contribute to its convenience. I was commended for my attachment to what I thought was liberty, but answered that the King of France must have no veto on the will of the nation, and that the army must be in the hands of the provinces, with 100 ideas equally impracticable and preposterous. Yet these are the sentiments which the court has done all in its power to spread through the kingdom. For will posterity believe that while the press has swarmed with inflammatory productions that tend to prove the blessings of theoretical confusion and speculative licentiousness, not one writer of talents has been employed to refute and confound the fashionable doctrines, nor the least care taken to disseminate works of another complexion? By the way, when the court found that the States could not be assembled on the old plan, and that great innovations must accordingly be made, they ought to have taken the Constitution of England for their model in the mode of assembling. They should have thrown the clergy and nobles into one chamber with a throne for the king when present. The Commons should have assembled in another, and each chamber have, as in England, verified their powers only to themselves. And when the king held a séance royale, the Commons should have been sent for to the bar of the Lords, where seats should have been provided, and the king in the edict that constituted the States should have copied from England enough of the rules and orders of proceeding to prevent those preliminary discussions which in France lost 2 months and gave time for heated imaginations to work upon the people too much. By taking such steps, security would have been had that if changes or events unforeseen arose, they would at least be met with in no such dangerous channel as another form and order of arrangement would permit. 15 miles. The 30th. My friend's chateau is a considerable one, and much better built than was common in England in the same period 200 years ago. I believe, however, that this superiority was universal in France in all the arts. They were, I apprehend, in the reign of Henry IV, far beyond us in towns, houses, streets, roads, and, in short, in everything. We have since, thanks to liberty, contrived to turn the tables on them. Like all the chateaux I have seen in France, it stands close to the town, indeed joining the end of it, but the back front, by some very judicious plantations, has entirely the air of the country, without the sight of any buildings. There the present Marquis has formed an English lawn, with some agreeable winding walks of gravel and other decorations to skirt it. In this lawn they are making hay, and I have had the Marquis, Monsieur l'Abbé, and some others on the stack, to show them how to make and tread it. Such hot politicians! It is well they did not set the stack on fire. Nangis is near enough to Paris for the people to be politicians. The perruquier that dressed me this morning tells me that everybody is determined to pay no taxes, should the National Assembly so ordain. But the soldiers will have something to say. No, sir, never. Be assured, as we are, that the French soldiers will never fire on the people. But if they should, it is better to be shot than starved. He gave me a frightful account of the misery of the people. Whole families in the utmost distress. Those that work have a pay insufficient to feed them, and many that find it difficult to get work at all. I inquired of M. de Guerchy concerning this, and found it true. By order of the magistrates, no person is allowed to buy more than 2 bushels of wheat at a market to prevent monopolizing. It is clear to common sense that all such regulations have a direct tendency to increase the evil. But it is in vain to reason with people whose ideas are immovably fixed. Being here on a market day, I attended and saw the wheat sold out under this regulation, with a party of dragoons drawn up before the market cross to prevent violence. The people quarrel with the bakers, asserting the prices they demand for bread are beyond the proportion of wheat, and proceeding from words to scuffling, raise a riot, and then run away with bread and wheat for nothing. This has happened at Nangis and many other markets. The consequence was that neither farmers nor bakers would supply them till they were in danger of starving, and when they did come, prices under such circumstances must necessarily rise enormously, which aggravated the mischief, till troops became really necessary to give security to those who supplied the markets. I have been sifting Madame de Guerchy on the expenses of living. Our friend Monsieur l'Abbé joined the conversation, and I collect from it that to live in a chateau like this, with 6 men servants, 5 maids, 8 horses, a garden, and a regular table with company, but never to go to Paris, might be done for 1,000 louis a year. It would in England cost 2,000. The mode of living, not the price of things, is therefore cent per cent different. There are gentlemen, noblesse, that live in this country on 6,000 to 8,000 livres, £262 to £350, that keep 2 men, 2 maids, 3 horses, and a cabriolet. There are the same in England, but they are fools. Among the neighbours that visit Nangis was M. Trudel de Montigny with his new and pretty wife, to return the first visit of ceremony. He has a fine chateau at Montigny and an estate of 4,000 louis a year. This lady was Mademoiselle de Courbreton, niece to Madame Calonne. She was to have been married to the son of M. Lamoignon, but much against her inclinations. Finding that common refusals had no avail, she determined on a very uncommon one, which was to go to church in obedience to her father's orders and give a solemn no instead of a yea. Lamoignon was associated with Brienne de Lomenie in the establishment of the Cour Plénière, a measure which did more than anything else to hasten the Revolution. During the Middle Ages the name had been applied to assemblages of the king and his vassals on the occasion of fetes or tourneys. Under an obsolete title, Louis XVI. Established a kind of high court, suspending the provincial parliaments and investing judicial power in himself, his ministers, and the court. Lamoignon, like Brienne, committed suicide. Back to main text. She was afterwards at Dijon and never stirred, but she was received with huzzas and acclamations by the people for refusing to be allied with la cour plénière, and her firmness was everywhere spoken of much to her advantage. Monsieur la Luzerne was with them, nephew to the French ambassador at London, who in some broken English informed me that he had learned to box of Mendoza. At the time Arthur Young wrote, boxing formed a regular exhibition, and a theatre was opened for it in the Strand. Mendoza opened the Lyceum in 1791. Back to main text. No one can say that he has travelled without making acquisitions. Has the Duc d'Orléans learned to box also? The news from Paris is bad. The commotions increase greatly, and such an alarm has spread that the Queen has called the Maréchal de Broglio to the King's closet. He has had several conferences. The report is that an army will be collected under him. It may be now necessary, but woeful management, to have made it so. July 2nd. To Meaux, Seine-et-Marne. M. de Guerchy was so kind as to accompany me to Colomiers. I had a letter to M. Henvey Dumay. Pass Rossois to Maupertuis through a country cheerfully diversified by woods and scattered with villages and single farms spread everywhere as about Nangis. Maupertuis seems to have been the creation of the Marquis de Montesquieu, who has here a very fine chateau of his own building, an extensive English garden made by the Count d'Artois' gardener, with the town, has all been of his own forming. Soldier, politician, littérateur, he separated himself from the court after the flight to Varennes, commanded the victorious Republican army in Savoy, but, being accused of monarchical sympathies, retired to Switzerland in 1792, died 1798. Back to main text. I viewed the garden with pleasure. A proper advantage has been taken of a good command of a stream and many fine springs which rise in the grounds. They are well conducted and the whole executed with taste. In the kitchen garden, which is on the slope of a hill, one of these springs has been applied to excellent use. It is made to wind in many doubles through the whole on a paved bed, forming numerous basins for watering the garden, and might with little trouble be conducted alternately to every bed as in Spain. This is a hint of real utility to all those who form gardens on the sides of hills, for watering with pots and pails is a miserable as well as expensive succedaneum to this infinitely more effective method. There is but one fault in this garden, which is its being placed near the house, where there should be nothing but lawn and scattered trees when viewed from the chateau. The road might be hidden by a judicious use of planting. The road to Colomiers is admirably formed of broken stone like gravel by the Marquis of Montesquieu, partly at his own expense. Before I finish with this nobleman, let me observe that he is commonly esteemed the second family in France, and by some who admit his pretensions even the first. He claims from the house of Armagnac, which was undoubtedly from Charlemagne. The present king of France, when he signed some paper relative to this family that seemed to admit the claim or refer to it, remarked that it was declaring one of his subjects to be a better gentleman than himself. But the house of Montmorency, of which family are the Dukes of Luxembourg and Laval, and the Prince of Robeck, is generally admitted to be the first. M. de Montesquieu is a deputy in the States, one of the 40 in the French Academy, having written several pieces. He is also chief minister to Monsieur the King's brother, an office that is worth 100,000 livres a year, £4,375. Dine with Monsieur and Madame Dumay. Conversation here, as in every other town of the country, seems more occupied by the dearness of wheat than on any other circumstance. Yesterday was market day, and a riot ensued of the populace in spite of the troops that were drawn up as usual to protect the corn. It rises to 46 livres, £2 3d the settier or half quarter, and some is sold yet higher, 2 Meaux, 32 miles. The third. Meaux was by no means in my direct road, but its district Brie is so highly celebrated for fertility that it was an object not to omit. Footnote: the Comté de Brie in Champagne, now forming part of the department of Seine and Marne, famous for its cheeses. Back to main text. I was provided with letters for M. Bernier, a considerable farmer at Chauconin near Meaux, and for M. Gibert of Neufmoutier, a considerable cultivator, whose father and himself had between them made a fortune by agriculture. The former gentleman was not at home. By the latter I was received with great hospitality, and I found in him the strongest desire to give me every information I wished. M. Gibert has built a very handsome and commodious house, with farming offices, on the most ample and solid scale. I was pleased to find his wealth, which is not inconsiderable, to have arisen all from the plough. He did not forget to let me know that he was noble and exempted from all tie, and that he had the honours of the chase, his father having purchased the charge of secrétaire du roi. But he very wisely lives en fermier. His wife made ready the table for dinner, and his bailiff, with the female domestic, who has the charge of the dairy and etc., both dined with us. This is in true farming style. It has many conveniences, and looks like a plan of living which does not promise, like the foppish modes of little gentlemen, to run through a fortune from false shame and silly pretensions. I can find no other fault with his system than having built a house enormously beyond his plan of living, which can have no other effect than tempting some successor less prudent than himself into expenses that might dissipate all his and his father's savings. In England that would certainly be the case. The danger, however, is not equal in France. The fourth, to Château Thierry, following the course of the Marne. The country is pleasantly varied and hilly enough to render it a constant picture were it enclosed. Thierry is beautifully situated on the same river. I arrived there by 5 o'clock, and wished, in a period so interesting to France and indeed to all Europe, to see a newspaper. I asked for a coffee-house, not one in the town. Here are 2 parishes and some thousands of inhabitants, and not a newspaper to be seen by a traveller, even in a moment when all ought to be anxiety. What stupidity, poverty, and want of circulation! This people hardly deserves to be free, and should there be the least attempt with vigour to keep them otherwise, it can hardly fail of succeeding. To those who have been used to travel amidst the energetic and rapid circulation of wealth, animation, and intelligence of England, it is not possible to describe in words adequate to one's feelings the dullness and stupidity of France. I have been to-day on one of their greatest roads, within 30 miles of Paris, yet I have not seen one diligence and met with a single gentleman's carriage, nor anything else on the road that looked like a gentleman, 30 miles. The fifth, to Mareuil. The Marne, about 25 rods broad, flows in an arable vale to the right. The country hilly and parts of it pleasant. From one elevation there is a noble view of the river. Mareuil is the residence of M. Leblanc, of whose husbandry and improvements, particularly in sheep of Spain and cows of Switzerland, M. de Broussonnet had spoken very advantageously. This was the gentleman also on whom I depended for information relative to the famous vineyards of Épernay that produce the fine champagne. What, therefore, was my disappointment when his servants informed me that he was 9 leagues off on business. Is Madame Leblanc at home? No, she is at Dormont. My complaining ejaculations were interrupted by the approach of a very pretty young lady whom I found to be Mademoiselle Leblanc. Her mamma would return to dinner, her papa at night, and if I wished to see him I had better stay. When persuasion takes so pleasing a form, it is not easy to resist it. There is a manner of doing everything that either leaves it absolutely indifferent or that interests. The unaffected good humour and simplicity of Mademoiselle Leblanc entertained me till the return of her mamma, and made me say to myself, "You will make a good farmer's wife." Madame Leblanc, when she returned, confirmed the native hospitality of her daughter, assured me that her husband would be at home early in the morning, as she must dispatch a messenger to him on other business. In the evening we supped with M. B in the same village, who married Madame Leblanc's niece. To Passe-Marais it has the appearance of a small hamlet of inconsiderable farmers, with the houses of their labourers, and the sentiment that would arise in most bosoms would be that of picturing the banishment of being condemned to live in it. Who would think that there should be two gentlemen's families in it, and that in one I should find Mademoiselle Leblanc singing to her sistrum, and in the other Madame B, young and handsome, performing on an excellent English pianoforte. Compared notes of the expenses of living in Champagne and Suffolk. Agreed that 100 louis d'or a year in Champagne were as good an income as 180 in England, which I believe true. On his return, M. Leblanc, in the most obliging manner, satisfied all my inquiries, and gave me letters to the most celebrated wine districts. The 7th, to Épernay, famous for its wines. I had letters for M. Paratelin, one of the most considerable merchants, who was so obliging as to enter with 2 other gentlemen into a minute disquisition of the produce and profit of the fine vineyards. The Hôtel de Rohan here is a very good inn, where I solaced myself with a bottle of excellent vin mousseux for 40 sous, and drank prosperity to true liberty in France. 12 miles. The 8th, to A, a village not far out of the road, to Rheims, very famous for its wines. I had a letter for M. Lasnier, who has 60,000 bottles in his cellar, but unfortunately he was not at home. M. Dors has from 30 to 40,000. All through this country the crop promises miserably, not owing to the great frost, but the cold weather of last week. To Rheims, through a forest of 5 miles, on the crown of the hill which separates the narrow vale of Épernay from the great plain of Rheims. The first view of that city from this hill, just before the descent at the distance of about 4 miles, is magnificent. The cathedral makes a great figure, and the church of Saint-Rémy terminates the town proudly. Many times I have had such a view of towns in France, but when you enter them, all is a clutter of narrow, crooked, dark, and dirty lanes. At Rheims it is very different. The streets are almost all broad, straight, and well built, equal in that respect to any I have seen, and the inn, the Hôtel de Moulinet, is so large and well served as not to check the emotions raised by agreeable objects, by giving an impulse to contrary vibrations in the bosom of the traveller, which at inns in France is too often the case. At dinner they gave me also a bottle of excellent wine. I suppose fixed air is good for the rheumatism. I had some writhes of it before I entered Champagne, but the vin mousseux has absolutely banished it. I had letters for M. Cadeau Lanet, a considerable manufacturer, and the possessor of a large vineyard which he cultivates himself. He was therefore a double fund to me. He received me very politely, answered my inquiries, and showed me his fabric. The cathedral is large, but does not strike me like that of Amiens, yet ornamented and many painted windows. They showed me the spot where the kings are crowned. You enter and quit Rheims through superb and elegant iron gates. In such public decorations, promenades, and etc., French towns are much beyond English ones. Stopped at Sillery to view the wine press of the Marquis de Sillery. He is one of the greatest wine farmer in all Champagne, having in his own hands 180 arpents. Footnote: first called the Comte de Genlis. He was afterwards member of the Convention. Guillotined 1793. Till I got to Sillery, I knew not that it belonged to the husband of Madame de Genlis, but I determined, on hearing that it did, to pluck up impudence enough to introduce myself to the Marquis, should he be at home. I did not like to pass the door of Madame de Genlis without seeing her. Her writings are too celebrated. La Petite Loge, where I slept, is bad enough of all conscience, but such a reflection would have made it 10 times worse. The absence, however, of both Monsieur and Madame quieted both my wishes and anxieties. He is in the States, 28 miles. End of section 23. Section 24 of Travels in France by Arthur Young. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Journal, 1789. July the 9th. To Chalons, *Marne, through a poor country and poor crops. Monsieur de Broussonnet had given me a letter to Monsieur Sabatier, secretary to the Academy of Sciences, but he was absent. A regiment passing to Paris, an officer at the inn addressed me in English. He had learned, he said, in America, damn me. He had taken Lord Cornwallis, damn me. Marechal Broglio was appointed to command an army of 50,000 men near Paris. It was necessary. The tiers état was running mad, and wanted some wholesome correction. They want to establish a republic. Absurd. Pray, sir, what did you fight for in America? To establish a republic. What was so good for the Americans? Is it so bad for the French? Ay, damn me! That is the way the English want to be revenged. It is, to be sure, no bad opportunity. Can the English follow a better example? He then made many inquiries about what we thought and said upon it in England, and I may remark that almost every person I meet has the same idea. The English must be very well contented at our confusion. They feel pretty pointedly what they deserve. 12.5 miles. The 10th. To Auve, Pass Courtisois, a curious Celtic community. A small village with a great church, and, though a good stream, not an idea of irrigation. Roofs of houses almost flat, with projecting eaves, resembling those from Pau to Bayonne. At Saint-Ménehould, a dreadful tempest after a burning day, with such a fall of rain that I could hardly get to Monsieur l'Abbé Michel, to whom I had a letter. When I found him, the incessant flashes of lightning would allow no conversation, for all the females of the house came into the room for the Abbé's protection, I suppose, so I took leave. The vin de Champagne, which is 40 sous at Rheims, is 3 livres at Chalons and here, and execrably bad, so there is an end of my physic for the rheumatism. 25 miles. The 11th. Pass Lillette, a town, or rather collection of dirt and dung, of new features that seem to mark with the faces of the people a country not French. 25 miles. The 12th. Walking up a long hill to ease my mare, I was joined by a poor woman, who complained of the times and that it was a sad country. Demanding her reasons, she said her husband had but a morsel of land, 1 cow and a poor little horse, yet they had a franchard, 42 pounds, of wheat, and 3 chickens to pay as a quit rent to one seigneur, and 4 franchards of oats, 1 chicken, and 1 sou to pay to another, besides very heavy tie and other taxes. She had 7 children, and the cow's milk helped to make the soup. But why, instead of a horse, do not you keep another cow? Oh, her husband could not carry his produce so well without a horse, and asses are little used in the country. It was said at present that something was to be done by some great folks for such poor ones, but she did not know who nor how. But God send us better, car les tailles et les doigts nous écrasent. This woman, at no great distance, might have been taken for 60 or 70. Her figure was so bent and her face so furrowed and hardened by labour. But she said she was only 28. An Englishman who has not travelled cannot imagine the figure made by infinitely the greater part of the country women in France. It speaks at the first sight hard and severe labour. I am inclined to think that they work harder than the men, and this, united with the more miserable labour of bringing a new race of slaves into the world, destroys absolutely all symmetry of person and every feminine appearance. To what are we to attribute this difference in the manners of the lower people in the two kingdoms? To government. 23 miles. The 13th. Leave Mars-le-Tour at 4 a.m. The village herdsman was sounding his horn, and it was droll to see every door vomiting out its hogs or sheep, and some a few goats, the flock collecting as it advances. Very poor sheep, and the pigs with mathematical backs, large segments of small circles. They must have abundance of commons here, but if I may judge by the report of the animals' carcasses, dreadfully overstocked. To Metz, one of the strongest places in France. Pass 3 drawbridges, but the command of water must give a strength equal to its works. The common garrison is 10,000 men, but there are fewer at present. Waited on M. de Paillon, Secretary of the Academy of Sciences. He asked my plan, which I explained. He appointed me at 4 in the afternoon at the Academy, as there would be séance held, and he promised to introduce me to some persons who could answer my inquiries. I attended accordingly, when I found the Academy assembled at one of their weekly meetings. M. Paillon introduced me to the members, and before they proceeded to their business, they had the goodness to sit in council on my inquiries, and to resolve many of them. In the Almanach des Trois Évêches, 1789, this Academy is said to have been instituted particularly for agriculture. I turned to the list of their honorary members to see what attention they had paid to the men who in the present age have advanced that art. I found an Englishman, Dom Cowley of London. Who is Dom Cowley? Dined at the table d'hôte with 7 officers, out of whose mouths at this important moment, in which conversation is as free as the press, not one word issued for which I would give a straw, nor a subject touched on of more importance than a coat or a puppy dog. At table d'hôtes of officers you have a voluble garniture of bawdy or nonsense; at those of merchants, a mournful and stupid silence. Take the mass of mankind, and you have more good sense in half an hour in England than in half a year in France. Government again. All is government. 15 miles. The 14th. Footnote. Needless perhaps to remind the reader that on this day took place the storming of the Bastille. They have a cabinet littéraire at Metz, something like that I described at Nantes, but not on so great a plan, and they admit any person to read or go in and out for a day on paying 4 sous. To this I eagerly resorted, and the news from Paris, both in the public prints and by the information of a gentleman, I found to be interesting. Versailles and Paris are surrounded by troops. 35,000 men are assembled, and 20,000 more on the road. Large trains of artillery collected, and all the preparations of war. The assembling of such a number of troops has added to the scarcity of bread, and the magazines that have been made for their support are not easily by the people distinguished from those they suspect of being collected by monopolists. This has aggravated their evils almost to madness, so that the confusion and tumult of the capital are extreme. A gentleman of an excellent understanding, and apparently of consideration, from the attention paid him, with whom I had some conversation on the subject, lamented in the most pathetic terms the situation of his country. He considers a civil war as impossible to be avoided. There is not, he added, a doubt but the court, finding it impossible to bring the National Assembly to terms, will get rid of them. A bankruptcy at the same time is inevitable. The union of such confusion must be a civil war, and it is now only by torrents of blood that we have any hope of establishing a freer constitution. Yet it must be established, for the old government is riveted to abuses that are insupportable. He agreed with me entirely that the proposition of the Séance Royale, though certainly not sufficiently satisfactory, yet were the ground for a negotiation that would have secured by degrees all even that the sword can give us, let it be as successful as it will. The purse, the power of the purse is everything. Skilfully managed with so necessitous a government as ours, it would one after another have gained all we wished. As to a war, Heaven knows the event, and if we have success, success itself may ruin us. France may have a Cromwell in its bosom as well as England. Metz is, without exception, the cheapest town I have been in. The table d'hôte is 36 sous a head, plenty of good wine included. We were 10 and had 2 courses and a dessert of 10 dishes each, and these courses plentiful. The supper is the same. I had mine of a pint of wine and a large plate of chaudier in my chamber, échaudé, galette or fritter. For 10 sous a horse, hay and corn 25 sous, and nothing for the apartment. My expense was therefore 71 sous a day, 2 shillings 11 1/2 pence, and with the table d'hôte for supper would have been but 97 sous or 4 shillings halfpence. In addition, much civility and good attendance. It is at the Faison. Why are the cheapest inns in France the best? The country to Pont-à-Mousson is all of bold feature. The river Moselle, which is considerable, runs in the vale, and the hills on either side are high. Not far from Metz there are the remains of an ancient aqueduct for conducting the waters of a spring across the Moselle. There are many arches left on this side, with the houses of poor people built between them. At Pont-à-Mousson, M. Pichon, the sub-delegate of the intendant, to whom I had letters, received me politely, satisfied my inquiries, which he was well able to do from his office, and conducted me to see whatever was worth viewing in the town. It does not contain much: the École Militaire for the sons of the poor nobility, also the Convent de Prémonte, which has a very fine library, 107 feet long and 25 broad. I was introduced to the abbot as a person who had some knowledge in agriculture. 17 miles. The 15th. I went to Nancy with great expectation, having heard it represented as the prettiest town in France. I think on the whole it is not undeserving the character in point of building, direction, and breadth of streets. Bordeaux is far more magnificent. Bayonne and Nantes are more lively, but there is more equality in Nancy. It is almost all good, and the public buildings are numerous. The Place Royale and the adjoining area are superb. Letters from Paris, all confusion. The ministry removed. M. Necker ordered to quit the kingdom without noise. The effect on the people of Nancy was considerable. I was with M. Wilmet when his letters arrived, and for some time his house was full of inquirers. All agreed that it was fatal news, and that it would occasion great commotions. What will be the result at Nancy? The answer was, in effect, the same from all I put this question to. We are a provincial town. We must wait to see what is done at Paris. But everything is to be feared from the people, because bread is so dear, they are half starved, and are consequently ready for commotion. This is the general feeling. They are as nearly concerned as Paris, but they dare not stir. They dare not even have an opinion of their own till they know what Paris thinks, so that if a starving populace were not in question, no one would dream of moving. This confirms what I have often heard remarked, that the deficit would not have produced the revolution but in concurrence with the price of bread. Does not this show the infinite consequence of great cities to the liberty of mankind? Without Paris, I question whether the present revolution, which is fast working in France, could possibly have had an origin. It is not in the villages of Syria or Diyarbakir that the Grand Seigneur meets with a murmur against his will. It is at Constantinople that he is obliged to manage and mix caution even with despotism. Mr. Wilmet, who is a demonstrator of botany, showed me the botanical garden, but it is in a condition that speaks the want of better funds. He introduced me to M. Durival, who has written on the vine, and gave me one of his treatises and 2 of his own on botanical subjects. He also conducted me to M. l'Abbé Grandpère, a gentleman curious in gardening, who, as soon as he knew that I was an Englishman, whimsically took it into his head to introduce me to a lady, my countrywoman, who hired, he said, the greatest part of his house. I remonstrated against the impropriety of this, but all in vain. The Abbé had never travelled, and thought that if he were at the distance of England from France, the French are not commonly good geographers, he should be very glad to see a Frenchman, and that by parity of reasoning this lady must be the same to meet a countryman she never saw or heard of. Away he went, and would not rest till I was conducted into her apartment. It was the Dowager Lady Douglas. She was unaffected, and good enough not to be offended at such a strange intrusion. She had been here but a few days, had 2 fine daughters with her, and a beautiful Kamchatka dog. She was much troubled with the intelligence her friends in the town had just given her, that she would in all probability be forced to move again, as the news of M. Necker's removal and the new ministry being appointed would certainly occasion such dreadful tumults that a foreign family would probably find it equally dangerous and disagreeable. 18 miles. The 16th. All the houses at Nancy have tin eave troughs and pipes, which render walking the streets much more easy and agreeable. It is also an additional consumption which is politically useful. Both this town and Lunéville are lighted in the English manner, instead of the lamps being strung across the streets as in other French towns. Before I quit Nancy, let me caution the unwary traveller, if he is not a great lord with plenty of money that he does not know what to do with, against the Hôtel d'Angleterre, a bad dinner, 3 livres, and for the room as much more. A pint of wine and a plate of chaudier, 20 sous, which at mess was 10 sous, and in addition I liked so little my treatment that I changed my quarters to the Hôtel de Halle, where at the table d'hôte I had the company of some agreeable officers, 2 good courses, and a dessert for 36 sous with a bottle of wine. The chamber, 20 sous. For building, however, the Hôtel d'Angleterre is much superior, and is the first inn. In the evening to Lunéville. The country about Nancy is pleasing, 17 miles. The 17th. Lunéville. Footnote. Now the seat of a flourishing and beautiful faience manufactory, being the residence of M. Lazowski, the father of my much esteemed friend, who was advertised of my journey. I waited on him in the morning. He received me with not politeness only, but with hospitality, with a hospitality I began to think was not to be found on this side of the kingdom. From Mareuil hither I had really been so unaccustomed to receive any attentions of that sort, that it awakens me to a train of new feelings agreeable enough. An apartment was ready for me, which I was pressed to occupy, desired to dine, and expected to stay some days. He introduced me to his wife and family, particularly to M. l'Abbé Lazowski, who, with the most obliging alacrity, undertook the office of showing me whatever was worth seeing. We examined in a walk before dinner the establishment of the orphans, well regulated and conducted. Lunéville wants such establishments, for it has no industry, and therefore is very poor. I was assured not less than half the population of the place, or 10,000 persons, are poor. Lunéville is cheap. A cook's wages, 2, 3, or 4 louis. A maid's that dresses hair, 3 or 4 louis. A common housemaid, 1 louis. A common footman or a house lad, 3 louis. Rent of a good house, 16 or 17 louis. Lodgings of 4 or 5 rooms, some of them small, 9 louis. After dinner, wait on M. Vaux de Pomponne, an intimate acquaintance of my friends. Here mingled hospitality and politeness also received me, and so much pressed to dine with him to-morrow, that I should certainly have stayed had it been merely for the pleasure of more conversation with a very sensible and cultivated man, who, though advanced in years, has the talents and good humour to render his company universally agreeable. I was obliged to refuse it. I was out of order all day. Yesterday's heat was followed after some lightning by a cold night, and I laid without knowing it with the windows open, and caught cold, I suppose, from the inflammation of my bones. I am acquainted with strangers as easily and quickly as anybody, a habit that much travelling can scarcely fail to give, but to be ill among them would be ennuyant, demanding too much attention, and encroach on their humanity. This induced me to refuse the obliging wishes of both the Messieurs Lazowski, Monsieur Pomponne, and also of a pretty and agreeable American lady I met at the house of the latter. Her history is singular and yet very natural. She was Miss Blake of New York. What carried her to Dominica I know not, but the sun did not spoil her complexion. A French officer, Monsieur Thibalier, on taking the island, made her his captive, and himself became her own, fell in love and married her, brought his prize to France, and settled her in his native town of Lunéville. The regiment, of which he is the major, being quartered in a distant province, she complained of seeing her husband not more than for 6 months in 2 years. She has been 4 years at Lunéville, and having the society of 3 children, is reconciled to a scene of life new to her. Monsieur Pomponne, who she assured me is one of the best men in the world, has parties every day at his house, not more to his own satisfaction than to her comfort. This gentleman is another instance, as well as the major, of attachment to the place of nativity. He was born at Lunéville, attended King Stanislav in some respectable office near his person, has lived much at Paris and with the great, and had first ministers of state for his intimate friends. But the love of the natale solum brought him back to Lunéville, where he has lived, beloved and respected for many years, surrounded by an elegant collection of books, amongst which the poets are not forgotten, having himself no inconsiderable talents in transfusing agreeable sentiments into pleasing verses. He has some couplets of his own composition under the portraits of his friends, which are pretty and easy. It would have given me much pleasure to have spent some days at Lunéville. An agreeable opening was made for me in 2 houses, where I should have met with a friendly and agreeable reception, but the misfortunes of travelling are sometimes the accidents that cross the moments prepared for enjoyment, and at others the system of a journey inconsistent with the plans of destined pleasure. The 18th, to Heming, through an uninteresting country, 28 miles. The 19th, to Saverne in Alsace. The country to Phalsbourg, a small fortified town on the frontiers, is much the same to the eye as hitherto. The women in Alsace all wear straw hats as large as those worn in England. They shelter the face and should secure some pretty country girls, but I have seen none yet. Coming out of Phalsbourg, there are some hovels miserable enough, yet have chimneys and windows, but the inhabitants in the lowest poverty. From that town to Saverne, all a mountain of oak timber, the descent steep and the road winding. In Saverne I found myself to all appearance veritably in Germany. For 2 days past, much tendency to a change, but here not one person in 100 has a word of French. The rooms are warmed by stoves. The kitchen hearth is 3 or 4 feet high, and various other trifles show that you are among another people. Looking at a map of France and reading histories of Louis XIV, never threw his conquest or seizure of Alsace into the light which travelling into it did. To cross a great range of mountains, to enter a level plain inhabited by a people totally distinct and different from France, with manners, language, ideas, prejudices, and habits all different, made an impression of the injustice and ambition of such a conduct, much more forcible than ever reading had done. So much more powerful are things than words. 22 miles. The 20th. To Strasbourg, through one of the richest scenes of soil and cultivation to be met with in France, and rivalled only by Flanders, which, however, exceeds it. I arrived here at a critical moment, which I thought would have broken my neck. A detachment of horse with their trumpets on one side, a party of infantry with their drums beating on the other, and a great mob hallooing, frightened my French mare, and I could scarce keep her from trampling on messieurs the tiers état. On arriving at the inn, hear the interesting news of the revolt of Paris, the Garde Française joining the people, the little dependence on the rest of the troops, the taking of the Bastille, and the institution of the milice bourgeoise. In a word, of the absolute overthrow of the old government. Everything being now decided and the kingdom absolutely in the hands of the Assembly, they have the power to make a new constitution, such as they think proper, and it will be a great spectacle for the world to view in this enlightened age the representatives of 25 millions of people sitting on the construction of a new and better order and fabric of liberty than Europe has yet offered. It will now be seen whether they will copy the Constitution of England, freed from its faults, or attempt from theory to frame something absolutely speculative. In the former case, they will prove a blessing to their country. In the latter, they will probably involve it in inextricable confusions and civil wars, perhaps not in the present period, but certainly at some future one. I hear nothing of their removing from Versailles. If they stay there under the control of an armed mob, they must make a government that will please the mob. But they will, I suppose, be wise enough to move to some central town, Tours, Blois, or Orleans, where their deliberations may be free. But the Parisian spirit of commotion spreads quickly. It is here. The troops that were near breaking my neck are employed to keep an eye on the people who show signs of an intended revolt. They have broken the windows of some magistrates that are no favourites, and a great mob of them is at this moment assembled, demanding clamorously to have meat at 5 sous a pound. They have a cry among them that will conduct them to good lengths. Point d'impôt et vive les États. Waited on Professor Hermann, professor of natural history in the university here, to whom I had letters. He replied to some of my questions and introduced me for others to M. Zimmer, who, having been in some degree a practitioner, had understanding enough of the subject to afford me some information that was valuable. View the public buildings and cross the Rhine, passing for some little distance into Germany, but no new features to mark a change. Alsace is Germany, and the change great on descending the mountains. The exterior of the cathedral is fine, and the towers singularly light and beautiful. It is well known to be one of the highest in Europe, commands a noble and rich plain through which the Rhine, from the number of its islands, has the appearance of a chain of lakes rather than of a river. Monument to Marechal Saxe, and etc., and etc. I am puzzled about going to Karlsruhe, the residence of the Margrave of Baden. It was an old intention to do it, if ever I was within 100 miles, for there are some features in the reputation of that sovereign which made me wish to be there. He fixed Mr. Taylor of Biffrens in Kent, whose husbandry I describe in my Eastern tour, on a large farm, and the economistes in their writings speak much of an experiment he made in their physiocratical rubbish, which, however erroneous their principles might be, marked much merit in the prince. M. Hermann tells me also that he has sent a person into Spain to purchase rams for the improvement of wool. I wish he had fixed on somebody likely to understand a good ram, which a professor of botany is not likely to do too well. This botanist is the only person M. Hermann knows at Karlsruhe, and therefore can give me no letter thither. And how can I go, unknown to all the world, to the residence of a sovereign prince? For Mr. Taylor has left him, is a difficulty apparently insurmountable. 22.5 miles. End of section 24. Section 25 of Travels in France by Arthur Young. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Journal, 1789. July the 21st. I have spent some time this morning at the Cabinet Littéraire, reading the gazettes and journals that give an account of the transactions at Paris, and I have had some conversation with several sensible and intelligent men on the present revolution. The spirit of revolt is gone forth into various parts of the kingdom. The price of bread has prepared the populace everywhere for all sorts of violence. At Lyons there have been commotions as furious as at Paris, and the same at a great many other places. Dauphiné is in arms and Bretagne in absolute rebellion. The idea is that the people will from hunger be driven to revolt, and when once they find any other means of subsistence than that of honest labour, everything will be to be feared. Of such consequence it is to a country, and indeed to every country, to have a good police of corn, a police that shall be securing a high price to the farmer, encourage his culture enough to secure the people at the same time from famine. My anxiety about Karlsruhe is now at an end. The Margrave is at Spa. I shall not therefore think of going. Night. I have been witness to a scene curious to a foreigner, but dreadful to Frenchmen that are considerate. Passing through the square of the Hôtel de Ville, the mob was breaking the windows with stones, notwithstanding an officer and a detachment of horse was in the square. Perceiving that their numbers not only increased, but that they grew bolder and bolder every moment, I thought it worth staying to see what it would end in, and clambered onto the roof of a row of low stalls opposite the building against which their malice was directed. Here I beheld the whole commodiously. Perceiving that the troops would not attack them except in words and menaces, they grew more violent, and furiously attempted to beat the door in pieces with iron crows, placing ladders to the windows. In about a quarter of an hour, which gave time for the assembled magistrates to escape by a back door, they burst all open, and entered like a torrent with a universal shout of the spectators. From that moment a shower of casements, sashes, shutters, chairs, tables, sofas, books, papers, pictures, and etc. rained incessantly from all the windows of the house, which is 70 or 80 feet long, and which was then succeeded by tiles, skirting boards, banisters, framework, and every part of the building that force could detach. The troops, both horse and foot, were quiet spectators. They were at first too few to interpose, and when they became more numerous, the mischief was too far advanced to admit of any other conduct than guarding every avenue around, permitting none to go to the scene of action, but letting every one that pleased retire with his plunder, guards being at the same time placed at the doors of the churches and all public buildings. I was for 2 hours a spectator at different places of the scene, secure myself from the falling furniture, but near enough to see a fine lad of about 14 crushed to death by something as he was handing plunder to a woman, I suppose his mother, from the horror pictured in her countenance. I remarked several common soldiers with their white cockades among the plunderers, and instigating the mob even in sight of the officers of the detachment. There were amongst them people so decently dressed that I regarded them with no small surprise. They destroyed all the public archives, the streets for some way round strewed with papers. This has been a wanton mischief, for it will be the ruin of many families unconnected with the magistrates. The 22nd, to Schellstadt. At Strasburg and the country I passed, the lower ranks of women wear their hair in a toupee in front, and behind braided into a circular plait 3 inches thick, and is most curiously contrived to convince one that they rarely pass a comb through it. I could not but picture them as the nidus of living colonies, that never approach me, they are not burdened with too much beauty, but I scratched my head from sensations of imaginary itching. The moment you are out of a great town, all in this country is German. The inns have one common large room, many tables and cloths ready spread, where every company dines, gentry at some, and the poor at others. Cookery also German. Schnitz is a dish of bacon and fried pears, has the appearance of a mess for the devil, but I was surprised on tasting to find it better than passable. At Schellstadt I had the pleasure of finding the Count de la Rochefoucauld, whose regiment of Champagne, of which he is second major, is quartered here. No attentions could be kinder than what I received from him. They were a renewal of the numerous ones I was in the habit of experiencing from his family, and he introduced me to a good farmer from whom I had the intelligence I wanted, 25 miles. The 23rd. An agreeable, quiet day with the Count de la Rochefoucauld. Dine with the officers of the regiment. The Count de Lumenet, the Colonel, nephew to the Cardinal de Lumenet, present. Sup at my friend's lodgings, an officer of infantry, a Dutch gentleman who has been in the East Indies and speaks English there. This has been a refreshing day. The society of well-informed people, liberal, polite, and communicative, has been a contrast to the sombre stupidity of table d'hôtes. The 24th. To Ancisheim by Colmar. The country is in general a dead level, with the Vosges mountains very near to the right, those of Swabia to the left, and there is another range very distant that appears in the opening to the south. The news at the table d'hôte at Colmar curious, that the Queen had a plot nearly on the point of execution to blow up the National Assembly by a mine, and to march the army instantly to massacre all Paris. A French officer present presumed but to doubt of the truth of it, and was immediately overpowered with numbers of tongues. A deputy had written it, they had seen the letter, and not a hesitation could be admitted. I strenuously contended that it was folly and nonsense at the first blush, a mere invention to render persons odious who, for what I knew, might deserve to be so, but certainly not by such means. If the angel Gabriel had descended and taken a chair at table to convince them, it would not have shaken their faith. Thus it is in revolutions: one rascal writes, and 100,000 fools believe. 25 miles. The 25th. From Ancisheim the country changes from the dead flat to pleasant views and inequalities, improving all the way to Belfort, but neither scattered houses nor enclosures. Great riots at Belfort. Last night a body of mob and peasants demanded of the magistrates the arms in the magazine to the amount of 3,000 or 4,000 stand. Being refused, they grew riotous and threatened to set fire to the town, on which the gates were shut, and today the regiment of Bourgogne arrived for their protection. M. Necker passed here today in his way from Bâle to Paris, escorted by 50 bourgeois horsemen, and through the town by the music of all the troops. But the most brilliant period of his life is past. From the moment of his reinstatement in power to the assembling of the States, the fate of France and of the Bourbons was then in his hands. And whatever may be the result of the present confusions, they will by posterity be attributed to his conduct, since he had unquestionably the power of assembling the States in whatever form he pleased. He might have had 2 chambers, 3 or 1. He might have given what would unavoidably have slid into the Constitution of England. All was in his hands. He had the greatest opportunity of political architecture that ever was in the power of man. The great legislators of antiquity never possessed such a moment. In my opinion, he missed it completely, and threw that to the chance of the winds and waves, to which he might have given impulse, direction, and life. I had letters to M. de Bellonde, commissaire de guerre. I found him alone. He asked me to sup, saying he should have some persons to meet me who could give me information. On my returning, he introduced me to Madame de Bellonde and a circle of a dozen ladies, with 3 or 4 young officers, leaving the room himself to attend Madame, the Princess of something, who was on her flight to Switzerland. I wished the whole company very cordially at the devil, for I saw at one glance what sort of information I should have. There was a little coterie in one corner listening to an officer's detail of leaving Paris, This gentleman further informed us that the Count d'Artois and all the princes of the blood except Monsieur and the Duc d'Orléans, the whole connection of Polignac, the Marechal de Broglio, and an infinite number of the first nobility had fled the kingdom, and were daily followed by others, and lastly, that the king, queen, and royal family were in a situation at Versailles really dangerous and alarming, without any dependence on the troops near them, and in fact more like prisoners than free. Here is therefore a revolution effected by a sort of magic. All the powers in the realm are destroyed but that of the Commons, and it now will remain to see what sort of architects they are at rebuilding an edifice in the place of that which has been thus marvellously tumbled in ruins. Supper being announced, the company quitted the room, and as I did not push myself forward, I remained at the rear till I was very whimsically alone. I was a little struck at the turn of the moment, and did not advance when I found myself in such an extraordinary situation, in order to see whether it would arrive at the point it did. I then, smiling, took my hat and walked fairly out of the house. I was, however, overtaken below, but I talked of business or pleasure or of something or nothing, and hurried to the inn. I should not have related this if it had not been at a moment that carried with it its apology. The anxiety and distraction of the time must fill the head and occupy the attention of a gentleman, and as to ladies, what can French ladies think of a man who travels for the plough 25 miles? The 26th. For 25 miles to L'Isle-sur-Doubs, *Doubs. The country nearly as before, but after that to Baume-les-Dames it is all mountainous and rock, much wood, and many pleasing scenes of the river flowing beneath. The whole country is in the greatest agitation. At one of the little towns I passed, I was questioned for not having a cockade of the tiers état. They said it was ordained by the tiers, and if I was not a seigneur, I ought to obey. But suppose I am a seigneur, what then, my friends? What then? They replied sternly. Why, be hanged, for that most likely is what you deserve. It was plain this was no moment for joking. The boys and girls began to gather, whose assembling has everywhere been the preliminaries of mischief, and if I had not declared myself an Englishman and ignorant of the ordinance, I had not escaped very well. I immediately bought a cockade, but the hussy pinned it into my hat so loosely that before I got to Lille it blew into the river, and I was again in the same danger. My assertion of being English would not do. I was a seigneur, perhaps in disguise, and without doubt a great rogue. At this moment a priest came into the street with a letter in his hand. The people immediately collected around him, and he then read aloud a detail from Belfort, giving an account of M. Necker's passing, with some general features of news from Paris, and assurances that the condition of the people would be improved. When he had finished, he exhorted them to abstain from all violence, and assured them they must not indulge themselves with any ideas of impositions being abolished, which he touched on as if he knew that they had got such notions. When he retired, they again surrounded me, who had attended to the letter like others, were very menacing in their manner, and expressed many suspicions. I did not like my situation at all, especially on hearing one of them say that I ought to be secured till somebody would give an account of me. I was on the steps of the inn, and begged they would permit me a few words. I assured them that I was an English traveller, and to prove it I desired to explain to them a circumstance in English taxation which would be a satisfactory comment on what M. l'Abbé had told them, to the purport of which I could not agree. He had asserted that the impositions must be paid as heretofore. That the impositions must be paid was certain, but not as heretofore, as they might be paid as they were in England. Gentlemen, we have a great number of taxes in England which you know nothing of in France, but the tiers état, the poor, do not pay them. They are laid on the rich. Every window in a man's house pays, but if he has no more than 6 windows, he pays nothing. A seigneur with a great estate pays the 20 and tithe, but the little proprietor of a garden pays nothing. The rich for their horses, their voiture, and their servants, and even for liberty to kill their own partridges. But the poor farmer, nothing of all this, and what is more, we have in England a tax paid by the rich for the relief of the poor. Hence the assertion of M. l'Abbé that because taxes existed before they must exist again, did not at all prove that they must be levied in the same manner. Our English method seemed much better. There was not a word of this discourse they did not approve of. They seemed to think that I might be an honest fellow, which I confirmed by crying Vive le tiers, sans imposition, when they gave me a bit of a huzzah, and I had no more interruption from them. My miserable French was pretty much on a par with their own patois. I got, however, another cockade, which I took care to have so fastened as to lose it no more. I do not half like travelling in such an unquiet and fermenting moment. One is not secure for an hour beforehand. 35 miles. The 27th. To Besançon. The country, mountain, rock and wood above the river, some scenes are fine. I had not arrived an hour before I saw a peasant pass the inn on horseback, followed by an officer of the guard, bourgeois, of which there were 1,200 here, and 200 under arms, and his party-coloured detachment, and these by some infantry and cavalry. I asked why the militia took the pas of the king's troops. For a very good reason, they replied. The troops would be attacked and knocked on the head, but the populace will not resist the milice. This peasant, who is a rich proprietor, applied for a guard to protect his house in a village where there is much plundering and burning. The mischiefs which have been perpetuated in the country toward the mountains and Vesoul are numerous and shocking. Many chateaux have been burnt, others plundered, the seigneurs hunted down like wild beasts, their wives and daughters ravished, their papers and titles burnt, and all their property destroyed. And these abominations not inflicted on marked persons who were odious for their former conduct or principles, but an indiscriminating blind rage for the love of plunder. Robbers, galley slaves, and villains of all denominations have collected and instigated the peasants to commit all sorts of outrages. Some gentlemen at the table d'hôte informed me that letters were received from the Mâconnais, the Lyonnais, Auvergne, Dauphiné, and etc., and that similar commotions and mischiefs were perpetuated everywhere, and that it was expected they would pervade the whole kingdom. The backwardness of France is beyond credibility in everything that pertains to intelligence. From Strasbourg hither I have not been able to see a newspaper. Here I asked for the Cabinet Littéraire. None. The Gazettes. At the coffee house. Very easily replied, but not so easily found. Nothing but the Gazette de France, for which at this period a man of common sense would not give one soul. To 4 other coffee houses. At some no paper at all, not even the Mercure. At the Café Militaire, the Courrier de l'Europe, a fortnight old. And well-dressed people are now talking of the news of 2 or 3 weeks past, and plainly by their discourse know nothing of what is passing. The whole town of Besançon has not been able to afford me a sight of the Journal de Paris, nor of any paper that gives a detail of the transactions of the States, yet it is the capital of a province, large as half a dozen English counties, and containing 25,000 souls, with, strange to say, the post coming in but 3 times a week. At this eventful moment, with no license, nor even the least restraint on the press, not one paper established at Paris for circulation in the provinces, with the necessary steps taken by affiche or placard to inform the people in all the towns of its establishment. For what the country knows to the contrary, their deputies are in the Bastille instead of the Bastille being razed, so the mob plunder, burn, and destroy in complete ignorance. And yet with all these shades of darkness, these clouds of tenebrity, this universal mass of ignorance, there are men every day in the States who are puffing themselves off for the first nation in Europe, the greatest people in the universe, as if the political juntos or literary circles of a capital constituted a people, instead of the universal illumination of knowledge, acting by rapid intelligence on minds prepared by habitual energy of reasoning to receive, combine, and comprehend it. That this dreadful ignorance of the mass of the people of the events that most intimately concern them is owing to the old government, no one can doubt. It is, however, curious to remark that if the nobility of other provinces are hunted like those of Franche-Comté, of which there is little reason to doubt, that whole order of men undergo a proscription, suffer like sheep, without making the least effort to resist the attack. This appears marvellous with a body that have an army of 150,000 men in their hands, for though a part of those troops would certainly disobey their leaders, yet let it be remembered that out of the 40,000 or possibly 100,000 noblesse of France, they might, if they had intelligence and union amongst themselves, fill half the ranks of more than half the regiments of the kingdom with men who have fellow feelings and fellow sufferings with themselves. But no meetings, no associations among them, no union with military men, no taking refuge in the ranks of regiments to defend or avenge their cause. Fortunately for France, they fall without a struggle and die without a blow. That universal circulation of intelligence, which in England transmits the least vibration of feeling or alarm with electric sensibility from one end of the kingdom to another, and which unites in bands of connection men of similar interests and situations, has no existence in France. Thus it may be said, perhaps with truth, that the fall of the king, court, lords, nobles, army, church, and parliaments is owing to a want of intelligence being quickly circulated, consequently is owing to the very effects of that thraldom in which they held the people. It is therefore a retribution rather than a punishment. 18 miles. End of section 25. Section 26 of Travels in France by Arthur Young. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Journal, 1789. July the 28th. At the table d'hôte last night, a person gave an account of being stopped at Salins for want of a passport and suffering the greatest inconveniences. I found it necessary, therefore, to demand one for myself, and went accordingly to the bureau. This was the house of M. Bellamy, an attorney, with whom the following dialogue ensued. Mais, monsieur, qui me répondra de vous? Est-ce que personne vous connaît? Connaissez-vous quelqu'un à Besançon? Non, personne. Mon dessein était aller à Vesoul, d'où j'aurais eu des lettres, mais j'ai changé de route à cause de ces tumultes. Monsieur, je ne vous connais pas, et si vous êtes inconnu à Besançon, vous ne pouvez avoir de passeport. Mais voici mes lettres, j'en ai plusieurs pour d'autres villes en France. Il y en a même d'adressés à Vesoul et à Arbois. Ouvrez et lisez-les. Et vous trouverez, je ne suis pas inconnu, d'ailleurs quoique je sois à Besançon. N'importe, je ne vous connais pas, il n'y a personne ici qui vous connaisse. Ainsi, vous n'aurez point de passeport. Je vous dis, monsieur, que ces lettres vous expliqueront. Il me faut des gens, et non pas des lettres, pour m'expliquer qui vous êtes. Ces lettres ne me valent rien. Cette façon d'agir me paraît assez singulière, apparemment que vous la croyez très honnête. Pour moi, monsieur, j'en pense bien autrement. Et monsieur, je ne m'en soucie de ce que vous en pensez. En vérité, voici ce qui s'appelle avoir des manières gracieuses envers un étranger. C'est la première fois que j'ai eu en faire avec ces messieurs du tiers état, et vous m'avouerez qu'il n'y a rien ici qui puisse me donner une autre idée du caractère de ces messieurs-là. Monsieur, cela m'est fort égal. Je donnerai à mon retour en Angleterre le détail de mon voyage au public, et assurément, monsieur, je n'oublierai pas d'enregistrer ce trait de votre politesse. Il vous fait tant d'honneur, et à ceux pour qui vous agissez. Monsieur, je regarde tout cela avec la dernière indifférence. My gentleman's manner was more offensive than his words. He walked backward and forward among his parchments with an air véritablement d'un commis de bureau. These passports are new things from new men in new power, and show that they do not bear their new honours too meekly. Thus it is impossible for me, without running my head against a wall, to go see the Salon, Jura, or to Arbois, where I have a letter from Monsieur de Broussonnet. But I must take my chance and get to Dijon as fast as I can, where the President de Virly knows me, having spent some days at Bradfield, unless indeed, being a president and a nobleman, he has got knocked on the head by the tiers état. At night to the play. Miserable performers. The theatre, which has not been built many years, is heavy. The arch that parts the stage from the house is like the entrance of a cavern, and the line of the amphitheatre that of a wounded eel. I do not like the air and manners of the people here, and I would see Besançon swallowed up by an earthquake before I would live in it. The music and bawling and squeaking of l'épreuve villageoise of Gratry, which is wretched, had no power to put me in better humour. I will not take leave of this place, to which I never desire to come again, without saying that they have a fine promenade, and that Monsieur Artaud, the arpenteur to whom I applied for information, without any letter of recommendation, was liberal and polite, and answered my inquiry satisfactorily. The 29th. To Orchamps. The country is bold and rocky, with fine woods, and yet it is not agreeable. It is like many men that have estimable points in their characters, and yet we cannot love them. Poorly cultivated too. Coming out of Saint-Vie, a pretty riant landskip of the river doubling through the vale, enlivened by a village and some scattered houses, the most pleasing view I have seen in Franche-Comté, 23 miles. The 30th. The mayor of Dole, Jura, is made of as good stuff as the notary of Besançon. He would give no passport, but as he accompanied his refusal with neither airs nor graces, I let him pass. To avoid the sentinels, I went round the town. The country to Auxonne is cheerful. Côte d'Or. This little walled-in town resisted all attacks of the Germans in 1871. Back to main text. Cross the Saône at Auxonne. It is a fine river, through a region of flat meadow of beautiful verdure, commons of great herds of cattle vastly flooded, and the haycocks under water. To Dijon is a fine country, but wants wood. My passport demanded at the gate, and as I had none, 2 bourgeois musketeers conducted me to the Hôtel de Ville, where I was questioned, but finding that I was known at Dijon, they let me go to my inn. Out of luck. Monsieur de Virly, on whom I most depended for Dijon, is at Bourbon-les-Bains, and Monsieur de Morveau, the celebrated chemist, who I expected would have had letters for me, had none, and though he received me very politely when I was forced to announce myself as his brother in the Royal Society of London, yet I felt very awkwardly. However, he desired to see me again next morning. Guiton de Morveau, born at Dijon, 1732, died 1813. His house still remains. Distinguished scientist and littérateur. He became a member of the Legislative Assembly and joined in the regicide vote. On the creation of École Polytechnique, under the Convention, he was named director. His services to science, industry, education, and the public health were considerable, and he wrote many works of value in their day. Back to main text. They tell me here that the intendant is fled, and that the Prince of Condé, who was governor of Burgundy, is in Germany. They positively assert, and with very little ceremony, that they would both be hanged if they were to come here at present. Such ideas do not mark too much authority in the milice bourgeoise, as they have been instituted to stop and prevent hanging and plundering. They are too weak, however, to keep the peace. The license and spirit of depredation of which I heard so much in crossing Franche-Comté has taken place, but not equally in Burgundy. In this inn, La Ville de Lyon, there is at present a gentleman, unfortunately a seigneur, his wife, family, 3 servants, an infant but a few months old, who escaped from their flaming chateau half naked in the night. All their property lost, except the land itself, and this family valued and esteemed by the neighbours, with many virtues to command the love of the poor, and no oppressions to provoke their enmity. Such abominable actions must bring the more detestation to the cause from being unnecessary. The kingdom might have been settled in a real system of liberty, without the regeneration of fire and sword, plunder and bloodshed. 300 bourgeois mount guard every day at Dijon, armed, but not paid at the expense of the town. They have also 6 pieces of cannon. The noblesse of the place, as the only means of safety, have joined them, so that there are Croix de Saint-Louis in the ranks. The Palais des États here is a large and splendid building, but not striking proportionately to the mass and expense. The arms of the Prince of Condé are predominant, and the great salon is called the Salle à manger de Prince. A Dijon artist has painted the Battle of Senef, and the Grand Condé thrown from his horse, and a ceiling, both well executed. Tomb of the Duke of Bourgogne, 1404. A picture by Rubens at the Chartreuse. Footnote: burial place of the Duke of Burgundy, just outside Dijon. Here is still seen the magnificent piece of sculpture called Moses' Well. They talk of the house of M. de Montigny, but his sister being in it not shown. Dijon, on the whole, is a handsome town. The streets, though old built, are wide and very well paved, with the addition, uncommon in France, of trottoirs. 28 miles. The 31st. Waited on M. de Morveau, who has, most fortunately for me, received only this morning from M. de Virly a recommendation of me with 4 letters from M. de Broussonnet. But M. Vaudreuil of this place, to whom one of them is addressed, is absent. We had some conversation on the interesting topic of all philosophers, phlogiston. M. de Morveau contends vehemently for its non-existence, treats Dr. Priestley's last publication as wide of the question, and declared that he considers the controversy as much decided as the question of liberty is in France. He showed me part of the article Air in the new encyclopaedia by him, to be published soon, in which work he thinks that he has beyond controversy established the truth of the doctrine of the French chemists of its non-existence. M. de Morveau requested me to call on him in the evening, to introduce me to a learned and agreeable lady, and engaged me to dine with him to-morrow. On leaving him, I went to search coffee-houses, but will it be credited that I could find but one in this capital of Burgundy where I could read the newspapers? At a poor little one in the square I read a paper, after waiting an hour to get it. The people I have found everywhere desirous of reading newspapers, but it is rare that they can gratify themselves, and the general ignorance of what is passing may be collected from this, that I found nobody at Dijon had heard of the riot at the town house of Strasbourg. I described it to a gentleman, and a party collected around me to hear it. Not one of them had heard a syllable of it, yet it is 9 days since it happened. Had it been 19, I question whether they would more than have received the intelligence. But though they are slow in knowing what has really happened, they are very quick in hearing what is impossible to happen. The current report at present, to which all possible credit is given, is that the Queen has been convicted of a plot to poison the King and Monsieur, and give the regency to the Count d'Artois, to set fire to Paris, and blow up the Palais Royal by a mine. Why do not the several parties in the States cause papers to be printed that shall transmit only their own sentiments and opinions, in order that no man in the nation arranged under the same standard of reasoning may want the facts that are necessary to govern his arguments and the conclusions that great talents have drawn from those facts? The King has been advised to take several steps of authority against the States, but none of his ministers have advised the establishment of journals and their speedy circulation that should undeceive the people in those points his enemies have misrepresented. When numerous papers are published in opposition to each other, the people take pains to sift into and examine the truth, and that inquisitiveness alone, the very act of searching, enlightens them. They become informed, and it is no longer easy to deceive them. At the table d'hôte, only 3, myself and 2 noblemen, driven from their estates, as I conjecture by their conversation, but they did not hint at anything like their houses being burnt. Their description of the state of that part of the province they came from in the road from Langres, Haute-Marne, to Grès is terrible. The number of chateaux burnt not considerable, but 3 and 5 plundered, and the possessors driven out of the country and glad to save their lives. One of these gentlemen is a very sensible, well-informed man, who considers all rank and all the rights annexed to rank as destroyed in fact in France, and that the leaders of the National Assembly, having no property, or very little themselves, are determined to attack that also, and attempt an equal division. The expectation is got among many of the people, but whether it takes place or not, he considers France as absolutely ruined. That, I replied, was going too far, for the destruction of rank did not imply ruin. I call nothing ruin, he replied, but a general and confirmed civil war or dismemberment of the kingdom. In my opinion, both are inevitable. Not perhaps this year or the next or the year after that. But whatever government is built on the foundation now laying in France cannot stand any rude shocks. An unsuccessful or a successful war will equally destroy it. He spoke with great knowledge of historical events, and drew his political conclusions with much acumen. I have met very few such men at table d'hôtes. It may be believed I did not forget M. de Morveau's appointment. He was as good as his word. Madame Picardet is as agreeable in conversation as she is learned in the closet. A very pleasing, unaffected woman. She has translated Sheila from the German, and a part of M. Kirwin from the English, a treasure to M. de Morveau, for she is able and willing to converse with him on chemical subjects, and on any others that tend either to instruct or please. Karl August Scheele, 1724 to 1786. Swedish chemist and discoverer. Back to main text. I accompanied them in their evening's promenade. She told me that her brother, M. de Poul, was a great farmer who had sowed large quantities of sainfoin, which he used for fattening oxen. She was sorry he was engaged so closely in the municipal business at present that he could not attend me to his farm. August 1st. Dined with M. de Morveau by appointment. M. Professor Chausset and M. Picardet of the party. It was a rich day to me. The great and just reputation of M. de Morveau for being not only the first chemist of France, but one of the greatest that Europe has to boast, was alone sufficient to render his company interesting. But to find such a man void of affectation, free from those airs of superiority which are sometimes found in celebrated characters, and that reserve which oftener throws a veil over their talents as well as conceals their deficiencies for which it is intended, was very pleasing. M. de Morveau was a lively, conversible, eloquent man, who in any station of life would be sought as an agreeable companion. Even in this eventful moment of revolution, the conversation turned almost entirely on chemical subjects. I urged him, as I have done Dr. Priestley more than once, and M. Lavoisier also, to turn his inquiries a little to the application of his science to agriculture, that there was a fine field for experiments in that line, which could scarcely fail of making discoveries, to which he assented, but added that he had no time for such inquiries. It is clear from his conversation that his views are entirely occupied by the non-existence of phlogiston, except a little on the means of establishing and enforcing the new nomenclature. While we were at dinner, a proof of the new encyclopaedia was brought him, the chemical part of which work is printed at Dijon for the convenience of M. de Morveau. I took the liberty of telling him that a man who can devise the experiments which shall be most conclusive in ascertaining the questions of a science, and has talents to draw all the useful conclusions from them, should be entirely employed in experiments and their register, and if I was king or minister of France, I would make that employment so profitable to him that he would do nothing else. He laughed and asked me if I was such an advocate for working, and such an enemy to writing, what I thought of my friend Dr. Priestley. And he then explained to the other two gentlemen that great philosopher's attention to metaphysics and polemic divinity. If 100 had been at table, the sentiment would have been the same in every bosom. M. M. spoke, however, with great regard for the experimental talents of the doctor, as indeed who in Europe does not? I afterwards reflected on M. de Morveau's not having time to make experiments that should apply chemistry to agriculture, yet have plenty for writing in so voluminous a work as Panckouke's. Charles-Joseph Panckouke, 1736–1798, celebrated son of the distinguished bookseller of that name, editor with Beaumarchais and others of the Encyclopédie Méthodique and many valuable works. His son was a litterateur of some distinction. Back to main text. I lay it down as a maxim that no man can establish or support a reputation in any branch of experimental philosophy, such as shall really descend to posterity, otherwise than by experiment, and that commonly the more a man works, and the less he writes, the better. At least the more valuable will be his reputation. The profit of writing has ruined that of many. Those who know M. de Morveau will be very sure I am far enough from having him in my eye. His situation in life puts it out of the question. That compression of materials which is luminous, that brevity which appropriates facts to their destined points, are alike inconsistent with the principles that govern all compilations. There are able and respectable men now in every country for compiling. Experimenters of genius should range themselves in another class. If I were a sovereign, and capable consequently of rewarding merit, the moment I heard of a man of real genius engaged in such a work, I would give him double the bookseller's price to let it alone, and to employ himself in paths that did not admit a rival at every door. There are who will think that this opinion comes oddly from one who has published so many books as I have, but I hope it will be admitted to come naturally at least from one who is writing a book from which he does not expect to make one penny, who therefore has stronger motives to brevity than temptations to prolixity. The view of this great chemist's laboratory will show that he is not idle. It consists of 2 large rooms, admirably furnished indeed. There are 6 or 7 different furnaces, of which Maquier's is the most powerful, and such a variety and extent of apparatus as I have seen nowhere else, with a furniture of specimens from the 3 kingdoms as looks truly like business. There are little writing desks with pens and paper scattered everywhere, and his library also, which is convenient. He has a large course of eudiometrical experiments going on at present, particularly with Fontana and Volta's eudiometers. He seems to think eudiometrical trials are to be depended on, keeps his nitrous air in quart bottles stopped with common corks but reversed, and that the air is always the same if made from the same materials. A very simple and elegant method of ascertaining the proportion of vital air he explained to us by making the experiment, putting a morsel of phosphorus into a glass retort, confined by water or mercury, and inflaming it by holding a bougie under it. The diminution of air marks the quantity that was vital on the antiphlogistic doctrine. After one extinction it will boil but not inflame. He has a pair of scales made at Paris which, when loaded with 3,000 grains, will turn with the 20th part of 1 grain, an air pump with glass barrels, but one of them broken and repaired, the Count de Busson's system of burning lens, an absorber, a respirator with vital air in a jar on one side and lime water in another, and abundance of new and most ingenious inventions for facilitating inquiries in the new philosophy of air. These are so various and at the same time so well contrived to answer the purpose intended, that this species of invention seems to be one very great and essential part of M. de Morveau's merit. I wish he would follow Dr. Priestley's idea of publishing his tools. It would add not inconsiderably to his great and well-earned reputation, and at the same time promote the inquiries he engages in amongst all other experimenters. M. de Morveau had the goodness to accompany me in the afternoon in the Academy of Sciences. They have a very handsome salon, ornamented with the busts of Dijon worthies, of such eminent men as this city has produced: Bossuet, Fevre, de Brosse, de Crabillon, Piron, Bonnier, Rameau, and lastly Buffon. And some future traveller will doubtless see here that of a man inferior to none of those, M. de Morveau, by whom I had now the honour of being conducted. In the evening we repaired again to Madame Picardet and accompanied her promenade. I was pleased in conversation on the present disturbances of France to hear M. de Morveau remark that the outrages committed by the peasants arose from their defects of lumière. In Dijon it had been publicly recommended to the curé to enlighten them somewhat politically in their sermons, but all in vain. Not one would go out of the usual routine of his preaching. Quere, would not one newspaper enlighten them more than a score of priests? I asked M. de Morveau how far it was true that the chateaux had been plundered and burnt by the peasants alone, or whether by those troops of brigands reported to be formidable. He assured me that he had made strict inquiries to ascertain this matter, and is of opinion that all the violences in this province that have come to his knowledge have been committed by the peasants only. Much has been reported of brigands, but nothing proved. At Besançon I heard of 800, but how could a troop of 800 banditti march through a country and leave their existence the least questionable? As ridiculous as Mr. Bay's army incog. Footnote. Bayes is the hero of the Duke of Buckingham's farce, The Rehearsal, in which a battle is fought between foot soldiers and great hobby horses. End of section 26. Section 27 of Travels in France by Arthur Young. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Journal, 1789. August 2nd, to Beaune, footnote, Côte d'Or. A range of hills to the right under vines, and a flat plain to the left, all open and too naked. At the little insignificant town of Nuits, 40 men mount guard every day, and a large corps at Beaune. I am provided with a passport from the mayor of Dijon, and a flaming cockade of the tiers état, and therefore hope to avoid difficulties, though the reports of the riots of the peasants are so formidable that it seems impossible to travel in safety. Stop at Neuilly for intelligence concerning the vineyards of this country, so famous in France and indeed in all Europe. Examine the Clos de Vougeot of 100 journaux walled in and belonging to a convent of Bernardine monks. Footnote: this celebrated vineyard was created by the monks of Citeaux. The abbey and grounds are now used as a juvenile penitentiary and orphanage under state control. Back to main text. When are we to find these fellows choosing badly? The spots they appropriate show what a righteous attention they give to things of the spirit. 2 miles. The third. Going out of Chagny, footnote, Sun and Loire, where I quitted the great Lyon road, passed by the canal of Cholet, which goes on very poorly. Footnote, the canal here alluded to is the Canal du Centre. It is a truly useful undertaking, and therefore left undone. Had it been for boring cannon or coppering men of war, it would have been finished long ago. To Mont-Cenis, a disagreeable country, singular in its features. It is the seat of one Monsieur Wilkinson's establishments for casting and boring cannon. I have already described one near Nantes. The French say that this active Englishman is brother-in-law of Dr. Priestley, and therefore a friend of mankind, and that he taught them to bore cannon in order to give liberty to America. The establishment is very considerable. There are from 500 to 600 men employed besides colliers. 5 steam engines are erected for giving the blasts and for boring, and a new one building. I conversed with an Englishman who works in the glass house in the Crystal branch. There were once many, but only 2 are left at present. He complained of the country, saying there was nothing good in it but wine and brandy, of which things I question not, but he makes a sufficient use. 25 miles. The fourth. By a miserable country most of the way, and through hideous roads to Autun. The first 7 or 8 miles the agriculture is quite contemptible. From thence to Autun all or nearly all enclosed, and the first so for many miles. From the hill before Autun, an immense view down on that town, and the flat country of the Bourbonnais for a great extent. View at Autun, the temple of Janus, the walls, the cathedral, the abbey. The reports here of brigands and burning and plundering are as numerous as before, and when it was known in the inn that I came from Burgundy and Franche-Comté, I had 8 or 10 people introducing themselves in order to ask for news. The rumour of brigands here had got to 1,600 strong. They were much surprised to find that I gave no credit to the existence of brigands, as I was well persuaded that all the outrages that had been committed were the work of the peasants only for the sake of plundering. This they had no conception of, and quoted a list of chateaux burnt by them. But on analysing these reports they plainly appeared to be ill-founded. 20 miles. The fifth. The extreme heat of yesterday made me feverish, and this morning I waked with a sore throat. I was inclined to waste a day here for the security of my health, but we are all fools in trifling with the things most valuable to us. Loss of time and vain expense are always in the head of a man who travels as much en philosophe as I am forced to do. To Maison de Bourgogne I thought myself in a new world. The road is not only excellent, of gravel, but the country is enclosed and wooded. There are many gentle inequalities and several ponds that decorate them. The weather since the commencement of August has been clear, bright, and burning. Too hot to be perfectly agreeable in the middle of the day, but no flies, and therefore I do not regard the heat. This circumstance may, I think, be fixed on as the test. In the Languedoc and etc., these heats, as I have experienced, are attended by myriads, and consequently they are tormenting. One had need to be sick at this Maison de Bourgogne. A healthy stomach would not be easily filled. Yet it is the post-house. In the evening to Luzy, another miserable post-house. Note, through all Burgundy the women wear flapped men's hats, which have not nearly so good an effect as the straw ones of Alsace. 22 miles. The 6th. To escape the heat, out at 4 in the morning to Bourbon-Lancy, through the same country enclosed, but villainously cultivated, and all amazingly improvable. If I had a large tract in this country, I think I should not be long in making a fortune. Climate, prices, roads, enclosures, and every advantage, except government. All from Autun to the Loire is a noble field for improvement, not by expensive operations of manuring and draining, but merely by substituting crops adapted to the soil. When I see such a country thus managed, and in the hands of starving métayers instead of fat farmers, I know not how to pity the seigneurs, great as their present sufferings are. Footnote. Fat farmers innumerable may now be seen at the September Autun fair. Every kind of land tenure exists in this part of France, and métayage has greatly advanced the condition of the peasants. Back to main text. I met one of them to whom I opened my mind. He pretended to talk of agriculture, finding I attended to it, and assured me that he had Abbé Rosier's Cours Complète, and he believed from his accounts that this country would not do for anything but rye. I asked him whether he or Abbé Rosier knew the right end of a plough. He assured me that he was un homme de grand mérite, beaucoup d'agriculture. Cross the Loire by a ferry. It is here the same nasty scene of shingle as in Touraine. Enter the Bourbonnais. The same enclosed country and a beautiful gravel road. At Chavannes-le-Roi, footnote, Allier, Monsieur Joly, the aubergiste, informed me of 3 domains, farms to be sold, adjoining almost to his house, which is new and well built. I was for appropriating his inn at once in my imagination for a farmhouse, and had got hard at work on turnips and clover, when he told me that if I would walk behind his stable, I might see at a small distance 2 of the houses. He said the price would be about 50 or 60,000 livres, £2,625, and would altogether make a noble farm. If I were 20 years younger, I should think seriously of such a speculation. But there again is the folly and deficiency of life. 20 years ago such a thing would, for want of experience, have been my ruin, and now I have the experience, I am too old for the undertaking. 27 miles. The 7th. Moulins appears to be but a poor ill-built town. I went to the Belle Image, but found it so bad that I left it and went to the Lion d'Or, which is worse. This capital of the Bourbonnais, and on the great post road to Italy, has not an inn equal to the little village of Chavannes. To read the papers I went to the coffee house of Madame Bourgeot, the best in town, where I found nearly 20 tables set for company, but as to a newspaper, I might as well have demanded an elephant. Here is a feature of national backwardness, ignorance, stupidity, and poverty. In the capital of a great province, the seat of an intendant, at a moment like the present, with a National Assembly voting a revolution, and on a newspaper to inform the people whether Fayette, Mirabeau, or Louis XVI is on the throne. Companies at a coffee house numerous enough to fill 20 tables, and curiosity not active enough to command 1 paper. What impudence and folly! Folly in the customers of such a house not to insist on half a dozen papers and all the journals of the Assembly, and the impudence of the woman not to provide them. Could such a people as this ever have made a revolution or become free? Never in 1,000 centuries. The enlightened mob of Paris, amidst hundreds of papers and publications, have done the whole. I demanded why they had no papers. They are too dear. But she made me pay 24 sous for 1 dish of coffee with milk and a piece of butter about the size of a walnut. It is a great pity there is not a camp of brigands in your coffee-room, Madame Bourgeot. Among the many letters for which I was indebted to M. Boussenet, few have proved more valuable than one I had for M. l'Abbé de Barrou, principal of the College of Moulins, who entered with intelligence and animation into the object of my journey, and took every step that was possible to get me well informed. He carried me to M. le Comte de Grimaud, Lieutenant General of the Bailliage, and Director of the Society of Agriculture at Moulins, who kept us to dinner. He appears to be a man of considerable fortune, of information and knowledge, agreeable and polite. He discoursed with me on the state of the Bourbonnais, and assured me that estates were rather given away than sold, that the métayers were so miserably poor it was impossible for them to cultivate well. I started some observations on the modes which ought to be pursued, but all conversation of that sort is time lost in France. After dinner, M. Grimaud carried me to his villa at a small distance from the town, which is very prettily situated, commanding a view of the Vale of the Allier. Letters from Paris, which contain nothing but accounts truly alarming of the violence committed all over the kingdom, and particularly at and in the neighbourhood of the capital. M. Necker's return, which it was expected would have calmed everything, has no effect at all, and it is particularly noted in the National Assembly that there is a violent party evidently bent on driving things to extremity, men who, from the violence and conflicts of the moment, find themselves in a position, and of an importance that results merely from public confusion, will take effectual care to prevent the settlement, order, and peace, which, if established, would be a mortal blow to their consequence. They mount by the storm, and would sink in a calm. Among other persons to whom M. l'Abbé Barrou introduced me was the Marquis de Goutte, chef d'escadre of the French fleet, who was taken by Admiral Boscawen at Louisbourg in 1758 and carried to England, where he learned English, of which he yet retains something. I had mentioned to M. l'Abbé Barrou that I had a commission from a person of fortune in England to look out for a good purchase in France, and knowing that the Marquis would sell one of his estates, he mentioned it to him. M. de Goutte gave me such a description of it that I thought, though my time was short, that it would be very worth while bestowing one day to view it, as it was no more than 8 miles from Moulins, and proposing to take me to it the next day in his coach, I readily consented. At the time appointed I attended the Marquis with M. l'Abbé Barrou to his chateau of Rieux, which is in the midst of the estate he would sell on such terms that I never was more tempted to speculate. Footnote: Chateau de Rieux at Villeneuve-sur-Allier, now in ruins. Back to main text. I have very little doubt but that the person who gave me a commission to look out for a purchase is long since sickened of the scheme, which was that of a residence for pleasure, by the disturbances that have broken out here, so that I should clearly have the refusal of it myself. It would be upon the whole a more beneficial purchase than I had any conception of, and confirms M. de Grimaud's assertion that estates are here rather given away than sold. The chateau is large and very well built, containing 2 good rooms, either of which would hold a company of 30 people, with 3 smaller ones on the ground floor. On the second, 10 bedchambers, and over them good garrets, some of which are well fitted up. All sorts of offices substantially erected, and on a plan proportioned to a large family, including barns new built for holding half the corn of the estate in the straw, and granaries to contain it when threshed. Also a wine press and ample cellaring for keeping the produce of the vineyards in the most plentiful years. The situation is on the side of an agreeable rising, with views not extensive but pleasing, and all the country round of the same features I have described, being one of the finest provinces in France. Adjoining the chateau is a field of 5 or 6 arpents, well walled in, about half of which is in culture as a garden, and thoroughly planted with all sorts of fruits. There are 12 ponds, through a small stream runs sufficient to turn 2 mills, that lets at 1,000 livres, £43 15 a year. The ponds supply the proprietor's table amply with fine carp, tench, perch, and eels, and besides yield a regular revenue of 1,000 livres. There are 20 arpents of vines that yield excellent white and red wine, with houses for the vignerons, woods more than sufficient to supply the chateau with fuel, and lastly 9 domains or farms let to métayers, tenants at will, at half produce, producing in cash 10,500 livres, £459 7 shillings 6 Consequently, the gross produce, farms, mills, and fish is 12,500 livres. The quantity of land, I conjecture from viewing it as well as from notes taken, may be above 3,000 arpents or acres, lying all contiguous and near the chateau. The outgoings for those taxes paid by the landlord, repairs, garde de chasse, gamekeeper, for here are all the seigneurial rights, haute justice, etc., steward, expenses on wine, and etc., amount to about 4,400 livres, £192 10 It yields, therefore, net something more than 8,000 livres, £350 a year. The price asked is 300,000 livres, £13,125. But for this price is given in the furniture complete of the chateau, all the timber amounting by valuation of oak alone to 40,000 livres, £1,750, and all the cattle on the estate, namely 1,000 sheep, 60 cows, 72 oxen, 9 mares, and many hogs. Knowing as I did that I could, on the security of this estate, borrow the whole of the purchase money, I withstood no trifling temptation when I turned my back on it. The finest climate in France, perhaps in Europe, a beautiful and healthy country, excellent roads, a navigation to Paris, wine, game, fish, and everything that ever appears on a table except for the produce of the tropics, a good house, a fine garden, ready markets for every sort of produce, and above all the rest, 3,000 acres of enclosed land, capable in a very little time of being, without expense, quadrupled in its produce, altogether formed a picture sufficient to tempt a man who has been 25 years in the constant practice of husbandry adapted to this soil. But the state of government, the possibility that the leaders of the Paris democracy might in their wisdom abolish property as well as rank, and that in buying an estate I might be purchasing my share in a civil war, deterred me from engaging at present, and induced me only to request that the Marquis would give me the refusal of it before he sold it to anybody else. When I have to connect with a person for a purchase, I shall wish to deal with such a one as the Marquis de Goutte. He has a physiognomy that pleases me. The ease and politeness of his nation is mixed with great probity and honour, and is not rendered less amiable by an appearance of dignity that flows from an ancient and respectable family. To me he seems a man in whom one might in any transaction place implicit confidence. I could have spent a month in the Bourbonnais, looking at estates to be sold. Adjoining to that of M. de Goutte's is another of 270,000 livres purchase, Belin. M. de l'Abbé Barou, having made an appointment with the proprietor, carried me in the afternoon to see the chateau and a part of the lands. All the country is the same soil and in the same management. It consists of 8 farms, stocked with cattle and sheep by the landlords, and here too the ponds yield a regular revenue. Income at present 10,000 livres, £437 10 a year. Price 260,000 livres, £11,375, and 10,000 livres for wood, 25 years' purchase. Also near Saint-Ponsin, another of 400,000 livres, £17,500, the woods of which, 450 acres, produce 5,000 livres a year. 80 acres of vines, the wine so good as to be sent to Paris. Good land for wheat and much sown. a modern chateau avec toutes les aisances, and etc. And I heard of many others. I conjecture that one of the finest contiguous estates in Europe might at present be laid together in the Bourbonnais. And I am further informed that there are at present 6,000 estates to be sold in France. If things go on as they do at present, it will not be a question of buying estates, but kingdoms, and France itself will be under the hammer. I love a system of policy that inspires such confidence as to give a value to land, and that renders men so comfortable on their estates as to make the sale of them the last of their ideas. Return to Moulins, 30 miles. The 10th. Took my leave of Moulins, where estates and farming have driven even Maria and the poplar from my head, and left me no room for the Tombeau de Montmorency, having paid extravagantly for the mud walls, cobweb tapestry, and unsavoury scents of the Lion d'Or. I turned my mare toward Châteauneuf on the road to Auvergne. ^ Puy de Dôme. The accompaniment of the river makes the country pleasant. I found the inn full, busy, and bustling. To Saint-Ponsin, 30 miles. The 11th. Early to Riom in Auvergne. Near that town the country is interesting. A fine wooded vale to the left, everywhere bounded by mountains, and those nearer to the right of an interesting outline. Riom, part of which is pretty enough, is all volcanic. It is built of lava from the quarries of Volvic, which are highly curious to the naturalist. The level plain which I passed in going to Clermont is the commencement of the famous Limagne of Auvergne, asserted to be the most fertile of all France, but that is an error. I have seen richer land in both Flanders and Normandy. This plain is as level as a still lake. The mountains are all volcanic and consequently interesting. Pass a scene of very fine irrigation that will strike a farming eye to Montferrand, and after that to Clermont-Riom. Ferrand and Clermont are all built, or rather perched, on the tops of rocks. Clermont is in the midst of a most curious country, all volcanic, and is built and paved with lava. Much of it forms one of the worst built, dirtiest, and most stinking places I have met with. There are many streets that can, for blackness, dirt, and ill sense, only be represented by narrow channels cut in a night dunghill. The contention of nauseous savours with which the air is impregnated when brisk mountain gales do not ventilate these excrementitious lanes made me envy the nerves of the good people, who, for what I know, may be happy in them. It is the fair, the town full, and the table-d'hôtes crowded. 25 miles. The 12th. Clermont is partly free from the reproach I throw on Moulins and Besançon, for there is a salle de lecture at M. Beauvard, a bookseller, where I found several newspapers and journals, but at the coffee house I inquired for them in vain. They tell me also that the people here are great politicians, and attend the arrival of the courier with impatience. The consequence is there have been no riots. The most ignorant will always be the readiest for mischief. The great news just arrived from Paris of the utter abolition of tithes, feudal rights, game warrants, pigeons, and etc., has been received with the greatest joy by the mass of the people, and by all not immediately interested, and some even of the latter approve highly of the declaration. But I have had much conversation with 2 or 3 very sensible people, who complain bitterly of the gross injustice and cruelty of any such declarations of what will be done, but is not effected and regulated at the moment of declaring. M. l'Abbé Larbre, to whom M. de Boussonnet's letter introduced me, had the goodness not only to give me all the information relative to the curious country around Clermont, which particularly depended on his enquiries as a naturalist, but also introduced me to M. Chabrol, as a gentleman who has attended much to agriculture, and who answered my inquiries in that line with great readiness. The 13th. At Royat, near Clermont, a village in the volcanic mountains, which are so curious, and of late years so celebrated, are some springs reported by philosophical travellers to be the finest and most abundant in France. To view these objects, and more still of very fine irrigation, said also to be practised there, I engaged a guide. Report, when it speaks of things of which the reporter is ignorant, is sure to magnify. The irrigation is nothing more than a mountainside converted by water to some tolerable meadow, but done coarsely and not well understood. That in the vale between Riom and Ferrand far exceeds it. The springs are curious and powerful. They gush, or rather burst from the rock in 4 or 5 streams, each powerful enough to turn a mill into a cave a little below the village. About half a league higher there are many others. They are indeed so numerous that scarcely a projection of the rocks or hills is without them. At the village I found that my guide, instead of knowing the country perfectly, was in reality ignorant. I therefore took a woman to conduct me to the springs higher up the mountain. On my return she was arrested by a soldier of the Garde Bourgeois, for even this wretched village is not without its national militia, for having without permission become the guide of a stranger. She was conducted to a heap of stones they call the chateau. They told me they had nothing to do with me, but as to the woman, she should be taught more prudence for the future. As the poor devil was in jeopardy on my account, I determined at once to accompany them for the chance of getting her cleared by attesting her innocence. We were followed by a mob of all the village, with the woman's children crying bitterly for fear their mother should be imprisoned. At the castle we waited some time, and were then shown into another apartment, where the town committee was assembled. The accusation was heard, and it was wisely remarked by all that in such dangerous times as these, when all the world knew that so great and powerful a person as the Queen was conspiring against France in the most alarming manner, for a woman to become the conductor of a stranger, and of a stranger who had been making so many suspicious inquiries as I had, was a high offence. It was immediately agreed that she ought to be imprisoned. I assured them she was perfectly innocent, for it was impossible that any guilty motive should be her inducement. Finding me curious to see the springs, having viewed the lower ones, and wanting a guide for seeing those higher in the mountains, she offered herself. That she certainly had no other than the industrious view of getting a few sous for her poor family. They then turned their inquiries against myself, that if I wanted to see springs only, what induced me to ask a multitude of questions concerning the price, value, and product of the lands. What had such inquiries to do with springs and volcanoes? I told them that cultivating some land in England rendered such things interesting to me personally, and lastly, that if they would send to Clermont, they might know from several respectable persons the truth of all I asserted, and therefore I hoped, as it was the woman's first indiscretion, for I could not call it offence, they would dismiss her. This was refused at first, but assented to at last on my declaring that if they imprisoned her, they should do the same by me, and answer it as they could. They consented to let her go with a reprimand, and I departed, not marvelling, for I have done with that, at their ignorance in imagining that the Queen should conspire so dangerously against their rocks and mountains. I found my guide in the midst of the mob, who had been very busy in putting as many questions about me as I had done about their crops. There were 2 opinions. One party thought I was a commissaire, come to ascertain the damage done by the hail; the other, that I was an agent of the Queen's, who intended to blow the town up with a mine, and send all that escaped to the galleys. The care that must have been taken to render the character of that princess detested among the people is incredible, and there seems everywhere to be no absurdities too gross, nor circumstances too impossible for their faith. In the evening, to the theatre. The Optimist well acted. Before I leave Clermont, I must remark that I dined and supped 5 times at the table d'hôte with from 20 to 30 merchants and tradesmen, officers, and etc., and it is not easy for me to express the insignificance, the inanity of the conversation. Scarcely any politics at a moment when every bosom ought to beat with none but political sensations. The ignorance or the stupidity of these people must be absolutely incredible. Not a week passes without their country abounding with events that are analysed and debated by the carpenters and blacksmiths of England. The abolition of tithes, the destruction of the gabelle, game made property, and feudal rights destroyed, are French topics that are translated into English within 6 days after they happen, and their consequences, combinations, results, and modifications become the disquisition and entertainment of the grocers, chandlers, drapers, and shoemakers of all the towns of England. But the same people in France do not think them worth their conversation except in private. Why? Because conversation in private wants little knowledge, but in public it demands more, and therefore I suppose, for I confess there are 1,000 difficulties attending the solution, they are silent. But how many people and how many subjects on which volubility is proportioned to ignorance? Account for the fact as you please, but it is confirmed with me and admits no doubt. End of section 27. Section 28 of Travels in France by Arthur Young. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Journal, 1789. August the 14th. To Issoire, footnote, Puy-de-Dôme. The country all interesting, from the number of conic mountains that rise in every quarter. Some are crowned with towns, on others are Roman castles, and the knowledge that the whole is the work of subterranean fire, though in ages far too remote for any record to announce, keeps the attention perpetually alive. M. de l'Arbre had given me a letter to M. Bresse, doctor of physic at Issoire. I found him with all the townsmen collected at the Hôtel de Ville to hear a newspaper read. He conducted me to the upper end of the room and seated me by himself. The subject of the paper was the suppression of the religious houses and the commutation of tithes. I observed that the auditors, among whom were some of the lower class, were very attentive, and the whole company seemed well pleased with whatever concerned the tithes and the monks. M. Bresse, who is a sensible and intelligent gentleman, walked with me to his farm about half a league from the town, on a soil of superior richness. Like all other farms, this is in the hands of a métayer. Supped at his house afterwards in an agreeable company with much animated political conversation. We discussed the news of the day. They were inclined to approve of it very warmly, but I contended that the National Assembly did not proceed on any regular, well-digested system, that they seemed to have a rage for pulling down, but no taste for rebuilding, that if they proceeded much further in such a plan, destroying everything, but establishing nothing, they would at last bring the kingdom into such confusion that they would even themselves be without power to restore it to peace and order, and that such a situation would in its nature be on the brink of the precipice of bankruptcy and civil war. I ventured further to declare it as my idea, that without an upper house they never could have either a good or a durable constitution. We had a difference of opinion on these points, but I was glad to find that there could be a fair discussion, and that in a company of 6 or 7 gentlemen, 2 would venture to agree with a system so unfashionable as mine. 17 miles. The 15th. The country continues interesting to Brioude. On the tops of the mountains of Auvergne are many old castles and towns and villages. Pass the river by the bridge of one great arch to the village of Lampte, footnote, Puy-de-Dôme. At that place wait on M. Greffier de Talleyrand, avocat and sub-délégué, to whom I had a letter, and who was so obliging as to answer with attention all my inquiries into the agriculture of the neighbourhood. He inquired much after Lord Bristol, and was not the worst pleased with me, when he heard I came from the same province in England. We drank his lordship's health in the strong white wine kept 4 years in the sun, which Lord Bristol had much commended. 18 miles. The 16th. Early in the morning, to avoid the heat, which has rather incommoded me, to Fix, Haute-Loire. Cross the river by a ford near the spot where a bridge is building, and mount gradually into a country which continues interesting to a naturalist from its volcanic origin. For all has been either overturned or formed by fire. Pass Chaumette, and descending remark a heap of basaltic columns by the road. To the right they are small but regular sexagons. Paulaguet appears in the plain to the left. Stopped at Saint-Georges, where I procured mules and a guide to see the basaltic columns at Chiliac, which, however, are hardly striking enough to reward the trouble. On the railway from Paris to Nîmes, travellers alight here to see La Voûte Chiliac, a picturesque sight. At Fix I saw a field of fine clover, a sight that I have not been regaled with, I think, since Alsace. I desired to know to whom it belonged. To M. Coffier, doctor of medicine. I went to his house to make inquiries, which he was obliging enough to gratify, and indulged me in a walk over the principal part of his farm. He gave me a bottle of excellent vin blanc mousseux made in Auvergne. I inquired of him the means of going to the mine of antimony 4 leagues from hence, but he said the country was so enragée in that part, and had lately been mischievous, that he advised me by all means to give up the project. This country, from climate as well as pines, must be very high. I have been for 3 days past melted with heat, but to-day, though the sun is bright, the heat has been quite moderate, like an English summer's day, and I am assured that they never have it hotter, but complain of the winter's cold being very severe, and that the snow in the last was 16 inches deep on the level. The interesting circumstance of the whole is the volcanic origin. All buildings and walls are of lava. The roads are mended with lava, pozziolana, and basalts, and the face of the country everywhere exhibits the origin in subterranean fire. The fertility, however, is not apparent without reflection. The crops are not extraordinary, and many bad. But then the height is to be considered. In no other country that I have seen are such great mountains as these cultivated so high. Here corn is seen everywhere, even to their tops, at heights where it is as usual to find rock, wood, or ling, Erica vulgaris, 42 miles. The 17th. The whole range of the 15 miles to Le Puy-en-Velay is wonderfully interesting. Nature in the production of this country, such as we see it at present, must have proceeded by means not common elsewhere. It is all in its form tempestuous as the billowy ocean. Mountain rises beyond mountain with endless variety, not dark and dreary like those of equal height in other countries, but spread with cultivation, feeble indeed, to the very tops. Some vales sunk among them of beautiful verdure please the eye. Toward Le Puy the scenery is still more striking from the addition of some of the most singular rocks anywhere to be seen. The castle of Polignac, this striking ruin is now shown to strangers, from which the Duke takes his title, is built on a bold and enormous one. It is almost of a cubical form, and towers perpendicularly above the town which surrounds it at its foot. The family of Polignac claim an origin of great antiquity. They have pretensions that go back, I forget whether to Hector or Achilles, but I never found any one in conversation inclined to allow them more than being in the first class of French families, which they undoubtedly are. Perhaps there is nowhere to be met with a castle more formed to give a local pride of family than this of Polignac. The man hardly exists that would not feel a certain vanity at having given his own name, from remote antiquity, to so singular and so commanding a rock. But if with the name it belonged to me, I would scarcely sell it for a province. The building is of such antiquity, and the situation so romantic, that all the feudal ages pass in review in one's imagination by a sort of magic influence. you recognize it for the residence of a lordly baron, who, in an age more distant and more respectable, though perhaps equally barbarous, was the patriot defender of his country against the invasion and tyranny of Rome. In every age, since the horrible combustions of nature which produced it, such a spot would be chosen for security and defence. To have given one's name to a castle, without any lofty preeminence or singularity of nature, in the midst, for instance, of a rich plain, is not equally flattering to our feelings. All antiquity of family derives from ages of great barbarity, when civil commotions and wars swept away and confounded the inhabitants of such situations. The Bretons of the plains of England were driven to Bretagne, but the same people, in the mountains of Wales, stuck secure and remained there to this day. About a gunshot from Polignac is another rock, not so large, but equally remarkable, and in the town of Le Puy another commanding one rises to a vast height, with another more singular for its tower-like form, on the top of which St. Michael's Church is built. Gypsum and limestone abound, and the whole country is volcanic. The very meadows are on lava. Everything, in a word, is either the product of fire, or has been disturbed or tossed about by it. At Le Puy, fair day, and a table d'hôte with ignorance as usual. Many coffee houses, and even considerable ones, but not a single newspaper to be found in any. 15 miles. The 18th. Leaving Puy, the hill which the road mounts on the way to Costaro for 4 or 5 miles commands a view of the town far more picturesque than that of Clermont. The mountain, covered with its conical town, crowned by a vast rock, with those of St. Michael and of Polignac, form a most singular scene. The road is a noble one, formed of lava and pozziolana. The adjacent declivities have a strong disposition to run into basaltic pentagons and sexagons. The stones put up in the road by way of posts are parts of basaltic columns. The inn at Pradelles, kept by 3 sisters Pichot, is one of the worst I have met with in France. Contraction, poverty, dirt, and darkness. 20 miles. The 19th. To Touaille, footnote, Ardèche. Pine woods abound. There are sawmills, and with ratchet wheels to bring the tree to the saw, without the constant attention of a man, as in the Pyrenees, a great improvement. Pass by a new and beautiful road along the side of immense mountains of granite. Chestnut trees spread in every quarter and cover with luxuriance of vegetation rocks apparently so naked that earth seems a stranger. This beautiful tree is known to delight in volcanic soils and situations. Many are very large. I measured one 15 feet in circumference, at 5 from the ground, and many are 9 to 10 feet, and 50 to 60 high. At Mer the fine road ends, and then a rocky, almost natural one for some miles, but for half a mile before Touaille recover the new one again, which is here equal to the finest to be seen, formed of volcanic materials 40 feet broad, without the least stone, a firm and naturally level cemented surface. They tell me that 1,800 toises of it, or about 2½ miles, cost 180,000 livres, £8,250. It conducts, according to custom, to a miserable inn, but with a large stable, and in every respect Monsieur Grenadier excels the Demoiselles Pichot. Here mulberries first appear, and with them flies, for this is the first day I have been incommoded. At Touaille I had an object which I supposed would demand a whole day. It is within 4 hours' ride of the Montagne de la Coupe des Acs, footnote, the most characteristic crater of the Vivarais, back to main text, of which M. Faujas de Saint-Fond has given a plate in his Recherches sur les volcans éteints that shows it to be a remarkable object. I began to make inquiries and arrangements for having a mule and a guide to go thither the next morning. The man and his wife attended me at dinner, and did not seem, from the difficulties they raised at every moment, to approve my plan. Having asked them some questions about the price of provisions and other things, I suppose they regarded me with suspicious eyes, and thought that I had no good intentions. I desired, however, to have the mule. Some difficulties were made. I must have 2 mules. Very well, get me 2. Then returning, a man was not to be had. With fresh expressions of surprise that I should be eager to see mountains that did not concern me. After raising fresh difficulties to everything I said, they at last plainly told me that I should have neither mule nor man, and this with an air that evidently made the case hopeless. About an hour after, I received a polite message from the Marquis de Blue, seigneur of the parish, who, hearing that an inquisitive Englishman was at the inn, inquiring after volcanoes, proposed the pleasure of taking a walk with me. I accepted the offer with alacrity, and going directly toward his house, met him in the road. I explained to him my motives and my difficulties. He said the people had got some absurd suspicions of me from my questions, and that the present time was so dangerous and critical to all travellers, that he would advise me by no means to think of any such excursions from the great road, unless I found much readiness in the people to conduct me. That at any other moment than the present he should be happy to do it himself, but that at present it was impossible for any person to be too cautious. There was no resisting his reasoning, and yet to lose the most curious volcanic remains in the country, for the crater of the mountain is as distinct in the print of M. de Saint-Fond as if the lava were now running from it, was a mortifying circumstance. The Marquis then showed me his garden and his chateau amidst the mountains. Behind it is that of the Graven, which is an extinguished volcano likewise, but the crater not discernible without difficulty. In conversation with him and another gentleman on agriculture, particularly the produce of mulberries, they mentioned a small piece of land that produced, by silk only, 120 livres, £5, 5s. a year, and being contiguous to the road, we walked to it. Appearing very small for such a produce, I stepped it to ascertain the contents, and minuted them in my pocket-book. Soon after, growing dark, I took my leave of the gentleman and retired to my inn. What I had done had more witnesses than I dreamt of, for at 11 o'clock at night, a full hour after I had been asleep, the commander of a file of 20 milice bourgeois with their muskets, or swords, or sabres, or pikes, entered my chamber, surrounded my bed, and demanded my passport. A dialogue ensued, too long to minute. I was forced first to give them my passport, and that not satisfying them, my papers. They told me that I was undoubtedly a conspirator with the Queen, the Count d'Artois, and the Count d'Entragues, who has property here, who had employed me as an arpenteur to measure their fields in order to double their taxes. My papers, being in English, saved me. They had taken it into their heads that I was not an Englishman, only a pretended one, for they speak such a jargon themselves that their ears were not good enough to discover by my language that I was an undoubted foreigner. Their finding no maps or plans or anything that they could convert by supposition to a cadastre of their parish had its effect, as I could see by their manner, for they conversed entirely in patois. Perceiving, however, that they were not satisfied, and talked much of the Count d'Entragues, I opened a bundle of letters that were sealed. These, gentlemen, are my letters of recommendation to various cities of France and Italy. Open which you please, and you will find, for they are written in French, that I am an honest Englishman, and not the rogue you take me for. On this they held a fresh consultation and debate, which ended in my favour. They refused to open the letters, prepared to leave me, saying that my numerous questions about lands and measuring a field, while I pretended to come after volcanoes, had raised great suspicions, which they observed were natural at a time when it was known to be a certainty that the Queen, the Count d'Artois, and the Count d'Entragues were in a conspiracy against the Vivarais. And thus, to my entire satisfaction, they wished me good night, and left me to the bugs, which swarmed in the bed like flies in a honey pot. I had a narrow escape. It would have been a delicate situation to have been kept prisoner, probably in some common jail, or if not, guarded at my own expense, while they sent a courier to Paris for orders, and me to pay the piper, 20 miles. The 20th. The same imposing mountain features continue to Villeneuve-de-Berg, ^ Ardèche, full of souvenirs of Oliver de Serres. The house in which the great agriculturalist was born still exists. Back to main text. The road for half a mile leads under an immense mass of basaltic lava, run into configurations of various forms and resting on regular columns. This vast range bulges in the centre into a sort of promontory. The height, form, and figures, and the decisive volcanic character the whole mass has taken, render it a most interesting spectacle to the learned and unlearned eye. Just before Aubenas, mistaking the road, which is not half finished, I had to turn. It was on the slope of the declivity, and very rare that any wall or defence is found against the precipices. My French mare has an ill talent of backing too freely when she begins. Unfortunately, she exercised it at a moment of imminent danger, and backed the chaise, me and herself, down the precipice. By great good luck there was at the spot a sort of shelf of rock that made the immediate fall not more than 5 feet direct. I leaped out of the chaise in a moment and fell unhurt. The chaise was overthrown, and the mare on her side entangled in the harness, which kept the carriage from tumbling down a precipice of 60 feet. Fortunately, she lay quietly, for had she struggled, both must have fallen. I called some lime burners to my assistance, who were with great difficulty brought to submit to directions, and not each pursue his own idea to the certain precipitation of both mare and chaise. We extricated her unhurt, secured the chaise, and then with still greater difficulty regained the road with both. This was by far the narrowest escape I have had. A blessed country for a broken limb, confinement for 6 weeks or 2 months at the Cheval Blanc at Aubenas, an inn that would have been purgatory to one of my hogs, alone, without relation, friend, or servant, and not one person in 60 that speaks French. Thanks to the good Providence that preserved me. What a situation! I shudder at the reflection more than I did falling in the jaws of the precipice. Before I got from the place there were 7 men about me. I gave them a 3-livre piece to drink, which for some time they refused to accept, thinking with unaffected modesty that it was too much. At Aubenas repaired the harness, and leaving that place viewed the silk mills, which are considerable. Reach Villeneuve-de-Berg. I was immediately hunted out by the milice bourgeoise. Where is your certificate? Here again the old objection that my features and person were not described. Your papers? The importance of the case, they said, was great, and looked as big as if a marshal's baton was in hand. They tormented me with 100 questions, and then pronounced that I was a suspicious-looking person. They could not conceive why a Suffolk farmer could travel into Vivarais. Never had they heard of any person travelling for agriculture. They would take my passport to the Hôtel de Ville, have the permanent council assembled, and place a sentinel at my door. I told them they might do what they pleased, provided they did not prohibit my dinner, as I was hungry. They then departed. In about half an hour a gentlemanlike man, a Croix de Saint Louis, came, asked me some questions very politely, and seemed not to conclude that Maria Antonietta and Arthur Young were at this moment in any very dangerous conspiracy. He retired, saying he hoped I should not meet with any difficulties. In another half hour a soldier came to conduct me to the Hotel de Ville, where I found the council assembled. I had a good many questions asked, and some expressions of surprise that an English farmer should travel so far for agriculture. They had never heard of such a thing. But all was in a polite, liberal manner, and though travelling for agriculture was as new to them as if it had been like the ancient philosopher's tour of the world on a cow's back and living on the milk, yet they did not deem anything in my recital improbable, signed my passport very readily, assured me of every assistance and civility I might want, and dismissed me with the politeness of gentlemen. I described my treatment at Tueil, which they loudly condemned. I took this opportunity to beg to know where that Pradelle was to be found in this country, of which Albert de Serres was seigneur, the well-known French writer on agriculture in the reign of Henry IV. They at once pointed out of the window of the room we were in to the house which in this town belonged to him, and informed me that Pradelle was within a league. As this was an object I had noted before I came to France, the information gave me no slight satisfaction. The mayor, in course of examination, presented me to a gentleman who had translated Sterne into French, but who did not speak English. On my return to the auberge, I found that this was M. de Boissière, avocat général of the Parliament of Grenoble. I did not care to leave the place without knowing something more of one who had distinguished himself by his attention to English literature, and I wrote him a note, begging permission to have the pleasure of some conversation with a gentleman who had made our inimitable author speak the language of a people he loved so well. M. de Boissière came to me immediately, conducted me to his house, introduced me to his lady and some friends, and as I was much interested concerning Albert de Serres, he offered to take a walk with me to Pradelle. It may easily be supposed that this was too much to my mind to be refused, and few evenings have been more agreeably spent. I regarded the residence of the great parent of French agriculture, and who was undoubtedly one of the first writers on the subject that had then appeared in the world, with that sort of veneration which those only can feel who have addicted themselves strongly to some predominant pursuit, and find it in such moments indulged in its most exquisite feelings. 200 years after his exertions, let me do honour to his memory. He was an excellent farmer and a true patriot, and would not have been fixed on by Henry IV as his chief agent in the great project of introducing the culture of silk in France, if he had not possessed a considerable reputation, a reputation well earned, since posterity has confirmed it. The period of his practice is too remote to gain anything more than a general outline of what may now be supposed to have been his farm. The basis of it is limestone. There is a great oak wood near the chateau, and many vines, with plenty of mulberries, some apparently old enough to have been planted by the hand of the venerable genius that has rendered the ground classic. The estate of Pradelle, which is about 5,000 livres, £218 15 a year, belongs at present to the Marquis of Mirabel, who inherits it in right of his wife as the descendant of de Serres. I hope it is exempted for ever from all taxes. He whose writings laid the foundation for the improvement of a kingdom should leave to his posterity some marks of his countrymen's gratitude. When the present Bishop of Sisteron was shown, like me, the farm of de Serres, he remarked that the nation ought to erect a statue to his memory. A statue of de Serres now adorns Villeneuve-de-Berg. Also a pyramidal monument to his memory, and a street and square are named after him. Back to main text. The sentiment is not without merit, though no more than common snuff-box chat. But if this bishop has a well-cultivated farm in his hands, it does him honour. Supped with M. and Madame de Boissière, and etc., and had the pleasure of an agreeable and interesting conversation. 21 miles. The 21st. M. de Boissière, wishing to take my advice in the improvement of a farm which he had taken into his hands, 6 or 7 miles from Berg, in my road to Viviers, accompanied me thither. I advised him to form one well executed and well improved enclosure every year, to finish as he advances, and to do well what he attempts to do at all. And I cautioned him against the common abuse of that excellent husbandry, paring and burning. I suspect, however, that his homme d'affaires will be too potent for the English traveller. I hope he has received the turnip seed I sent him. Dine at Viviers, Ardèche, the ancient capital of the Vivarais, and pass the Rhône. After the wretched inns of the Vivarais, dirt, filth, bugs, and starving, to arrive at the Hôtel de Monsieur at Montélimar, a great and excellent inn, was something like the arrival in France from Spain. The contrast is striking, and I seemed to hug myself that I was again in a Christian country, among the Milornici Trias and my Lady Bettys of Monsieur Chabot, 23 miles. The 23rd. Having a letter to Monsieur Faujas de Saint-Fond, Few of our author's numerous introductory letters brought him a more distinguished acquaintance than this. Monsieur Faujas de Saint-Fond, afterwards his visitor at Bradfield, is known as one of the creators of the science of geology in France. His English and Scotch travels have been translated. Died 1819. Back to main text. The celebrated naturalist who has favoured the world with many important works on volcanoes, aerostation, and various other branches of natural history. I had the satisfaction on inquiring to find that he was at Montélimar and waiting on him, to perceive that a man of distinguished merit was handsomely lodged, with everything about him that indicated an easy fortune. He received me with the frank politeness inherent in his character, introduced me on the spot to a Monsieur l'Abbé Béranger, who resided near his country seat, and was, he said, an excellent cultivator, and likewise to another gentleman whose taste had taken the same good direction. In the evening Monsieur Faujas took me to call on a female friend who was engaged in the same inquiries, Madame Chenet, whose husband is a member of the National Assembly. If he has the good luck to find at Versailles some other lady as agreeable as her he has left at Montélimar, his mission will not be a barren one, and he may perhaps be better employed than in voting regenerations. This lady accompanied us in a walk for viewing the environs of Montélimar, and it gave me no small pleasure to find that she was an excellent farmeress, practises considerably, and had the goodness to answer many of my inquiries, particularly in the culture of silk. I was so charmed with the naivete of character and pleasing conversation of this very agreeable lady that a longer stay here would have been delicious, but the plough. The 23rd. By appointment accompanied M. Faujas to his country seat and farm at Loriol, 15 miles north of Montélimar, Drôme, where he is building a good house. I was pleased to find his farm amount to 280 septières of land, septier, ancient measure of land, as much as could be sowed with a septier, 156 litres of corn. Back to main text. I should have liked it better had it not been in the hands of a métayer. M. Faujas pleases me much. The liveliness, vivacity, phlogiston of his character do not run into pertness, foppery, or affectation. He adheres steadily to a subject, and shows that to clear up any dubious point by the attrition of different ideas and conversation gives him pleasure, not through a vain fluency of colloquial powers, but for better understanding of a subject. The next day M. l'Abbé Béranger and another gentleman passed it at M. Faujas. We walked to the Abbé's farm. He is of the good order of beings, and pleases me much. Curé of the parish and president of the permanent council. He is at present warm on the subject of reuniting the Protestants to the Church. Spoke with great pleasure of having persuaded them, on occasion of the general thanksgiving for the establishment of liberty, to return thanks to God and sing the Te Deum in the Catholic Church in common as brethren, which from confidence in his character they did. His is firmly persuaded that by both parties giving way a little, and softening or retrenching reciprocally somewhat in points that are disagreeable, they may be brought together. The idea is so liberal that I question it for the multitude, who are never governed by reason, but by trifles and ceremonies, and who are usually attached to their religion in proportion to the absurdities it abounds with. I have not the least doubt but the mob in England would be much more scandalized at parting with the creed of St. Athanasius than the whole bench of bishops, whose illumination would perhaps reflect correctly that of the throne. M. l'Abbé Béranger has prepared a memorial, which is ready to be presented to the National Assembly, proposing and explaining his ideal union of the two religions, and he had the plan of adding a clause proposing that the clergy should have permission to marry. He was convinced that it would be for the interest of morals, and much for that of the nation, that the clergy should not be an insulated body, but holding by the same interests and connections as other people. He remarked that the life of a curé, and especially in the country, is melancholy, and knowing my passion, observed that a man never could be so good a farmer on any possession he might have, excluded from being succeeded by his children. He showed me his memoir, and I was pleased to find that there is at present great harmony between the two religions, owing certainly to such good curés. The number of Protestants is very considerable in this neighbourhood. I strenuously contended for the insertion of the clause respecting marriage, assured him that at such a moment as this it would do all who were concerned in this memorial the greatest credit, and that they ought to consider it as a demand of the rights of humanity, violently, injuriously, and relative to the nation, impolitically withheld. Yesterday, in going with M. Faujas, we passed a congregation of Protestants assembled, Druid-like, under 5 or 6 spreading oaks, and offering their thanksgiving to the great parent of their happiness and hope. In 1788, Louis XVI, acting on a former advice of Turgot, had passed a decree ameliorating the condition of Protestants in France. They were still ineligible for civil appointments, but were permitted to celebrate worship, their marriages were now legal, and their children legitimate before the law. Entire liberty of conscience and civil equality were decreed by the National Assembly a year later. Back to main text. In such a climate as this, is it not a worthier temple, built by the great hand they revere, than one of brick and mortar? This was one of the richest days I have enjoyed in France. We had a long and truly farming dinner, drank à l'Anglaise success to the plough, and had so much agricultural conversation that I wished for my farming friends in Suffolk to partake my satisfaction. If M. Faujas de Saint-Fond comes to England, as he gives me hope, I shall introduce him to them with pleasure. In the evening, return to Montélimar, 30 miles. The 25th, to Château Rochemaure, across the Rhône. Ardèche, one of the most striking objects seen by the traveller steaming from Lyons to Avignon. It is situated on a basaltic rock nearly perpendicular, with every columnar proof of its volcanic origin. See M. de Faujas's Recherches. In the afternoon to Pierre Latte, through a country sterile, uninteresting, and far inferior to the environs of Montélimar, 22 miles. End of section 28. Section 29 of Travels in France by Arthur Young. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Journal, 1789. August the 26th. To Orange, Vaucluse. The country not much better. A range of mountains to the left. See nothing of the Rhône. At that town there are remains of a large Roman building, 70 or 80 feet high, called a circus, of a triumphal arch, which, though a good deal decayed, manifests in its remains no ordinary decoration, and a pavement in the house of a poor person, which is very perfect and beautiful, but much inferior to that of Nîmes. The Vent de Bise has blown strongly for several days, with a clear sky, tempering the heats which are sometimes sultry and oppressive. It may, for what I know, be wholesome to French constitutions, but it is diabolical to mine. I found myself very indifferent, and as if I was going to be ill. A new and unusual sensation over my whole body. Never dreaming of the wind, I knew not what to attribute it to, but my complaint coming at the same time puts it out of doubt. Besides, instinct now, much more than reason, makes me guard as much as I can against it. At 4 or 5 in the morning it is so cold that no traveller ventures out. It is more penetratingly drying than I had any conception of. Other winds stop the cutaneous perspiration, but this piercing through the body seems by its sensation to desiccate all the interior humidity. 20 miles. The 27th, to Avignon. Whether it was because I had read much of this town in the history of the Middle Ages, or because it had been the residence of the popes, or more probably from the still more interesting memoir which Petrarch has left concerning it, in poems that will last as long as Italian elegance and human feelings shall exist, I know not, but I approached the place with a sort of interest, attention, and expectancy that few towns have kindled. Laura's tomb is in the church of the Cordeliers. It is nothing but a stone in the pavement, with a figure engraven on it, partly effaced, surrounded by an inscription in Gothic letters, and another in the wall adjoining with the armorial of the family of Sade. How incredible is the power of great talents, when employed in delineating passions common to the human race. How many millions of women, fair as Laura, have been beloved as tenderly, but wanting a Petrarch to illustrate the passion, have lived and died in oblivion. Whilst his lines, not written to die, conduct thousands under the impulse of feelings which genius only can excite, to mingle in idea their melancholy sighs with those of the poet who consecrated these remains to immortality. There is a monument of the brave Crillon in the same church, *, a celebrated captain who served Henry IV. And I saw other churches and pictures, but Petrarch and Laura are predominant at Avignon. 19 miles. The 28th. Wait upon Père Brouilloni, provincial visitor, who with great politeness procured me the information I wished by introducing me to some gentlemen understanding in agriculture. * Le Père Visiteur is charged with the inspection of religious houses of his order. Back to main text. From the rock of the Legate's palace there is one of the finest views of the windings of the Rhone that is to be seen. It forms 2 considerable islands, which with the rest of the plain, richly watered, cultivated, and covered with mulberries, olives, and fruit trees, have a fine boundary in the mountains of Provence, Dauphiné, and Languedoc. The circular road fine. I was struck with the resemblance between the women here and in England. It did not at once occur in what it consisted, but it is their caps. They dress their heads quite different from the French women. A better particularity is there being no wooden shoes here, nor as I have seen in Provence. I have often complained of the stupid ignorance I met with at table d'hôtes. Here, if possible, it has been worse than common. The politeness of the French is proverbial, but it never could arise from the manners of the classes that frequent these tables. Not one time in 40 will a foreigner as such receive the least mark of attention. The only political idea here is that if the English should attack France, they have 1 million of men in arms to receive them, and their ignorance seems to know no distinction between men in arms in their towns and villages, or in action without the kingdom. They conceive, as Sterne observes, much better than they combine. I put some questions to them, but in vain. I asked if the union of a rusty firelock and a bourgeois made a soldier. I asked them in which of their wars they had wanted men. I demanded whether they ever felt any other want than that of money, and whether the conversion of 1,000,000 of men into the bearers of muskets would make money more plentiful. I asked if personal service was not a tax, and whether paying the tax of the service of 1,000,000 of men increased their faculties of paying other and more useful taxes. I begged them to inform me if the regeneration of the kingdom, which had put arms into the hands of 1,000,000 of mob, had rendered industry more productive, internal peace more secure, confidence more enlarged, or credit more stable. And lastly, I assured them that should the English attack them at present, they would probably make the weakest figure they had done from the foundation of their monarchy. But, gentlemen, the English, in spite of the example you set them in the American war, will disdain such a conduct. They regret the constitution you are forming, because they think it is a bad one. But whatever you may establish, you will have no interruption, but many good wishes from your neighbour. It was all in vain. They were well persuaded their government was the best in the world, that it was a monarchy and no republic, which I contended, and that the English thought it good because they would unquestionably abolish their House of Lords, in the enjoyment of which accurate idea I left them. In the evening to Lille, Vaucluse, on an island surrounded by branches of the Sorgue, a town which has lost its name in the world, in the most splendid fame of Vaucluse. There can hardly be met with a richer and better cultivated 16 miles. The irrigation is superb. Lille is most agreeably situated. On coming to the verge of it, I found fine plantations of elms, with delicious streams, bubbling over pebbles on either side. Well-dressed people were enjoying the evening at a spot I had conceived to be only a mountain village. It was a sort of fairy scene to me. Now, thought I, how detestable to leave this fine wood and water, and enter a nasty, beggarly, walled, hot, stinking town, one of the contrasts most offensive to my feelings. What an agreeable surprise to find the inn without the town, in the midst of the scenery I had admired, and more a good and civil inn. I walked on the banks of this classic stream for an hour, with the moon gazing on the waters that will run for ever in mellifluous poetry. Retired to sup on the most exquisite trout and crawfish in the world. Tomorrow to the famed Origin, 16 miles. The 29th. I am delighted with the environs of Lille. Beautiful roads well planted, surround and pass off in different directions, as if from a capital town. Umbrageous enough to form promenades against a hot sun, and the river splits and divides into so many streams, and is conducted with so much attention, that it has a delicious effect, especially to an eye that recognises all the fertility of irrigation. To the fountain of Vaucluse, which is justly said to be as celebrated almost as that of Helicon. Crossing a plain which is not so beautiful as one's idea of Tempe, the mountain presents an almost perpendicular rock, at the foot of which is an immense and very fine cavern, half filled with a pool of stagnant but clear water. This is the famous fountain. At other seasons it fills the whole cavern and boils over in a vast stream among rocks, its bed now marked by vegetation. At present the water gushes out 200 yards lower down from beneath masses of rock, and in a very small distance forms a considerable river, which almost immediately receives deviations by art for mills and irrigation. On the summit of a rock above the village, but much below the mountain, is a ruin, called by the poor people here the Chateau of Petrarch, who tell you it was inhabited by Monsieur Petrarch and Madame Laura. The scene is sublime, but what renders it truly interesting to our feelings is the celebrity which great talents have given it. The power of rocks and water and mountains, even in their boldest features, to arrest attention and fill the bosom with sensations that banish the insipid feelings of common life, holds not of inanimate nature. To give energy to such sensations, it must receive animation from the creative touch of a vivid fancy, described by the poet, or connected with the residence, actions, pursuits, or passions of great geniuses. It lives, as it were, personified by talents, and commands the interest that breathes around whatever is consecrated by fame. To Orgon, footnote, Bouches du Rhône. Quit the Pope's territory by crossing the Durance. There view the skeleton of the navigation of Bois-Gelon, the work of the Archbishop of Aix, a noble project, and where finished, perfectly well executed. A hill is pierced by it for 1/4 of a mile, a work that rivals the greatest similar exertions. It has, however, stood still for many years for want of money. The Vent de Bise gone, and the heat increased, the wind now southwest, my health better to a moment, which proves how pernicious it is, even in August, 20 miles. The 30th. I forgot to observe that for a few days past I have been pestered with all the mob of the country shooting. One would think that every rusty gun in Provence is at work, killing all sorts of birds. The shot has fallen 5 or 6 times in my chaise and about my ears. The National Assembly has declared that every man has a right to kill game on his own land, and advancing this maxim so absurd as a declaration, though so wise as a law, without any statute of provision to secure the right of game to the possessor of the soil, according to the tenor of the vote, has, as I am everywhere informed, filled all the fields of France with sportsmen to an utter nuisance. The same effects have flowed from declarations of right relative to tithes, taxes, feudal rights, and etc. In the declarations, conditions and compensations are talked of, but an unruly, ungovernable multitude seize the benefit of the abolition and laugh at the obligations or recompense. Out by daybreak for Salon, in order to view the Crau, one of the most singular districts in France for its soil, or rather want of soil, being apparently a region of sea flints, yet feeding great herds of sheep. View the improvement of M. Pasquale, who is doing great things, but roughly. I wished to see and converse with him, but unfortunately he was absent from Salon. At night to Saint-Chamond, 46 miles. The 31st, to Aix. Footnote, Aix-en-Provence, Bouches du Rhône. Many houses without glass windows, the women with men's hats and no wooden shoes. At Aix, wait on M. Gibelin, celebrated for his translations of the works of Dr. Priestley and of the Philosophical Transactions. He received me with that easy and agreeable politeness natural to his character, being apparently a friendly man. He took every method in his power to procure me the information I wanted, and engaged to go with me the next day to Tour-d'Aigre, footnote. Tour-d'Aigre, Bouches du Rhône. The chateau here spoken of is now a ruin. Back to main text. To wait on the Baron of that name, President of the Parliament of Aix, to whom also I had letters, and whose essays in the Trimestre of the Paris Society of Agriculture are among the most valuable on rural economics in that work. 12 miles. September 1st. Tour-d'Aigre is 20 miles north of Aix, on the other side of the Durance, which we crossed at a ferry. The country about the chateau is bold and hilly, and swells in 4 or 5 miles into rocky mountains. The President received me in a very friendly manner, with a simplicity of manners that gives a dignity to his character, void of affectation. He is very fond of agriculture and planting. The afternoon was passed in viewing his home farm, and his noble woods, which are uncommon in this naked province. The chateau of Tour-d'Aigre, before much of it was accidentally consumed by fire, must have been one of the most considerable in France. But at present a melancholy spectacle is left. The Baron is an enormous sufferer by the Revolution. A great extent of country which belonged in absolute right to his ancestors has been granted for quit rents, cens, and other feudal payments, so that there is no comparison between the lands retained and those thus granted by his family. The loss of the droit honorifique is much more than has been apparent, and is an utter loss of all influence. It was natural to look for some plain and simple mode of compensation, but the declaration of the National Assembly allows none, and it is feelingly known in this chateau that the solid payments which the Assembly have declared to be rachetables are every hour falling to nothing without a shadow of recompense. The people are in arms, and at this moment very unquiet. The situation of the nobility in this country is pitiable. They are under apprehensions that nothing will be left them but simply such houses as the mob allows to stand unburnt, that the métayers will retain their farms without paying the landlord his half of the produce, and that in case of such a refusal there is actually neither law nor authority in the country to prevent it. Here is, however, in this house a large and agreeable society, and cheerful to a miracle, considering the times, and what such a great baron is losing, who has inherited from his ancestors immense possessions, now frittering to nothing by the Revolution. This chateau, splendid even in ruins, the venerable woods, park, and all the ensigns of family in command, with the fortune and even the lives of the owners at the mercy, and trampled on by an armed rabble. What a spectacle! The baron has a very fine and well-filled library, and one part of it totally with books and tracts on agriculture, in all the languages of Europe. His collection of these is nearly as numerous as my own, 20 miles. The second, Monsieur le Président dedicated this day for an excursion to his mountain farm 5 miles off, where he has a great range and one of the finest lakes in Provence, 2,000 toises round and 40 feet deep. Directly from it rises a fine mountain consisting of a mass of shell agglutinated into stone. It is a pity that this hill is not planted, as the water wants the immediate accompaniment of wood. Carp rise to 25 pounds and eels to 12 pounds. Note, there are carp in the Lake Bourget in Savoy of 60 pounds. A neighbouring gentleman, Monsieur Jouvon, well acquainted with the agriculture of this country, accompanied us and spent the rest of the day at the castle. I had much valuable information from the Baron de Tourdaigue, this gentleman, and from Monsieur l'Abbé de... I forget his name. In the evening I had some conversation on housekeeping with one of the ladies, and found among other articles that the wages of a gardener are 300 livres, 13 pounds 2 shillings 6 a common manservant 150 livres, 7 pounds, a bourgeois cook 75 to 90 livres, 90 livres are 3 pounds 18 shillings 9 a housemaid 60 to 70 livres, 3 pounds 1 shilling 3 rent of a good house for a bourgeois 700 to 800 livres, 35 pounds, 10 miles. The third, took my leave of Monsieur Tourdaigue's hospitable chateau, and returned with Monsieur Gibelin to Aix, 20 miles. The fourth, the country to Marseille is all mountainous, but much cultivated with vines and olives. It is, however, naked and uninteresting, and much of the road is left in a scandalous condition for one of the greatest in France, not wide enough at places for 2 carriages to pass with convenience. What a deceiving painter is the imagination! I had read I know not what lying exaggerations of the Bastide about Marseille, being counted not by hundreds but by thousands, with anecdotes of Louis XIV, adding one to the number of a citadel. I have seen other towns in France where they are more numerous, and the environs of Montpellier, without external commerce, are as highly decorated as those of Marseille. Yet Montpellier is not singular. The view of Marseille in the approach is not striking. It is well built in the new quarter. but like all others in the old, close, ill-built, and dirty. The population, if we may judge from the throng in the streets, is very great. I have met with none that exceeds it in this respect. I went in the evening to the theatre, which is new but not striking, and not in any respect to be named with that of Bordeaux or even Nantes, nor is the general magnificence of the town at all equal to Bordeaux. The new buildings are neither so extensive nor so good, the number of ships in the port not to be compared, and the port itself is a horse pond compared with the Garonne, 20 miles. The 5th. Marseille is absolutely exempt from the reproaches I have so often cast on others for want of newspapers. I breakfasted at the Café d'Arcachon amidst many. Deliver my letters and receive information concerning commerce, but I am disappointed of one I expected for Monsieur l'Abbé Raynal, the celebrated author. At the table d'hôte the Count de Mirabeau, both here and at Aix, a topic of conversation. I expected to have found him more popular from the extravagances committed in his favour in Provence and at Marseille. They consider him merely as a politician of great abilities, whose principles are favourable to theirs. As to his private character, they think they have nothing to do with it, and assert that they had much rather trust to a rogue of abilities than put any confidence in an honest man of no talents. Not, however, meaning to assert that M. de Mirabeau deserved any such appellation. They say he has an estate in Provence. I observed that I was glad to hear he had property, for in such revolutions it was a necessary hold on a man that he will not drive everything to confusion in order to possess a consequence and importance which cannot attend him in peaceable and quiet times. But to be at Marseille without seeing Abbé Raynal, one of the undoubted precursors of the present revolution in France, would be mortifying. Having no time to wait longer for letters, I took the resolution to introduce myself. He was at the house of his friend M. Bertrand. I told him my situation, and with that ease and politeness which flows from a man's knowledge of the world, he replied that he was always happy to be of use to any gentleman of my nation, and turning to his friend, said, "Here also is one, sir, who loves the English and understands their language." In conversing on agriculture, which I had mentioned as the object of my journey, they both expressed their surprise to find, by accounts apparently authentic, that we imported great quantities of wheat instead of exporting, as we formerly did, and desired to know if this was really the case, and to what it was owing. And recurring at the same time to the Mercure de France for a statement of the export and import of corn, he read it as a quotation from Mr. Arthur Young. This gave me the opportunity of saying that I was the person, and it proved a lucky introduction, for it was not possible to be received with more politeness or with more offers of service and assistance. I explained that the change had taken place in consequence of a vast increase of population, a cause still increasing more rapidly than ever. We had an interesting conversation on the agriculture of France and on the present situation of affairs, which they both think going on badly, are convinced of the necessity of an upper house in the legislature, and dread nothing more than a mere democratical government, which they think a species of republic, ridiculous for such a kingdom as France. I remarked that I had often reflected with amazement that M. Necker did not assemble the States in such a form and under such regulations as would have naturally led to adopt the Constitution of England, free from the few faults which time has discovered in it. On which M. Bertrand gave me a pamphlet he had published, addressed to his friend Abbé Raynal, proposing several circumstances in the English Constitution to be adopted in that of France. M. l'Abbé Raynal remarked that the American Revolution had brought the French one in its train. I observed that if the result in France should be liberty, That revolution had proved a blessing to the world, but much more so to England than to America. This they both thought such a paradox that I explained it by remarking that I believed the prosperity which England had enjoyed since the peace not only much exceeded that of any other similar period, but also that of any other country in any period since the establishment of the European monarchies, a fact that was supported by the increase of population, of consumption, of industry, of navigation, shipping, and sailors, by the augmentation and improvement of agriculture, manufactures, and commerce, and in a peculiar mass and aggregate flowing from the whole, the rising ease and felicity of the people. I mentioned the authentic documents and public registers which supported such a representation, and I remarked that Abbe Raynal, who attended closely to what I said, had not seen or heard of these circumstances, in which he is not singular, for I have not met with a single person in France acquainted with them. Yet they unquestionably form one of the most remarkable and singular experiments in the science of politics that the world has ever seen. For a people to lose an empire, 13 provinces, and to gain by that loss an increase of wealth, felicity, and power. When will the obvious conclusions to be drawn from that prodigious event be adopted? That all transmarine or distant dominions are sources of weakness, and that to renounce them would be wisdom. Apply this to France, to St. Domingo, in Spain to Peru, or in England to Bengal, and mark the ideas and replies that are excited. I have no doubt, however, of the fact. I complimented him on his generous gift to the Society of Agriculture at Paris of 1,200 livres for a premium. He said they had thanked him, not in the usual form, by the secretary signing alone, but had every one present signed it. He said that he should do the same by the Academies of Sciences and Belles-Lettres, and he has given the same sum to the Academy at Marseilles for a premium relative to their commerce. He said also that he had formed a plan which he should execute when he has saved money enough, which is to expend by means of the Society of Agriculture 1,200 livres a year in purchasing models of all the useful implements in husbandry to be found in other countries, especially in England, and to spread them over France. The idea is an excellent one and merits great praise, yet it is to be questioned whether the effect would answer the expense. Give the tool itself to a farmer, and he will not know how to use it, or will be too much prejudiced to like it. A model he will still less take the trouble to copy. Gentlemen farming everywhere their own lands with enthusiasm and passion for the art would apply and use these models, but I fear that none such are to be found in France. The spirit and pursuits of gentlemen must be changed from their present frivolous turns before any such thing could be effected. He approved of my recommending turnips and potatoes, but said that good sorts are wanting, and mentioned a trial he had made himself, a comparison of the English and Provençal potatoes in making bread, and the English produced 1/3 more flour than the French. Among other causes of bad husbandry in France, he named the illegality of usury. At present, moneyed people in the country locked it up, instead of lending it out for improvement. These sentiments of an illustrious writer do him honour, and it was pleasing to me to find that he gave attention to objects which have almost monopolized mine, and yet more so to find that this justly celebrated writer, though not young, is in good spirits, and that he may live many years to enlighten the world by the productions of a pen that has never been employed but for the benefit of the human species. End of section 29. Section 30 of Travels in France by Arthur Young. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Journal, 1789. September 8th, Cougé. For 3 or 4 miles the road leads through rows of bastides and walls. It is made of powdered white stone, and without exception the most dusty I ever saw. The vines for 20 rods on each side were like a dressed head. The country, all mountains of rocks with poor pines. Uninteresting and ugly. The plains of no great breadth were covered with vines and olives. Meat capers first at Couget. At Aubagne I dined on 6 dishes, not bad, a dessert and a bottle of wine for 24 sous, and by myself too, for no table d'hote. What M. Douton could mean by calling the post-house at Couget a good auberge is inexplicable. It is a miserable hole in which I have one of the best rooms, without glass to the windows. 21 miles. The 9th. The country to Toulon is more interesting. The mountains are bolder, the sea adds to the view, and there is one passage among the rocks where are sublime features. 9/10 are waste mountain, and a wretched country of pines, box, and miserable aromatics, in spite of the climate. Near Toulon, especially at Oyul, there are pomegranates in the hedges with fruit as large as nonpareils. They have a few oranges also. The basin of Toulon, with ranges of 3-deckers and other large men of war, with a key of life and business, are fine. The town has nothing that deserves description. The great and only thing that is worth seeing, the dockyard, I could not see, yet I had letters, but the regulation forbidding it, as at Brest, all applications were vain. 25 miles. The 10th. Lady Craven has sent me upon a wild goose chase to Hyères. Footnote: Elizabeth Lady Craven, who after a platonic friendship of many years' standing married the Margrave of Anspach, was the author of works of travel and an autobiography. One would think this country, from hers and many other descriptions, was all a garden, but it has been praised much beyond its merit. The vale is everywhere richly cultivated and planted with olives and vines, with a mixture of some mulberries, figs, and other fruit trees. The hills are either rocks or spread with a poor vegetation of evergreens, pines, lentiscus, and etc. The vale, though scattered with white bastides which animate the scene, yet betrays that poverty in the robe of nature which always offends the eye where olives and fruits form the principal clothing. Every view is meagre on comparison with the rich foliage of our northern forests. The only singular features are the orange and lemon trees. They here thrive in the open air, are of great size, and render every garden interesting to eyes that travel to the south. But last winter's frost has shorn them of their glory. They are all so nearly destroyed as to be cut almost to the root, or to the trunk, but are in general shooting again. I conjecture that these trees, even when in health and foliage, however they may be separately taken, add but little to the general effect of a view. They are all in gardens, mixed with walls and houses, and consequently lose much beauty as the part of a landscape. Lady Craven's tour sent me to the chapel of Notre Dame de Consolation, and to the hills leading to M. Glapierre de Saint-Tropez, and I asked for Father Laurent, who was, however, very little sensible of the honour she had done him. The views from the hills on both sides of the town are moderate. The islands Port-Cros, Port-Querolles, and Le Vent, the nearest, joined to the continent by a causeway and salt marsh, which they call a pond. The hills, mounts, rocks, all are naked. The pines that spread on some of them have not a much better effect than gorse. The verdure of the vale is hurt by the hue of the olives. There is a fine outline to the views, but for a climate where vegetation is the chief glory, it is poor and meagre, and does not refresh the imagination with the idea of a thick shade against the rays of the ardent sun. I can hear of no cotton in Provence, which has been reported in several books, but the date and pistachio succeed. The myrtle is indigenous everywhere, and the jasminum commune and fruticans, yellow jasmine. In l'Île de Levant is the Genista candescens and the Teucrium herba poma. Returning from my ride to the Hôtel de Necker, the landlord worries me with a list of English that passed the winter at Hyères. There are many houses built for letting, from 2 to 6 louis a month, including all the furniture, linen, necessary plate, and etc. Most of these houses command the prospect of the Vale and the sea, and if they do not feel the vent de bise, I should suppose it must be a fine winter climate. In December, January, and February, perhaps, it may not incommode them, but does it not in March and April? There is a table d'hôte very well served at the Hôtel de Necker in winter at 4 livres a head each meal. View the King's Garden here, which may be 10 or 12 acres, and nobly productive in all the fruits of the climate. Its crop of oranges only last year was 21,000 livres, £918 15 shillings. Oranges at Hyères have produced as far as 2 louis each tree. Dine with M. de Saint-Césaire, who has a pretty new built house, a noble garden walled in, and an estate around it which he would sell or let. He was so obliging as to give me, with Dr. Bataille, much useful information concerning the agriculture and produce of this country. In the evening returned to Toulon, 34 miles. The 11th. The arrangement of my journey in Italy occupied some attention. I have been often informed by men that have travelled much in Italy that I must not think of going thither with my one-horse chaise. To watch my horse being fed would, they assured me, take up abundantly too much time, and if it was omitted, with respect to hay as well as oats, both would be equally stolen. There are also parts of Italy where travelling alone, as I did, would be very unsafe, by the number of robbers that infest the roads. Persuaded by the opinions of persons who I suppose must know much better than myself, I had determined to sell my mare and chaise and travel in Italy by the vetturini, who are to be had, it seems, everywhere and at a cheap rate. At Aix they offered me for both 20 louis, at Marseilles 18. So the further I went I expected the price would sink. But to get out of the hands of the aubergistes and the garçons d'écurie, who expected everywhere to make a property of me, I had it drawn into the street at Toulon, with a large label written à vendre, and the price 25 louis. They had cost me at Paris 32. My plan took, and I sold them for 22. They had brought me above 1,200 miles, but yet were a cheap bargain to an officer that was the purchaser. I had next to consider the method to get to Nice, and will it be believed that from Marseilles with 100,000 souls, and Toulon with 30,000, lying in the great road to Antibes, Nice, and Italy, there is no diligence or regular voiture? A gentleman at the table d'hôte assured me they asked him 3 louis for a place in a voiture to Antibes, and to wait till some other person would give 3 more for another seat. To a person accustomed to the infinity of machines that fly about England in all directions, this must appear hardly credible. Such great cities in France have not the 100th part of connection and communication with each other that much inferior places enjoy with us, a sure proof of their deficiency in consumption, activity, and animation. A gentleman who knew every part of Provence well, and had been from Nice to Toulon by sea, advised me to take the common barque for 1 day from Toulon, that I might at least pass the Isles of Hyères. I told him I had been at Hyères and seen the coast. I had seen nothing, he said, if I had not seen them and the coast from the sea, which was the finest object in all Provence; that it would be only 1 day at sea, as I might land at Cavallero and take mules for Fréjus, and that I should lose nothing, as the common route was the same as what I had seen, mountains, vines, and olives. His opinion prevailed, and I spoke to the captain of the barque for my passage to Cavallero. The 12th. At 6 in the morning, on board the barque, Captain Jassoir of Antibes, The weather was delicious, and the passage out of the harbour of Toulon and its great basin beautiful and interesting. Apparently it is impossible to imagine a harbour more completely secure and landlocked. The inner one, contiguous to the quay, is large and seems formed by art, a range of mole which it is built on, separating it from the great basin. Only one ship can enter at a time, but it could contain a fleet. There are now lying moored in 2 ranges one ship, the Commerce of Marseille, of 130 guns, the finest ship in the French navy, and 17 others of 90 guns, each with several smaller. When in the great basin, which is 2 or 3 miles across, you seem absolutely enclosed by high lands, and it is only on the moment of quitting it that you can guess where the outlet is, by which you are connected with the sea. The town, the shipping, the high mountain which rises immediately above it, the hills covered with plantations and spread everywhere with bastides, unite to form a striking coup d'oeil. But as to the Isles of Hyères and the fine views of the coast which I was to enjoy, my informant could have no eyes, or absolutely without taste. They are, as well as all the coast, miserable barren rocks and hills, with only pines to give any idea of vegetation. If it was not for a few solitary houses, with here and there a square patch of cultivation to change the colour of the mountains, I should have imagined that this coast must have borne a near resemblance to those of New Zealand or New Holland, dark, gloomy, and silent. A savage, sombre air spread over the whole. The pines and evergreen shrubs that cover the greatest part cover it with more gloom than verdure. Landed at night at Cavallero, which I expected to have found a little town, but it consists only of 3 houses and a more wretched place not to be imagined. They spread a mattress on a stone floor for me, for bed they had none. After starving all day, they had nothing but stale eggs, bad bread, and worse wine. And as to the mules which were to take me to Fréjus, there was neither horse, ass, nor mule in the place, and only 4 oxen for ploughing the ground. I was thus in a pretty situation, and must have gone on by sea to Antibes, for which also the wind gave tokens of being contrary, if the captain had not promised me 2 of his men to carry my baggage to a village 2 leagues off, where mules were certainly to be had, with which comfort I betook myself to my mattress, 24 miles. The 13th. The captain sent 3 sailors, one a Corsican, another a mongrel Italian, and the third a Provençal. Among the 3 there was not French enough for half an hour's conversation. We crossed the mountains and wandered by crooked unknown paths and beds of torrents, and then found the village of Gassang on the top of a mountain, which, however, was more than a league from that to which we intended to go. Here the sailors refreshed themselves, 2 with wine, but the third never drank anything except water. I asked if he had equal strength with the others that drank wine. Yes, they replied, as strong for his size as any other man. I rather think that I shall not soon find an English sailor who will make the experiment. No milk. I breakfasted on grapes, rye bread, and bad wine. Mules were reported to abound at this village, or rather that which we missed, but the master of the only 2 we could hear of being absent, I had no other resource than agreeing with a man to take my baggage on an ass, and myself to walk a league further to Saint-Tropez, for which he demanded 3 livres. In 2 hours reached that town, which is prettily situated and tolerably well built on the banks of a noble inlet of the sea. From Cavallero hither the country is all mountain, 18/20 of it covered with pines, or a poor wilderness of evergreen shrubs, rocky and miserable. Cross the inlet, which is more than a league wide. The ferrymen have been on board a king's ship and complained heavily of their treatment, but said that now they were free men they should be well treated, and in case of a war they should pay the English by a different account. It would now be man to man. Before, it was free men fighting with slaves. Land at Sainte-Maxime, and there hire 2 mules and a guide to Fréjus. Var. The country the same mountainous and rocky desert of pines and lentiscus, but towards Fréjus some arbutus. Very little culture before the plain near Fréjus. I passed today 30 miles, of which 5 are not cultivated. The whole coast of Provence is nearly the same desert, yet the climate would give on all these mountains productions valuable for feeding sheep and cattle, but they are encumbered with shrubs and absolutely worthless. The effect of liberty had better appear in their cultivation than on the decks of a man-of-war. 30 miles. The 14th. Stayed at Fréjus to rest myself, to examine the neighbourhood, which however contains nothing, and to arrange my journey to Nice. Here are remains of an amphitheatre and aqueduct. On inquiring for a voiture to go post, I found there was no such thing to be had, so I had no resource but mules. I employed the garçon d'écurie, for a postmaster thinks himself of too much consequence to take the least trouble, and he reported that I should be well served for 12 livres to Estrelles. This price for 10 miles on a miserable mule was a very entertaining idea. I bid him half the money. He assured me he had named the lowest price, and left me certainly thinking me safe in his clutches. I took a walk round the town to gather some plants that were in blossom, and meeting a woman with an ass-load of grapes, I asked her employment, and found by help of an interpreter that she carried grapes from vineyards for hire. I proposed loading her ass to Estrelles with my baggage, and demanded her price. 40 sols. I will give it. Break of day appointed, and I returned to the inn, at least an economist, having saved 10 livres by my walk. The 15th. Myself, my female, and her ass jogged merrily over the mountains. The only misfortune was we did not know one word of each other's language. I could just discover that she had a husband and 3 children. I tried to know if he was a good husband and if she loved him very much, but our language failed in such explanations. It was no matter. Her ass was to do my business, and not her tongue. At Estrelles I took post horses. It is a single house, and no women with asses to be had, or I should have preferred them. It is not easy for me to describe how agreeable a walk of 10 or 15 miles is to a man who walks well, after sitting 1,000 in a carriage. Today's journey all through the same bad country, mountain beyond mountain, encumbered with worthless evergreens, and not 1 mile in 20 cultivated. The only relief is the gardens at Grasse, Alpes-Maritimes, where very great exertions are made, but of a singular kind. Roses are a great article for the famous hauteur, all of which is commonly supposed to come from Bengal. They say that 1,500 flowers go to a single drop. 20 flowers sell for 1 sol, and an ounce of the hauteur 400 livres, 17 pounds 10 shillings. Tuberoses and etc. are also cultivated for perfumes in immense quantities for Paris and London. Rosemary, lavender, bergamot, and oranges are here capital articles of culture. Half Europe is supplied with essences from hence. Caen is prettily situated, close on the shore, with the Isles of Sainte Marguerite, where is a detestable state prison about 2 miles off, and a distant boundary of the Estrelles mountains with a bold broken outline. These mountains are barren to excess. At all the villages since Toulon, at Fréjus, Estrelles, and etc., I asked for milk, but no such thing to be had, not even of goats or sheep. The cows are all in the higher mountains, and as to butter, the landlord at Estrelles told me it was a contraband commodity that came from Nice. Good heaven! What an idea northern people have, like myself, before I knew better, of a fine sun and a delicious climate, as it is called, that gives myrtles, oranges, lemons, pomegranates, jasmines, and aloes in the hedges, yet are such countries, if irrigation be wanted, the various deserts in the world. On the most miserable tracts of our heaths and moors you will find butter, milk, and cream. Give me that which will feed a cow, and let oranges remain to Provence. The fault, however, is in the people more than the climate, and as the people have never any faults till they become the masters, all is the effect of government. The arbutus, laurustinus, cistus, and Spanish broom are found scattered about the wastes. Nobody in the inn but a merchant of Bordeaux returning home from Italy. We supped together and had a good deal of conversation, not uninteresting. He was melancholy to think, he said, what a sad reputation the French Revolution has wherever he has been in Italy. Unhappy France was his frequent ejaculation. He made many inquiries of me, and said his letters confirmed my accounts. The Italians seemed all convinced that the rivalry of France and England was at an end, and that the English would now have it in their power amply to revenge the American war by seizing San Domingo, and indeed all the possessions the French have out of France itself. I said the idea was a pernicious one, and so contrary to the personal interests of the men who governed England, that it was not to be thought of. He replied that if we did not do it, we should be marvellously forbearing, and set an example of political purity sufficient to eternize that part of our national character in which the world thought us most deficient, moderation. He complained bitterly of the conduct of certain leaders of the National Assembly, who seemed to be determined on a bankruptcy and perhaps a civil war. 22 miles. End of section 30. Section 31 of Travels in France by Arthur Young. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Journal, 1789. September the 16th. At Caen I was quite without a choice. No post-house, carriage, nor horses, nor mules to let. I was therefore forced again to take refuge in a woman and her ass. At 5 in the morning I walked to Antibes. This line of 9 miles is chiefly cultivated, but the mountains rise so immediately that, in a general idea, all is waste. Antibes, being a frontier town, is regularly fortified. The mole is pretty, and the view from it pleasing. Take a post-chaise to Nice, cross the Var, and bid adieu for the present to France. The approach to Nice is pleasing. The first approach to that country so long and justly celebrated, that has produced those who have conquered and those who have decorated the world, fills the bosom with too many throbbing feelings to permit a bush, a stone, a clod to be uninteresting. Our percipient faculties are expanded, we wish to enjoy, and then all is attention and willingness to be pleased. The approach marks a flourishing town. New buildings, the never-failing mark of prosperity, are numerous. Pass many gardens full of oranges. Arrive in time for dinner at the table d'hôte, Hôtel des Quatre Nations, and agree with the master of it for my apartment, which is exceedingly good, and dinner and supper at 5 Piedmontese livres a day, that is, 5 shillings. Here I am then in the midst of another people, language, sovereignty, and country, one of the moments of a man's life that will always be interesting, because all the springs of curiosity and attention are on the stretch. Several Frenchmen, but more Italians at the table d'hôte, and the French Revolution only talked of. The Frenchmen all in favour of it, and the Italians all against it, and absolute victors in the argument, 25 miles. The 17th. I have no letters for Nice, and therefore know nothing of the insides of the houses. I must be content with what meets the eye. The new part of the town is very well built, the streets straight and broad. The sea view is fine, and for enjoying it in greater perfection they have an admirable contrivance which I have seen nowhere else. A row of low houses, forming one side of a street 1/4 of a mile long, has flat roofs, which are covered with a stucco floor forming a noble terrace, opens immediately to the sea, raised above the dirt and annoyance of a street, and equally free from the sand and shingle of a beach. At one end some finely situated lodging-houses open directly on to it. The walk this terrace affords is in fine weather delicious. The square is handsome, and the works which form the port are well built, but it is small and difficult to enter except in favourable weather. Admits ships of near 300 tons, yet though free, has but an inconsiderable trade. The number of new streets and houses building at present is an unequivocal proof that the place is flourishing, owing very much to the resort of foreigners, principally English, who pass the winter here for the benefit and pleasure of the climate. They are dismally alarmed at present with the news that the disturbances in France will prevent many of the English from coming this winter, but they have some consolation in expecting a great resort of French. Last winter there were 57 English and 9 French. This winter they think it will be 9 English and 57 French. At the table d'hote informed that I must have a passport for travelling in Italy, and that the English consul is the proper person to apply to. I went to Mr. Consul Green, who informed me that it was a mistake, there was no want of any passport, but if I wished to have one, he would very readily give it. My name occurring to him, he took the opportunity to be very polite to me, and offered anything in his power to assist me. On my telling him the object of my travels, he remarked that the gardens here and mixture of half garden, half farm were rather singular, and if I called on him in the evening, he would walk and show me some. I accepted his obliging invitation, and when I went again, met a Colonel Ross, a gentleman from Scotland, second in command in the King of Sardinia's marine, and at present in chief. Having been much in Sardinia, I made some inquiries of him concerning that island, and the circumstances he instanced were curious. The intemperia is so prevalent in summer from the quantity of evaporating water leaving mud exposed to the sun as to be death to a stranger, but in winter it is a good climate. The soil wonderfully rich and fertile, but vast plains that would produce anything are uncultivated. He has passed one line of 50 miles by 30, all plain and the land good, yet without one house and mostly a neglected desert. The people are wretched and deplorably ignorant. There are districts, he has been informed, where there are olives and the fruit left rotting under the trees for want of knowing how to make oil. In general there are no roads and no inns. When a traveller or other person goes into the island, he is recommended from convent to convent or curé to curé, some of whom are at their ease. You are sure to be well entertained, and at no other expense than a trifle to the servants. The plenty of game and wild fowl great. The horses are small but excellent, all stallions. One has been known to be rode 24 hours without drawing bit. I demanded to what could be attributed such a neglected state of the island. To government, I suppose. By no means. Government has manifested every disposition to set things on a better footing. It certainly is owing to the feudal rights of the nobility, keeping the people in a state of comparative slavery. They are too wretched to have the inducement to industry. Such is the case at present in many other countries besides Sardinia. When I see and hear of the abominable depredations and enormities committed by the French peasants, I detest the democratical principles. When I see or hear of such wastes as are found in Sardinia, I abhor the aristocratical ones. Accompany Mr. Green to view some gardens which have a luxuriance of vegetation by means of watering that makes them objects worth attention. But the great product, and a most valuable one it is, are oranges and lemons, chiefly the former, and a few bergamots for curiosity. We examine the garden of a nobleman, some under 2 acres of land, that produces 30 louis d'or a year in oranges only, besides all the crops of common vegetables. The great value of these products, such is the perversity of human life, is the exact reason why such gardens would be detestable to me if under the economical management of the gentry of Nice. An acre of garden forms an object of some consequence in the income of a nobleman who, in point of fortune, is reckoned in good circumstances if he has £150 to £200 a year. Thus the garden, which with us is an object of pleasure, is here one of economy and income, circumstances that are incompatible. It is like a well-furnished room in a man's house which he lets to a lodger. They sell their oranges so strictly that they cannot gather one to eat. A certain momentary and careless consumption is a part of the convenience and agreeableness of a garden. A system which thus constrains the consumption destroys all the pleasure. Oranges may certainly be sold with as much propriety as corn or timber, but let them grow at a distance from the house. That open apartment of a residence which we call a garden should be free from the shackle of a contract, and the scene of pleasure, not profit. The 18th. Walked to Villefranche, *Alpes-Maritimes, another little seaport of the King of Sardinia's, on the other side of the mountain to the east of Nice. Call on Mr. Green, the consul, who has given me letters to Genoa, Alexandria, and Padua. He has behaved with so friendly an attention that I cannot omit acknowledging warmly his civilities. Learn this morning from him that Lord Bristol is somewhere in Italy, and that Lady Erne is probably at Turin. My stars will not be propitious if I do not see them both. The 19th. I have now waited 2 days merely for the means of getting away. I can go either by a felucca to Genoa or with a vetturino to Turin, and there is so much for and against both schemes that priority of departure is as good a motive for a preference as any other. If I go by Genoa to Milan, I see Genoa and a part of its territory, which is much, but I lose 60 miles of superb irrigation from Coni to Turin, and I lose the line of country between Turin and Milan, which I am told is better than that between Genoa and Milan. As to Turin itself, I should see it on my return. But here is Luigi Tonini, a vetturino from Coni, who sets out on Monday morning for Turin, which decides me. So, with Mr. Green's kind assistance, I have bargained with him to take me thither for 7 French crowns. He has got 2 officers in the Sardinian service, and is not to wait longer for filling the 3rd place. We have every day at the table d'hote a Florentine abbé who has been a marvellous traveller. No man names a country in which he has not travelled, and he is singular in never having made a note, making rather a boast that his memory retains every particular he would wish to know, even to numbers correctly. The height and measures of the pyramids of Egypt, of St. Peter's Church at Rome, and St. Paul's at London, and etc., with the exact length and breadth of every fine street in Europe he has at his tongue's end. He is a great critic in the beauty of cities, and he classes the 4 finest in the world thus: 1. Rome, 2. Naples, 3. Venice, 4. London. Being a little inclined to the marvellous in the idea of an old Piedmontese colonel, a knight of St. Maurice, a plain and unaffected character, and apparently a very worthy man, he pecks at the authority of Signore Abate, and has afforded some amusement to the company. The 20th, Sunday. Mr. Consul Green continues his friendly attention to the last. I dined by invitation with him today, and for the honour of Piedmontese grazing, ate as fine, sweet, and fat a piece of roast beef as I would ever wish to do in England, and such as would not be seen at the table d'hote at the Quatre Nations in 7 years, if in 7 ages. An English master and mistress of the table, with roast beef, plum pudding, and porter, made me drop for a moment the idea of the formidable distance that separated me from England. Unknown and unrecommended at Nice, I expected nothing but what could be shot flying in any town. but I found in Mr. Green both hospitality and something too friendly to call politeness. In the evening we had another walk among gardens, and conversed with some of the proprietors on prices, products, and etc. The description Mr. Green gives me of the climate of Nice in the winter is the most inviting that could be imagined. A clear blue expanse is constantly overhead, and a sun warm enough to be exhilarating, but not hot enough to be disagreeable. But, sir, the vent de bise! We are sheltered from it by the mountains, but as a proof that this climate is vastly more mild than where you have felt that wind, the oranges and lemons which we have in such profusion will not thrive either in Genoa or Provence, except in a very few spots singularly sheltered like this. He remarked that Dr. Smollett, in his description, has done great injustice to the climate, and even against the feelings of his own crazy constitution. For he never was so well after he left Nice as he had been at it, and made much interest with Lord Shelburne to be appointed consul, who told him, and not without some foundation, that he would on no account be such an enemy to a man of genius, that he had libelled the climate of Nice so severely that if he were to go again thither, the Nicard would certainly knock him on the head. Mr. Green has seen hay made, and well made, at Christmas. December 21st, footnote. The French diary ends on the 19th September and is resumed on the 21st December. The shortest day in the year for one of the expeditions that demand the longest, the passage of Mont Cenis, about which so much has been written. To those who from reading are full of expectation of something very sublime, it is almost as great a delusion as to be met with in the regions of romance. If travellers are to be believed, the descent ramassant on the snow is made with the velocity of a flash of lightning. Footnote: ramasse, Italian, ramazzo, a sledge pushed by a man down snow-covered slopes. Litre. I was not fortunate enough to meet with anything so wonderful. At the Grand Croix we seated ourselves in machines of 4 sticks, dignified with the name of traîneau. A mule draws it, and a conductor who walks between the machine and the animal serves chiefly to kick the snow into the face of the rider. When arrived at the precipice which leads down to Lens-le-Bourg, the mule is dismissed and the ramassang begins. The weight of 2 persons, the guide seated himself in the front and directing it with his heels in the snow, is sufficient to give it motion. But most of the way he is content to follow very humbly the path of the mules, but now and then crosses to escape a double, and in such spots the motion is rapid enough for a few seconds to be agreeable. They might very easily shorten the line 1/2, and by that means gratify the English with the velocity they admire so much. As it is at present, a good English horse would trot as fast as we ramassed. The exaggerations we have read of this business have arisen perhaps from travellers passing in summer and accepting the descriptions of the muleteers. A journey on snow is commonly productive of laughable incidents. The road of the traîneau is not wider than the machine, and we were always meeting mules and etc. It was sometimes, and with reason, a question who should turn out, for the snow being 10 feet deep, the mules had sagacity to consider a moment before they buried themselves. A young Savoyard female riding her mule experienced a complete reversal, for attempting to pass my traîneau, her beast was a little restive, and tumbling dismounted his rider. The girl's head pitched in the snow and sunk deep enough to fix her beauties in the position of a forked post, and the wicked muleteers, instead of assisting her, laughed too heartily to move. If it had been one of the ballerini, the attitude would have been nothing distressing to her. These laughable adventures with the gilding of a bright sun made the day pass pleasantly, and we were in good humour enough to swallow with cheerfulness a dinner at Lens-le-Bourg that, had we been in England, we should have consigned very readily to the dog kennel. 20 miles. The 22nd. The whole day we were among the high Alps. The villages are apparently poor, the houses ill built, and the people with few comforts about them, except plenty of pine wood, the forests of which harbour wolves and bears. Dine at Modane, and sleep at Saint Michel, 25 miles. The 23rd, pass Saint-Jean de Maurienne, Savoy, the original seat of the Dukes of Savoy, where there is a bishop, and near that place we saw what is much better than a bishop, the prettiest and indeed the only pretty woman we saw in Savoy. On inquiry found it was Madame de Lacoste, wife of a farmer of tobacco. I should have been better pleased if she had belonged to the plough. The mountains now relax their terrific features. They recede enough to offer to the willing industry of the poor inhabitants something like a valley. But the jealous torrent seizes it with the hand of despotism, and like his brother tyrants, reigns but to destroy. On some slopes, vines, mulberries begin to appear, villages increase, but still continue rather shapeless heaps of inhabited stones than ranges of houses. Yet in these homely cots, beneath the snow-clad hills, where natural light comes with tardy beams, and art seems more sedulous to exclude than admit it, peace and content, the companions of honesty, may reside, and certainly would, were the penury of nature the only evil felt. But the hand of despotism may be more heavy. In several places the view is picturesque and pleasing. Enclosures seem hung against the mountain sides, as a picture is suspended to the wall of a room. The people are in general mortally ugly and dwarfish. Dine at La Chambre, sad fare. Sleep at Aigues-Belles, 30 miles. The 24th. The country today, that is to Chambéry, improves greatly. The mountains, though high, recede. The valleys are wide and the slopes more cultivated. And toward the capital of Savoy are many country houses which enliven the scene. Above Mal-le-Taverne, Savoy, is Châteauneuf, the house of the countess of that name. I was sorry to see at the village a carquin, or seigneurial standard, erected, to which a chain and a heavy iron collar are fastened as a mark of the lordly arrogance of the nobility and the slavery of the people. I asked why it was not burned with the horror it merited. The question did not excite the surprise I expected, and which it would have done before the French Revolution. This led to a conversation by which I learned that in the Haute-Savoie there are no seigneurs, and the people are generally at their ease, possessing little properties, and the land, in spite of nature, almost as valuable as in the lower country, where the people are poor and ill at their ease. I demanded why. Because there are seigneurs everywhere. What a vice is it, and even a curse, that the gentry, instead of being the cherishers and benefactors of their poor neighbours, should thus, by the abomination of feudal rights, prove mere tyrants. Will nothing but revolutions which cause their chateaux to be burnt induce them to give to reason and humanity what will be extorted by violence and commotion? We had arranged our journey to arrive early at Chambéry for an opportunity to see what is most interesting in a place that has but little. It is the winter residence of almost all the nobility of Savoy. The best estate in the duchy is not more than 60,000 Piedmontese livres a year, £3,000, but for 20,000 livres they live en grand seigneur here. If a country gentleman has 150 louis d'or a year, he will be sure to spend 3 months in a town, the consequence of which would be 9 uncomfortable ones in the country, in order to make a beggarly figure the other 3 in town. These idle people are this Christmas disappointed by the court having refused admittance to the usual company of French comedians. The government fears importing among the rough mountaineers the present spirit of French liberty. Is this weakness or policy? But Chambéry has objects to me more interesting. I was eager to view Charmette, the road, the house of Madame de Warrens, the vineyard, the garden, everything, in a word, that has been described by the inimitable pencil of Rousseau. There was something so deliciously amiable in her character in spite of her frailties. her constant gaiety and good humour, her tenderness and humanity, her farming speculations, but above all other circumstances the love of Rousseau, have written her name amongst the few whose memories are connected with us by ties more easily felt than described. The house is situated about a mile from Chambéry, fronting the rocky road which leads to that city and the wood of chestnuts in the valley. It is small, and much of the same size as we should suppose in England would be found on a farm of 100 acres, without the least luxury or pretension, and the garden for shrubs and flowers is confined as well as unassuming. The scenery is pleasing, being so near a city, and yet, as he observes, quite sequestered. It could not but interest me, and I viewed it with a degree of emotion. Even in the leafless melancholy of December it pleased. I wandered about some hills, which were assuredly the walks he has so agreeably described. I returned to Chambéry with my heart full of Madame de Warrens. We had with us a young physician, a M. Bernard of Modane en Maurienne, an agreeable man, connected with people at Chambéry. I was sorry to find that he knew nothing more of the matter than that Madame de Warrens was certainly dead. With some trouble I procured the following certificate. Extract from the mortuary register of the parish church of St. Peter de Le Mans. The 30th of July, 1762, was buried in the burying ground of Le Mans Dame Louisa Frances Eleanor de la Tour, widow of the Seigneur Baron de Warrens, native of Vevey in the canton of Bern in Switzerland, who died yesterday at 10 in the evening, like a good Christian and fortified with her last sacraments, aged about 63 years. She abjured the Protestant religion about 36 years past, since which time she lived in our religion. She finished her days in the suburb of Nessin, where she had lived for about 8 years in the house of M. Crépine. She lived heretofore at the Rectus during about 4 years, in the house of the Marquis d'Allange. She passed the rest of her life since her abjuration in this city, signed Game, Rector of Le Mans. I, the underwritten, present rector of the said Le Mans, certify that I have extracted this from the mortuary register of the parish church of the said place, without any addition or diminution whatsoever, and having collated it, have found it conformable to the original. In witness of all which I have signed the presence at Chambéry, the 24th of December, 1789, signed A. Sacco, Rector of Le Mans. 23 miles. The 25th. Left Chambéry much dissatisfied for want of knowing more of it. Rousseau gives a good character of the people, and I wish to know them better. It was the worst day I have known for months past, a cold thaw of snow and rain. And yet in this dreary season, when nature so rarely has a smile on her countenance, the environs were charming. All hill and dale tossed about with so much wildness that the features are bold enough for the irregularity of a forest scene, and yet withal softened and melted down by culture and habitation to be eminently beautiful. Footnote. Savoy and the Comté de Nice were annexed to France in 1860, from which were formed the departments of 1. La Savoie, 2. La Haute-Savoie, and 3. Les Alpes-Maritimes. Back to main text. The country enclosed to the first town in France, Pont-Beauvoisin, where we dined and slept. The passage of Échelle cut in the rock by the sovereign of the country is a noble and stupendous work. Arrive at Pont-Beauvoisin, once more entering this noble kingdom, and meeting with the cockades of liberty and those arms in the hands of the people, which it is to be wished may be used only for their own and Europe's peace. 24 miles. The 26th. Dine at Tour du Pin and sleep at La Verpillière. Footnote, Isère. This is the most advantageous entrance into France in respect of beauty of country. From Spain, England, Flanders, Germany, or Italy, by way of Antibes, all are inferior to this. It is really beautiful and well planted, has many enclosures and mulberries with some vines. There is hardly a bad feature except the houses. which, instead of being well built and white as in Italy, are ugly thatched mud cabins without chimneys, the smoke issuing at a hole in the roof or at the windows. Glass seems unknown, and there is an air of poverty and misery about them quite dissonant to the general aspect of the country. Coming out of Tour du Pin, we see a great common. Pass Bourgogne, a large town. Reach La Verpillière. This day's journey is a fine variation of hill and dale, well planted with chateaux and farms and cottages spread about it. A mild, lovely day of sunshine threw no slight gilding over the whole. For 10 or 12 days past we have had on this side of the Alps fine, open, warm weather with sunshine, but on the Alps themselves, and in the Vale of Lombardy on the other side, we were frozen and buried in snow. At Pont-Beauvoisin and Bourgogne, our passports were demanded by the milice bourgeoisie, but nowhere else. They assure us that the country is perfectly quiet everywhere, and have no guards mounted in the villages, nor any suspicions of fugitives as in the summer. Not far from La Verpillière passed the burnt chateau of M. de Vaux, in a fine situation with a noble wood behind it. Mr. Grundy was here in August, and it had then but lately been laid in ashes, and a peasant was hanging on one of the trees of the avenue by the road, one of many who were seized by the milice bourgeoise for this atrocious act. 27 miles. End of section 31. Section 32 of Travels in France by Arthur Young. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami, Journal 1789. December the 27th. The country changes at once. From one of the finest in France, it becomes almost flat and sombre. Arrive at Lyons, and there for the last time see the Alps. On the quay there is a very fine view of Mont Blanc, which I had not seen before. Leaving Italy and Savoy and the Alps, probably never to return, has something of a melancholy sensation. For all those circumstances that render that classical country illustrious, the seat of great men, the theatre of the most distinguished actions, the exclusive field in which the elegant and agreeable arts have loved to range, what country can be compared with Italy? To please the eye, to charm the ear, to gratify the inquiries of a laudable curiosity, whither would you travel? In every bosom whatever, Italy is the second country in the world. Of all others, the surest proof that it is the first. To the theatre, a musical thing which called all Italy by contrast to my ears. What stuff is French music! The distortions of embodied dissonance. The theatre is not equal to that of Nantes, and very much inferior to that of Bordeaux, 18 miles. The 28th. I had letters to M. Goudard, a considerable silk merchant, and waited on him yesterday. He appointed me to breakfast with him this morning. I tried hard to procure some information relative to the manufactures of Lyons, but in vain. Everything was selon and suivant. To M. l'Abbé Rosier, author of the voluminous Dictionary of Agriculture in quarto, I visited him as a man very much extolled, and not with an idea of receiving information in the plain practical line, which is the object of my inquiries, from the compiler of a dictionary. When M. Rosier lived at Béziers, he occupied a considerable farm, but on becoming the inhabitant of a city, he placed this motto over his door: Laudato in gentium rura exiguum colito, which is but a bad apology for no farm at all. Footnote: Virgil, Georgics, Book 3, verse 113, praise great estates, cultivate small ones. I made 1 or 2 efforts toward a little practical conversation, but he flew off from that centre in such eccentric radii of science that the vanity of the attempt was obvious in the moment. A physician present remarked to me that if I wanted to know common practices and products, I should apply to common farmers, indicating by his air and manner that such things were beneath the dignity of science. M. l'Abbé Rosier is, however, a man of considerable knowledge, though no farmer. In those pursuits which he has cultivated with inclination he is justly celebrated, and he merits every eulogium for having set on foot the Journal de Physique, which, take it for all in all, is by far the best journal that is to be found in Europe. His house is beautifully situated, commanding a noble prospect. His library is furnished with good books, and every appearance about him points out an easy fortune. Waited then on M. de Froissart, a Protestant minister, who, with great readiness and liberality, gave me much valuable information, and for my further instruction on points with which he was not equally acquainted, introduced me to M. Roland de la Platière, inspector of Lyons fabrics. This gentleman had notes upon many subjects, which afforded an interesting conversation, and as he communicated freely, I had the pleasure to find that I should not quit Lyons without a good portion of the knowledge I sought. This gentleman, somewhat advanced in life, has a young and beautiful wife. Madame Roland had travelled in England and entertained a very high notion of the English nation. See her Memoirs. Guillotined 1793, aged 39. Back to main text. The lady to whom he addressed his letters, written in Italy, and which have been published in 5 or 6 volumes. M. Froissart, desiring M. de la Platière to dine with him, to meet me, we had a great deal of conversation on agriculture, manufactures, and commerce, and differed but little in our opinions, except on the treaty of commerce between England and France, which that gentleman condemned, as I thought unjustly, and we debated the point. He warmly contended that silk ought to have been included as a benefit to France. I urged that the offer was made to the French ministry and refused, and I ventured to say that had it been accepted, the advantage would have been on the side of England instead of France, supposing, according to the vulgar ideas, that the benefit and the balance of trade are the same things. I begged him to give me a reason for believing that France would buy the silk of Piedmont and of China and work it up to undersell England, while England buys the French cotton and works it into fabrics that undersell those of France, even under an accumulation of charges and duties. We discussed these and similar subjects with that sort of attention and candour that render them interesting to persons who love a liberal conversation upon important points. Among the objects at Lyons that are worthy of a stranger's curiosity is the point of junction of the 2 great rivers, the Saône and the Rhône. Lyons would doubtless be much better situated if it were really at the junction, but there is an unoccupied space sufficient to contain a city half as large as Lyons itself. This space is a modern embankment that cost 6 millions and ruined the undertakers. I prefer even Nantes to Lyons. When a city is built at the junction of 2 great rivers, the imagination is apt to suppose that those rivers form a part of the magnificence of the scenery. Without broad, clean, and well-built quays, what are rivers to a city but a facility to carry coals or tar barrels? What, in point of beauty, has London to do with the Thames, except at the terrace of the Adelphi and the new buildings at Somerset Place, any more than with Fleet Ditch, buried as it is, a common shore? I know nothing in which our expectations are so horribly disappointed as in cities. So very few are built with any general idea of beauty or decoration. The 29th. Early in the morning with M. Froissart to view a large farm near Lyons. M. Froissart is a steady advocate for the new constitution establishing in France. At the same time, all those I have conversed with in the city represent the state of the manufactures as melancholy to the last degree. 20,000 people are fed by charity and consequently very ill-fed, and the massive distress in all kinds among the lower classes is greater than ever was known, or than anything of which they had an idea. The chief cause of the evil felt here is the stagnation of trade, occasioned by the emigrations of the rich from the kingdom, and the general want of confidence in merchants and manufactures, whence of course bankruptcies are common. At a moment when they are very little able to bear additional burthens, they raise by voluntary contributions for the poor immense sums, so that, including the revenues of the hospitals and other charitable foundations, there is not paid at present for the use of the poor less than 40,000 louis d'or a year. My fellow traveller, Mr. Grundy, being desirous to get soon to Paris, persuaded me to travel with him in a post-chaise, a mode of travelling which I detest, but the season urged me to it, and a still stronger motive was the having of more time to pass in that city for the sake of observing the extraordinary state of things, of a king and queen and dauphin of France actual prisoners. I therefore accepted his proposal, and we set off after dinner to-day. In about 10 miles come to the mountains, the country dreary, no enclosures, no mulberries, no vines, much waste, and nothing that indicates the vicinity of such a city. At Les Arnas, sleep at a comfortable inn, 17 miles. The 30th. Continue early in the morning to Tarare, the mountain of which name is more formidable in reputation than in reality. To Saint-Symphorien-en-Laye, Loire, the same features. The buildings increase both in number and goodness, and on approaching the Seine, which we crossed at Roanne, it is here a good river, and is navigable many miles higher, and consequently at a vast distance from the sea. There are many flat-bottomed barges on it of a considerable size, 50 miles. The 31st. Another clear, fine, sunshiny day. Rarely do we see anything like it at this season in England. After Doiturier, Allier, the woods of the Bourbonnois commence. At Saint-Géron-le-Puy, the country improves, enlivened by white houses and the chateau, and all continues fine to Moulins. Sought here my old friend M. l'Abbé Baru, and had another interview with M. le Marquis des Gouttes concerning the sale of his chateau and estate of Rio. I desired still to have the refusal of it, which he promised, and will, I have no doubt, keep his word. Never have I been so tempted on any occasion as with the wish of possessing this agreeable situation in one of the finest parts of France, and in the finest climate of Europe. God grant that, should he be pleased to protract my life, I may not, in a sad old age, repent of not closing at once with an offer to which prudence calls and prejudice only forbids. Heaven send me ease and tranquillity for the close of life, be it passed either in Suffolk or Bourbonnois. 38 miles. January 1st, 1790. Nièvre makes a fine appearance rising proudly from the Loire, but on the first entrance it is like 1,000 other places. Towns thus seen resemble a group of women. Huddled close together, you see their nodding plumes and sparkling gems, till you fancy that ornament is the herald of beauty. But on nearer inspection the faces are too often but common clay. From the hill that descends to Pougue is an extensive view to the north, and after Pouilly a fine scenery with the Loire doubling through it, 75 miles. The second. At Briare the canal is an object that announces the happy effects of industry. Loiret. The canal thus named connects the Loire with the Seine by joining the Canal du Loing at Montargis. Back to main text. There we quit the Loire, the country all the way diversified, much of it dry and very pleasant, with rivers, hills, and woods, but almost everywhere a poor soil. Pass many chateaux, some of which are very good. Sleep at Nemours, Seine and Marne, where we met with an innkeeper who exceeded in knavery all we had met with either in France or Italy. For supper we had a soupe maigre, a partridge and a chicken roasted, a plate of celery, a small cauliflower, 2 bottles of pour vin du pays, and a dessert of 2 biscuits and 4 apples. Here is the bill. Potage, 1 livre, 10 sous. Perdrix, 2 livres, 10 sous. Poulet, 2 livres. Céleri, 1 livre, 4 sous. Chou-fleur, 2 livres. Pain et dessert, 2 livres. Feu and appartement, 6 livres. Total, 19 livres, 8 sous. Against so impudent an extortion we remonstrated severely, but in vain. We then insisted on his signing the bill, which after many evasions he did, à l'étoile, fouillère. But having been carried to the inn, not as the Star, but the Écu de France, we suspected some deceit, and going out to examine the premises, we found the sign to be really Écu, and learned on inquiry that his name was Roux instead of Fouillère. He was not prepared for this detection, or for the execration we poured on such an infamous conduct, but he ran away in an instant, and hid himself till we were gone. In justice to the world, however, such a fellow ought to be marked out. 60 miles. The third, through the forest of Fontainebleau to Melun and Paris. The 60 postes from Lyons to Paris, making 300 English miles, cost us, including 3 louis for the hire of the post-chaise, an old French cabriolet of 2 wheels, and the charges at the inns and etc., £15 English. That is to say, 1 shilling per English miles, or 6 per head. At Paris I went to my old quarters, the Hôtel de la Rochefoucauld, for at Lyons I had received a letter from the Duc de Liancourt, who desired me to make his house my home, just as in the time of his mother, my much lamented friend, the Duchess d'Estissac, who died while I was in Italy. I found my friend Lazowski well, and we were à gorge déployée to converse on the amazing scenes that have taken place in France since I left Paris, 46 miles. The fourth, after breakfast, walk in the gardens of the Tuileries, where there is the most extraordinary sight that either French or English eyes could ever behold at Paris. Footnote. The ill-judged banquets given to the Flemish troops at Versailles when the people were starving had mainly brought about the terrible events of October 1st through 5th, the storming of the palace and the enforced journey of the royal family to Paris. But Louis XVI had still a chance, aye more than one, of inaugurating constitutional monarchy. Even after the flight from Varennes do we not find him warmly welcomed in the Assembly, his conciliatory speech applauded with cries of "Un discours à la Henri IV, vive le roi," see Mignet. This estimable and, considering all things, extraordinarily enlightened monarch fell a victim to his domestic virtues. But for his exaggerated devotion to Marie Antoinette, his overweening family affections, he would have kept faith with the nation. Again and again he swore the most solemn oaths to maintain the Constitution. 5 minutes' conference with his wife, the mother of his heir, and he was once more plotting to restore the Ancien Régime by armed force. Back to main text. The king walking with 6 grenadiers of the milice bourgeoise, with an officer or 2 of his household and a page. The doors of the gardens are kept shut in respect to him, in order to exclude everybody but deputies or those who have admission tickets. When he entered the palace, the doors of the gardens were thrown open for all without distinction, though the queen was still walking with a lady of her court. She also was attended so closely by the garde bourgeoise that she could not speak but in a low voice without being heard by them. A mob followed her, talking very loud, and paying no other apparent respect than that of taking off their hats wherever she passed, which was indeed more than I expected. Her Majesty does not appear to be in health. She seems to be much affected, and shows it in her face. But the king is as plump as ease can render him. By his orders there is a little garden railed off for the Dauphin to amuse himself in, and a small room is built in it to retire to in case of rain. Here he was at work with his little hoe and rake, but not without a guard of 2 grenadiers. He is a very pretty, good-natured looking boy of 5 or 6 years old, with an agreeable countenance. Wherever he goes, all hats are taken off to him, which I was glad to observe. All the family being kept thus close prisoners, for such they are in effect, afford at first view a shocking spectacle, and is really so, if the act were not absolutely necessary to effect the revolution. This I conceive to be impossible, but if it were necessary, no one can blame the people for taking every measure possible to secure that liberty they had seized in the violence of a revolution. At such a moment, nothing is to be condemned but what endangers the national freedom. I must, however, freely own that I have my doubts whether this treatment of the royal family can be justly esteemed any security to liberty, or, on the contrary, whether it were not a very dangerous step, that exposes to hazard whatever had been gained. I have spoken with several persons to-day, and have started objections to the present system, stronger even than they appear to me, in order to learn their sentiments, and it is evident they are at the present moment under an apprehension of an attempt toward a counter-revolution. The danger of it very much, if not absolutely, results from the violence which has been used toward the royal family. The National Assembly was before that period answerable only for the permanent constitutional laws passed for the future. Since that moment, it is equally answerable for the whole conduct of the government of the state, executive as well as legislative. This critical situation has made a constant spirit of exertion necessary amongst the Paris militia. The great object of M. Lafayette and the other military leaders is to improve their discipline and to bring them into such a form as to allow a rational dependence on them in case of their being wanted in the field. But such is the spirit of freedom that even in the military there is so little subordination that a man is an officer today and in the ranks tomorrow, a mode of proceeding that makes it the more difficult to bring them to the point their leaders see necessary. 8,000 men in Paris may be called the standing army, paid every day 15 sous a man, in which number is included the corps of the French guards from Versailles that deserted to the people. They have also 800 horse at an expense each of 1,500 livres, £62, 15 shillings, 6 a year, and the officers have double the pay of those in the army. End of section 32. Section 33 of Travels in France by Arthur Young. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Journal, 1790. The 5th. Yesterday's address of the National Assembly to the King has done them credit with everybody. Footnote. The Assembly had followed the King to Paris and held its sittings, first in the Archbishop's Palace, afterwards in the manège or riding ground of the Tuileries Gardens, where a temporary building was erected for the purpose. Back to main text. I have heard it mentioned by the people of very different opinions, but all concur in commending it. It was upon the question of naming the annual sum which should be granted for the civil list. They determined to send a deputation to His Majesty requesting him to name the sum himself, and praying him to consult less his spirit of economy than a sense of that dignity which ought to environ the throne with a becoming splendour. Dine with the Duc de Liancourt at his apartments in the Tuileries, which on the removal from Versailles were assigned to him as Grand Master of the Wardrobe. He gives a great dinner twice a week to the deputies, at which from 20 to 40 are usually present. Half an hour after 3 was the hour appointed, but we waited with some of the deputies that had left the assembly till 7 before the Duke and the rest of the company came. There is in the assembly at present a writer of character, reader's note, probably Abbé C.S., the author of a very able book, which led me to expect something much above mediocrity in him. But he is made up of so many petty littlenesses that I stared at him with amazement. His voice is that of a feminine whisper, as if his nerves would not permit such a boisterous exertion as that of speaking loud enough to be heard. When he breathes out his ideas, he does it with eyes half closed. waves his head in circles as if his sentiments were to be received as oracles, and has so much relaxation and pretension to ease and delicacy of manner, with no personal appearance to second these prettinesses, that I wondered by what artificial means such a mass of heterogeneous parts became compounded. How strange that we should read an author's book with great pleasure, that we should say this man has no stuff in him, all is of consequence. Here is a character uncontaminated with that rubbish which we see in so many other men, and after this, to meet the garb of so much littleness. The 6th, 7th, and 8th. The Duke of Liancourt, having an intention of taking a farm into his own hands, to be conducted on improved principles after the English manner, he desired me to accompany him and my friend Lazovsky to Liancourt, to give my opinion of the lands and of the best means towards executing the project, which I very readily complied with. I was here witness to a scene which made me smile. At no great distance from the chateau of Liancourt is a piece of waste land close to the road and belonging to the Duke. I saw some men very busily at work upon it, hedging it in small divisions, levelling and digging and bestowing much labour for so poor a spot. I asked the steward if he thought that land worth such an expense. He replied that the poor people in the town, upon the revolution taking place, declared that the poor were the nation, that the waste belonged to the nation, and proceeding from theory to practice, took possession without any further authority and began to cultivate. The Duke, not viewing their industry with any displeasure, would offer no opposition to it. This circumstance shows the universal spirit that is gone forth, and proves that were it pushed a little farther, it might prove a serious matter for all the property in the kingdom. In this case, however, I cannot but commend it, for if there be one public nuisance greater than another, it is a man preserving the possession of waste land, which he will neither cultivate himself nor let others cultivate. The miserable people die for want of bread in sight of wastes that would feed thousands. I think them wise and rational and philosophical in seizing such tracts, and I heartily wish there was a law in England for making this action of the French peasants a legal one with us, 72 miles. The 9th. At breakfast this morning in the Tuileries, M. Desmarais of the Academy of Sciences brought a memoir présenté par la Société Royale d'Agriculture à l'Assemblée Nationale on the means of improving the agriculture of France, in which, among other things, they recommend great attention to bees, to panification, and to the obstetric art. On the establishment of a free and patriotic government, to which the national agriculture might look for new and halcyon days. These were objects doubtless of the first importance. There are some parts of the memoir that really merit attention. Called on my fellow traveller, M. Nicolet, and find him a considerable person, a great hotel, many servants, his father a Marechal of France, and himself first president of a chamber in the Parliament of Paris, having been elected deputy by the nobility of that city for the States General, but declined accepting. He has desired I would dine with him on Sunday, when he promises to have M. Decreteau, the celebrated manufacturer and deputy from Louviers. At the National Assembly, the Count de Mirabeau, speaking upon the question of the members of the Chamber of Vacation in the Parliament of Rennes, was truly eloquent, ardent, lively, energetic, and impetuous. At night, to the assembly of the Duchesse d'Anville, the Marquis and Madame Condorcet, there and etc., not a word but politics. Marquis de Condorcet, celebrated geometer, philosopher, and politician, represented Paris in the National Assembly, and the N in the Convention. His integrity, brilliant talent, and moderation gave him a leading place in both bodies. He opposed the execution of the king, and was proscribed after the fall of the Girondins. The story runs that the mathematician, to whom tremendous problems were child's play, lost his life because he did not know how many eggs are used in an omelette. The author of the Progrès de l'Esprit Humain had fled from the proscriptions of Robespierre to Auteuil, and entering an auberge demanded an omelette. "How many eggs there too, citoyen?" asked the housewife. "A dozen," answered the poor philosopher innocently. Such ignorance of domestic economy betrayed the aristocrat in the eyes of the landlady, and he was arrested, but eluded the guillotine by means of poison. His wife, the translator of Adam Smith, survived him. She edited her husband's works, died 1822. Back to main text. The 10th. The chief leaders in the National Assembly are Target, Chapelier, Mirabeau, Barnave, Volney the traveller, footnote. The famous author of the Voyage en Egypte represented Anjou in the Tiers État, escaped the guillotine by the fall of Robespierre, and was appointed by the Convention professor in the newly established École Normale. He became a count and senator under the Empire. Back to main text. Until the attack upon the property of the clergy, l'Abbé Sieyès, but he has been so much disgusted by that step that he is not near so forward as before. The violent Democrats, who have the reputation of being so much Republican in principle that they do not admit any political necessity for having even the name of a king, are called the Enragés. They have a meeting at the Jacobins called the Revolution Club, which assembles every night in the very room in which the famous league was formed in the reign of Henry III, and they are so numerous that all material business is there decided before it is discussed by the National Assembly. I called this morning on several persons, all of whom are great Democrats, and mentioning this circumstance to them as one which savoured too much of a Paris junto governing the kingdom, an idea which must in the long run be unpopular and hazardous, I was answered that the predominancy which Paris assumed at present was absolutely necessary for the safety of the whole nation, for if nothing were done but by procuring a previous common consent, all great opportunities would be lost, and the National Assembly left constantly exposed to the danger of a counter-revolution. They, however, admitted that it did create great jealousies, and nowhere more than at Versailles, where some plots, they added, are without doubt hatching at this moment, which have the king's person for their object. Riots are frequent there, under pretence of the price of bread, and such movements are certainly very dangerous, for they cannot exist so near Paris without the aristocratical party of the old government endeavouring to take advantage of them, and to turn them to a very different end from what was perhaps originally intended. I remarked in all these conversations that the belief of plots among the disgusted party for setting the king at liberty is general. They seem almost persuaded that the revolution will not be absolutely finished before some such attempts are made, and it is curious to observe that the general voice is that if an attempt were to be made in such a manner as to have the least appearance of success, it would undoubtedly cost the king his life, and so changed is the national character, not only in point of affection for the person of their prince, but also in that softness and humanity for which it has been so much admired, that the supposition is made without horror or compunction. In a word, the present devotion to liberty is a sort of rage. It absorbs every other passion, and permits no other object to remain in view than what promises to confirm it. Dine with a large party at the Duc de la Rochefoucauld. Ladies and gentlemen, and all equally politicians. But I may remark another effect of this revolution, by no means unnatural, which is that of lessening, or rather reducing to nothing, the enormous influence of the sex. They mixed themselves before in everything in order to govern everything. I think I see an end of it very clearly. The men in this kingdom were puppets moved by their wives, who, instead of giving the ton in questions of national debate, must now receive it, and must be content to move in the political sphere of some celebrated leader, that is to say, They are in fact sinking into what nature intended them for. They will become more amiable and the nation better governed. The 11th. The riots at Versailles are said to be serious. A plot is talked of for 800 men to march armed to Paris at the instigation of somebody to join somebody. The intention? To murder Lafayette, Bailly, and Necker. And very wild and improbable reports are propagated every moment. They have been sufficient to induce M. Lafayette to issue, yesterday, an order concerning the mode of assembling the militia in case of any sudden alarm. 2 pieces of cannon and 800 men mount guard at the Tuileries every day. See some royalists this morning who assert that the public opinion in the kingdom is changing apace, that pity for the king and disgust at some proceedings of the Assembly have lately done much, they say, that any attempt at present to rescue the king would be absurd, for his present situation is doing more for him than force could effect at this moment, as the general feelings of the nation are in his favour. They have no scruple in declaring that a well-concerted, vigorous effort would place him at the head of a powerful army, which could not fail of being joined by a great, disgusted, and injured body. I remarked that every honest man must hope no such event would take place, for if a counter-revolution should be effected, it would establish a despotism much heavier than ever France experienced. This they would not allow. On the contrary, they believed that no government could in future be secure that did not grant to the people more extensive rights and privileges than they possessed under the old one. Dine with my brother traveller, the Count de Nicolay. Among the company, as the Count had promised me, was M. Decreteau, the celebrated manufacturer of Louviers, from whom I learned the magnitude of the distresses at present in Normandy. The cotton mills which he had shown me last year at Louviers have stood still 9 months, and so many spinning jennies have been destroyed by the people, under the idea that such machines are contrary to their interests, that the trade is in a deplorable situation. In the evening accompanied M. Lazowski to the Italian opera, La Barbiera di Sevilla by Paisiello, which is one of the most agreeable compositions of that truly great master. Mondini and Raffanelli excellent, and Belletti a sweet voice. There is no such comic opera to be seen in Italy as this of Paris, and the house is always full. This will work as great a revolution in French music as ever can be wrought in French government. What will they think by and by of Lully and Rameau? And what a triumph for the manes of Jean-Jacques. The 12th. To the National Assembly, a debate on the conduct of the Chamber of Vacation in the Parliament of Rennes continued. M. l'Abbé Maury, a zealous royalist, footnote, the Abbé Maury was one of the ablest and least scrupulous defenders of the Ancien Régime in the States General. In 1807, Bonaparte made him a cardinal. After the fall of the Empire, he quitted France and died at Rome in 1817. Back to main text. M. l'Abbé Maury, a zealous royalist, made a long and eloquent speech, which he delivered with great fluency and precision, and without any notes, in defence of the Parliament. He replied to what had been urged by the Count de Mirabeau on a former day, and spoke strongly on his unjustifiable call on the people of Bretagne to a redoutable dénombrement. He said that it would better become the members of such an assembly to count their own principles and duties, and the fruits of their attention to the privileges of the subject, than to call for a dénombrement that would fill a province with fire and bloodshed. He was interrupted by the noise and confusion of the assembly and of the audience 6 several times. But it had no effect on him. He waited calmly till it subsided, and then proceeded as if no interruption had been given. The speech was a very able one and much relished by the royalists, but the enragés condemned it as good for nothing. No other person spoke without notes. The Count de Clermont, footnote, Count de Clermont-Tonnerre, not to be confounded with the Marquis de Clermont, député of the noblesse of the States General, he warmly espoused the cause of the people, voluntarily surrendered all seigneurial rights, and demanded civil rights for Protestants, Jews, and comedians, massacred by his own servants in 1792, back to main text. The Count de Clermont read a speech that had some brilliant passages, but by no means an answer to l'Abbé Maury, as indeed it would have been wonderful if it were, being prepared before he heard the Abbé's oration. It can hardly be conceived how flat this mode of debate renders the transactions of the Assembly. Who would be in the gallery of the English House of Commons if Mr. Pitt were to bring a written speech to be delivered on a subject on which Mr. Fox was to speak before him? And in proportion to its being uninteresting to the hearer is another peril, that of lengthening their sittings, since there are 10 persons who will read their opinions to one that is able to deliver an impromptu. The want of order and every kind of confusion prevails now almost as much as when the Assembly sat at Versailles. The interruptions given are frequent and long, and speakers who have no right by the rules to speak will attempt it. The Count de Mirabeau pressed to deliver his opinion after the Abbé Maury. The President put it to the vote whether he should be allowed to speak a second time, and the whole House rose up to negative it, so that the first orator of the Assembly has not the influence even to be heard to explain. We have no conception of such rules, and yet their great number must make this necessary. I forget to observe that there is a gallery at each end of the saloon which is open to all the world, and side ones for admission of the friends of the members by tickets. The audience in these galleries are very noisy. They clap when anything pleases them, and they have been known to hiss, an indecorum which is utterly destructive of freedom of debate. I left the house before the whole was finished and repaired to the Duke of Liancourt's apartments in the Tuileries to dine with his customary party of deputies. Messieurs Chapelier and de Meunier were there, who had both been presidents, and were still members of considerable distinction. M. Volney, the celebrated traveller, also was present, the Prince de Poix, the Count de Montmorency, and etc. Waiting for the Duke of Liancourt, who did not arrive till 7:30, with the greatest part of the company, the conversation almost entirely turned upon a strong suspicion entertained of the English having made a remittance for the purpose of embroiling matters in the kingdom. The Count de Thiard, Cordon Bleu, who commands in Bretagne, simply stated the fact that some regiments at Brest had been regular in their conduct and as much to be depended on as any in the service, but that of a sudden money had found its way among the men in considerable sums, and from that time their behaviour was changed. One of the deputies demanding at what period he was answered, on which he immediately observed that it followed the remittance of 1,100,000 livres, £48,125 from England, that had occasioned so much conjecture and conversation. This remittance, which had been particularly inquired into, was so mysterious and obscure that the naked fact only could be discovered, but every person present asserted the truth of it. Other gentlemen united the two facts, and were ready to suppose them connected. I remarked that if England had really interfered, which appeared to me incredible, it was to be presumed that it would have been either in the line of her supposed interest or in that of the king's supposed inclination, that these happened to be exactly the same, and if the money were remitted from that kingdom, most assuredly it would be to support the falling interest of the crown, and by no means to detach from it any force whatever. In such a case, remittance from England might go to Metz for keeping troops to their duty, but would never be sent to Brest to corrupt them, the idea of which was grossly absurd. All seemed inclined to admit the justness of this remark, but they adhered to the two facts in whatever manner they might or might not be connected. At this dinner, according to custom, most of the deputies, especially the younger ones, were dressed au polisson, many of them without powder in their hair, and some in boots, Not above 4 or 5 were neatly dressed. How times are changed! When they had nothing better to attend to, the fashionable Parisians were correctness itself in all that pertained to the toilette, and were therefore thought a frivolous people. But now they have something of more importance than dress to occupy them, and the light, airy character that was usually given them will have no foundation in truth. Everything in this world depends on government. The 13th. A great commotion among the populace late last night, which is said to have arisen on 2 accounts. One, to get at the Baron de Besenval, who is in prison, in order to hang him. The other, to demand bread at 2 sous the pound. Footnote. The Baron de Besenval, with the Marquis de Favras and Monsieur, the king's brother, was accused of plotting against the Constitution. Besenval obtained his liberty, but Favras was executed. The scheme was to place the king at the head of an army at Péronne. Back to main text. They eat it at present at the rate of 22 millions a year, cheaper than the rest of the kingdom, and yet they demand a further reduction. However, the current discourse is that Favras, an adventurer, also in prison, must be hanged to satisfy the people. For as to Besenval, the Swiss cantons have remonstrated so firmly that they will not dare to execute him. Early in the morning the guards were doubled, and 8,000 horse and foot are now patrolling the streets. The report of plots to carry off the king is in the mouth of everyone, and it is said these movements of the people, as well as those at Versailles, are not what they appear to be, mere mobs, but instigated by the aristocrats, and if permitted to rise to such a height as to entangle the Paris militia, will prove the part only of a conspiracy against the new government. That they have reason to be alert is undoubted, for though there should actually be no plots in existence, yet there is so great a temptation to them, and such a probability of their being formed, that supineness would probably create them. I have met with the lieutenant colonel of a regiment of horse, who has come from his quarters, and who asserts that his whole regiment, officers and men, are now at the king's devotion, and would march wherever he called, and would execute whatever he ordered, not contrary to their ancient feelings, but that they would not have been inclined to be so obedient before he was brought to Paris, and from the conversation he has had with the officers of other regiments, he believes that the same spirit pervades their corps also. If any serious plans have been laid for a counter-revolution or for carrying off the king, and their execution has been or shall be prevented, posterity will be much more likely to have information of it than this age. Certainly the eyes of all the sovereigns and of all the great nobility in Europe are on the French Revolution. They look with amazement, and even with terror, upon a situation which may possibly be hereafter their own case, and they must expect with anxiety that some attempts will be made to reverse an example that will not want copies whenever the period is favourable to make them. Dine at the Palais Royal with a select party. Politicians they must be if they are Frenchmen. The question was discussed: are the plots and conspiracies of which we hear so much at present real, or are they invented by the leaders of the revolution to keep up the spirits of the militia in order to enable themselves to secure the government on its new foundations irreversibly? The 14th. Plots, plots. The Marquis Lafayette last night took 200 prisoners in the Champs-Élysées out of 1,100 that were collected. They had powder and ball, but no muskets. Who and what are they is the question, but an answer is not so easily to be had. Brigands, according to some accounts, that have collected in Paris for no good purpose. People from Versailles by others. Germans by a third. But every one would make you believe they are an appendix to a plot laid for a counter-revolution. Reports are so various and contradictory that no dependence is to be placed on them, nor credit given to 1/10 of what is asserted. It is singular, and has been commented on, that Lafayette would not trust his standing troops, as they may be called, that is, the 8,000 regularly paid, and of whom the French Guards form a considerable portion, but he took for the expedition the bourgeois only, which has elated the latter as much as it has disgusted the former. The moment seems big with events. There is an anxiety, an expectation, an uncertainty and suspense that is visible in every eye one meets, and even the best informed people and the least liable to be led away by popular reports are not a little alarmed at the apprehension of some unknown attempt that may be made to rescue the king and overturn the National Assembly. Many persons are of opinion that it would not be difficult to take the king, queen, and dauphin away without endangering them, for which attempt the Tuileries is particularly well situated, provided a body of troops of sufficient force were in readiness to receive them. In such a case there would be civil war, which perhaps would end in despotism, whatever party came off victorious. Consequently, such an attempt or plan could not originate in any bosom from true patriotism. If I have a fair opportunity to pass much of my time in good company at Paris, I have also no small trouble in turning over books, manuscripts, and papers which I cannot see in England. This employs many hours a day, with what I borrow from the night in making notes. I have procured also some public records, the copying of which demands time. He who wishes to give a good account of such a kingdom as France must be indefatigable in the search of materials, for let him collect with all the care possible, yet when he sits down coolly to the examination and arrangement, will find that much has been put into his hands of no real consequence, and more possibly that is absolutely useless. The 15th. To the Palais Royal to view the pictures of the Duke of Orleans, which I had tried once or twice before to do in vain. Footnote. This rich collection was afterwards dispersed throughout Europe. The collection is known to be very rich in pieces of the Dutch and Flemish masters, some finished with all the exquisite attention which that school gave to minute expression. But it is a genre little interesting, when the works of the great Italian artists are at hand. Of these the collection is one of the first in the world. Raphael, Hannibal Carracci, Titian, Domenichino, Correggio, and Paul Veronese. The first picture in the collection, and one of the finest that ever came from the easel, is that of the Three Maries and the Dead Christ by H. Carracci. The powers of expression cannot go further. There is the St. John of Raphael, the same picture as those of Florence and Bologna, and an inimitable Virgin and Child by the same great master. A Venus bathing and a Magdalene by Titian, Lucretia by Andrea del Sarto, Leda by Paul Veronese, and also by Tintoretto. Mars and Venus, and several others by Paul Veronese. The naked figure of a woman by Bonnieux, a French painter now living, a pleasing piece. Some noble pictures by Poussin and Lesueur. The apartments must disappoint everyone. I did not see one good room, and all inferior to the rank and immense fortune of the possessor. Certainly the first subject in Europe. Dined at the Duke of Liancourt. Among the company was M. de Bougainville, the celebrated circumnavigator, agreeable as well as sensible. Footnote. Louis Antoine Comte de Bougainville, 1729–1811, the discoverer of the Samoan group or Navigator's Islands, was as famous in his own country as Cook in our own. His Description d'un voyage autour du monde was published in 1771 and 2. Back to main text. The Count de Castellane and the Count de Montmorency, two young legislators, as enragés as if their names were only Barnave or Rabot. In some allusions to the Constitution of England, I found they hold it very cheap in regard to political liberty. The ideas of the moment relative to plots and conspiracies were discussed, but they seemed very generally to agree that however the Constitution might by such means be delayed, it was now absolutely impossible to prevent its taking place. At night, to the National Circus, as it is called, at the Palais Royal, a building in the gardens or area of that palace, the most whimsical and expensive folly that is easily to be imagined. It is a large ballroom sunk half its height underground, and as if this circumstance were not sufficiently adapted to make it damp enough, a garden is planted on the roof, and a river is made to flow around it, which, with the addition of some spurting jets d'eau, have undoubtedly made it a delicious place for a winter's entertainment. The expense of this gewgaw building, the project of some of the Duke of Orleans' friends, I suppose, and executed at his expense, would have established an English farm with all its principles, buildings, livestock, tools, and crops on a scale that would have done honour to the first sovereign of Europe, for it would have converted 5,000 arpents of desert into a garden. As to the result of the mode that has been pursued, of investing such a capital, I know no epithet equal to its merits. It is meant to be concert, ball, coffee, and billiard room with shops and etc., designed to be something in the style of the amusements of our Pantheon. There were music and singing tonight, but the room being almost empty, it was on the whole equally cold and sombre. End of section 33. Section 34 of Travels in France by Arthur Young. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Journal, 1790. January the 16th. The idea of plots and conspiracies has come to such a height as greatly to alarm the leaders of the revolution. The disgust that spreads every day at their transactions arises more from the king's situation than from any other circumstance. They cannot, after the scenes that have passed, venture to set him at liberty before the Constitution is finished, and they dread at the same time a change working in his favour in the minds of the people. In this dilemma, a plan is laid for persuading His Majesty to go suddenly to the National Assembly, and in a speech to declare himself perfectly satisfied with their proceedings, and to consider himself as at the head of the revolution, in terms so couched as to take away all idea or pretence of his being in a state of confinement or coercion. This is at present a favourite plan. The only difficulty will be to persuade the king to take a step that will apparently preclude him from whatever turn or advantage the general feeling of the provinces may work in his favour, for after such a measure he will have reason to expect that his friends will second the views of the democratical party from an absolute despair of any other principles becoming efficient. It is thought probable that this scheme will be brought about, and if it is, it will do more to ease their apprehensions of any attempts than any other plan. I have been among the booksellers with a catalogue in hand to collect publications, which unfortunately for my purse I find I must have on various topics that concern the present state of France. These are now every day so numerous, especially on the subjects of commerce, colonies, finances, taxation, deficit, and etc., not to speak of the subject immediately of the revolution itself, that it demands many hours every day to lessen the number to be bought by reading pen in hand. The collection the Duke of Liancourt has made from the very commencement of the Revolution, at the first meeting of the notables, is prodigious, and has cost many hundred louis d'or. It is uncommonly complete, and will hereafter be of the greatest value to consult on abundance of curious questions. The 17th. The plan I mentioned yesterday that was proposed to the king was urged in vain. His Majesty received the proposition in such a manner as does not leave any great hope of the scheme being executed, but the Marquis Lafayette is so strenuous for its being brought about that it will not yet be abandoned, but proposed again at a more favourable moment. The Royalists who know of this plan, for the public have it not, are delighted at the chance of its failing. The refusal is attributed to the Queen. Another circumstance which gives great disquiet at present to the leaders of the Revolution are the accounts daily received from all parts of the kingdom of the distress and even starving condition of the manufacturers, artists, and sailors, which grow more and more serious, and must make the idea of an attempt to overturn the Revolution so much the more alarming and dangerous. The only branch of industry in the kingdom that remains flourishing is the trade to the sugar colonies, and the scheme of emancipating the negroes, or at least of putting an end to importing them, which they borrowed from England, has thrown Nantes, Havre, Marseille, and Bordeaux, and all other places connected secondarily with that commerce, into the utmost agitation. The Count de Mirabeau says publicly that he is sure of carrying the vote to put an end to negro slavery. It is very much the conversation at present, and principally amongst the leaders, who say that as the Revolution was founded on philosophy and supported by metaphysics, such a plan cannot but be congenial. But surely trade depends on practice much more than on theory, and the planters and merchants who come to Paris to oppose the scheme are better prepared to show the importance of their commerce than to reason philosophically on the demerits of slavery. Many publications have appeared on the subject, some deserving attention. The 18th. At the Duke of Liancourt's dinner today, meet the Marquis de Cazaux, the author of The Mechanism of Societies. Notwithstanding all the warmth and even fire of argument, and vivacity of manner and composition for which his writings are remarkable, he is perfectly mild and placid in conversation, with little of that effervescence one would look for from his books. There was a remarkable assertion made today at table by the Count de Marguerite before near 30 deputies. Speaking of the determination on the Toulon business, he said it was openly supported by deputies, under the avowal that more insurrections were necessary. Footnote: a sedition that broke out December 1st, 1789. The Count Albert de Riom and other officers were thrown into prison, accused of insulting the Garde Nationale. Back to main text. I looked round the table, expecting some decisive answer to be given to this, and was amazed to find that no one replied a word. Monsieur Volney, the traveller, after a pause of some moments, declared that he thought the people of Toulon had acted right and were justifiable in what they had done. The history of this Toulon business is known to all the world. This Count de Marguerite has a tête dure and a steady conduct. It may be believed that he is not an enragé. At dinner, Monsieur Blain, deputy from Spain, mentioning the conduct of the Revolution Club at the Jacobins, said, "We have given you a good president," and then asked the Count why he did not come among them. He answered, "Je me trouve heureux en vérité de n'avoir jamais été d'aucune société politique particulière. Je pense que mes fonctions sont publiques et qu'elles peuvent aisément se remplir sans association particulière." He got no reply here. At night, M. Decreteau and M. Blain carried me to the Revolution Club at the Jacobins. The room where they assemble is that in which the famous league was signed, as it has been observed above. There were above 100 deputies present, with a president in the chair. I was handed to him and announced as the author of the Arithmétique Politique. The president, standing up, repeated my name to the company and demanded if there were any objections. None, and this is all the ceremony, not merely of an introduction, but an election. For I was told that now I was free to be present when I pleased, being a foreigner. 10 or a dozen other elections were made. In this club, the business that is to be brought into the National Assembly is regularly debated. The motions are read that are intended to be made there, and rejected or corrected and approved. When these have been fully agreed to, the whole party are engaged to support them. Plans of conduct are here determined, proper persons nominated for being of committees, and presidents of the assembly named, and I may add that such is the majority of numbers that whatever passes in this club is almost sure to pass in the assembly. In the evening, at the Duchess of Danville, in whose house I never failed of spending my time agreeably. One of the most amusing circumstances of travelling into other countries is the opportunity of remarking the difference of customs amongst different nations in the common occurrences of life. In the art of living, the French have generally been esteemed by the rest of Europe to have made the greatest proficiency, and their manners have been accordingly more imitated, and their customs more adopted than those of any other nation. Of their cookery there is but one opinion, for every man in Europe that can afford a great table either keeps a French cook or one instructed in the same manner. That it is far beyond our own I have no doubt in asserting. We have about half a dozen real English dishes that exceed anything in my opinion to be met with in France. By English dishes I mean a turbot and lobster sauce, ham and chicken, turtle, a haunch of venison, a turkey and oysters, and after these there is an end of an English table. It is an idle prejudice to class roast beef among them, for there is not better beef in the world than at Paris. Large handsome pieces were almost constantly on the considerable tables I have dined at. The variety given by their cooks to the same thing is astonishing. They dress 100 dishes in 100 different ways, and most of them excellent. And all sorts of vegetables have a savouriness and flavour from rich sauces that are absolutely wanted to our greens boiled in water. This variety is not striking in the comparison of a great table in France with another in England, but it is manifest in an instant between the tables of a French and English family of small fortune. The English dinner of a joint of meat and a pudding, as it is called, or pot-luck with a neighbour, is bad luck in England. The same fortune in France gives by means of cookery only at least 4 dishes to one among us, and spreads a small table incomparably better. A regular dessert with us is expected at a considerable table only, or at a moderate one when a formal entertainment is given. In France it is as essential to the smallest dinner as to the largest. If it consists only of a bunch of dried grapes or an apple, it will be as regularly served as the soup. I have met with persons in England who imagine the sobriety of a French table carried to such a length that 1 or 2 glasses of wine are all that a man can get at dinner. This is an error. Your servant mixes the wine and water in what proportion you please, and large bowls of clean glasses are set before the master of the house and some friends of the family at different parts of the table, for serving the richer and rarer sorts of wines, which are drunk in this manner freely enough. The whole nation are scrupulously neat in refusing to drink out of glasses used by other people. At the house of a carpenter or blacksmith, a tumbler is set to every cover. This results from the common beverage being wine and water. But if at a large table, as in England, there were porter, beer, cider, and perry, it would be impossible for 3 or 4 tumblers or goblets to stand by every plate, and equally so for the servants to keep such a number separate and distinct. In table linen they are, I think, cleaner and wiser than the English. That the change may be incessant, it is everywhere coarse. The idea of dining without a napkin seems ridiculous to a Frenchman, but in England we dine at the tables of people of tolerable fortune without them. A journeyman carpenter in France has his napkin as regularly as his fork, and at an inn the fee always lays a clean one to every cover that is spread in the kitchen for the lowest order of pedestrian travellers. The expense of linen in England is enormous from its fineness. Surely a great change of that which is coarse would be much more rational. In point of cleanliness, I think the merit of the 2 nations is divided. The French are cleaner in their persons, and the English in their houses. I speak of the mass of the people and not of individuals of considerable fortune. A bidet in France is as universal in every apartment as a basin to wash your hands, which is a trait of personal cleanliness I wish more common in England. On the other hand, their necessary houses are temples of abomination, and the practice of spitting about a room, which is amongst the highest as well as the lowest ranks, is detestable. I have seen a gentleman spit so near the clothes of a duchess that I have stared at his unconcern. In everything that concerns the stables, the English far exceed the French. Horses, grooms, harness, and change of equipage. In the provinces you see cabriolets undoubtedly of the last century. An Englishman, however small his fortune may be, will not be seen in a carriage of the fashion of 40 years past. If he cannot have another, he will walk on foot. It is not true that there are no complete equipages at Paris. I have seen many. The carriage, horses, harness, and attendants without fault or blemish. But the number is certainly very much inferior to what are seen at London. English horses, grooms, and carriages have been of late years largely imported. In all the articles of the fitting up and furnishing houses, including those of all ranks in the estimate, the English have made advances far beyond their neighbours. Mahogany is scarce in France, but the use of it is profuse in England. Some of the hotels in Paris are immense in size, from a circumstance which would give me a good opinion of the people if nothing else did, which is the great mixture of families. When the eldest son marries, he brings his wife home to the house of his father, where there is an apartment provided for them, and if a daughter does not wed an eldest son, her husband is also received into the family in the same way, which makes a joyous number at every table. This cannot altogether be attributed to economical motives, though they certainly influence in many cases, because it is found in families possessing the first properties in the kingdom. It does with French manners and customs, but in England it is sure to fail, and equally so amongst all ranks of people. May we not conjecture with a great probability of truth that the nation in which it succeeds is therefore better tempered? Nothing but good humour can render such a jumble of families agreeable or even tolerable. In dress they have given the ton to all Europe for more than a century, but this is not among any but the highest rank an object of such expense as in England, where the mass of mankind wear much better things, to use the language of common conversation, than in France. This struck me more amongst ladies, who on an average of all ranks do not dress at 1/2 of the expense of English women. Volatility and changeableness are attributed to the French as national characteristics, but in the case of dress with the grossest exaggeration. Fashions change with 10 times more rapidity in England, in form, colour, and assemblage. The vicissitudes of every part of dress are fantastic with us. I see little of this in France, and to instance the mode of dressing, the gentleman's hair, while it has been varied 5 times at London, it has remained the same at Paris. Nothing contributes more to make them a happy people than the cheerful and facile pliancy of disposition with which they adapt themselves to the circumstances of life. This they possess much more than the high and volatile spirits which have been attributed to them. One excellent consequence is a greater exemption from the extravagance of living beyond their fortunes than is met with in England. In the highest ranks of life there are instances in all countries, but where one gentleman of small property in the provinces of France runs out his fortune, there are 10 such in England that do it. In the blended idea I have formed of the French character from reading, I am disappointed from 3 circumstances which I expected to find predominant. On comparison with the English, I looked for a greater talkativeness, volatile spirits, and universal politeness. I think, on the contrary, that they are not so talkative as the English, have not equally good spirits, and are not a jot more polite. Nor do I speak of certain classes of people, but of the general mass. I think them, however, incomparably better tempered, and I propose it as a question whether good temper be not more reasonably expected under an arbitrary than under a free government. The 19th. My last day in Paris, and therefore employed in waiting on my friends to take leave, amongst whom the Duc de Liancourt holds the first place, a nobleman to whose uninterrupted, polite, and friendly offices I owe the agreeable and happy hours which I have passed at Paris, and whose kindness continued so much to the last as to require a promise that if I should return to France, his house either in town or country should be my home. I shall not omit observing that his conduct in the Revolution has been direct and manly from the very beginning. His rank, family, fortune, and situation at court all united to make him one of the first subjects in the kingdom, and upon the public affairs being sufficiently embroiled to make assemblies of the nobility necessary, his determination to render himself master of the great questions which were then in debate was seconded by that attention and application which was necessary in a period when none but men of business could be of importance in the state. From the first assembling of the States General he resolved to take the party of freedom, and would have joined the Tiers at first, if the orders of his constituents had not prevented it. He desired them, however, either to consent to that step, or to elect another representative, and at the same time, with equal liberality, he declared that if ever the duty he owed his country became incompatible with his office at court, he would resign it, an act that was not only unnecessary, but would have been absurd after the king himself had become a party in the Revolution. By espousing the popular cause, he acted conformably to the principles of all his ancestors, who, in the civil wars and confusions of the preceding centuries, uniformly opposed the arbitrary proceedings of the court. The decisive steps which this nobleman took at Versailles in advising the king, and etc., are known to all the world. He is undoubtedly to be esteemed one of those who have had a principal share in the Revolution, but he has been invariably guided by constitutional motives. For it is certain that he has been as much averse from unnecessary violence and sanguinary measures as those who were the most attached to the ancient government. With my excellent friend Lazowski I spent my last evening, he endeavouring to persuade me to reside upon a farm in France, and I enticing him to quit French bustle for English tranquillity. The 20th through the 25th. By the diligence to London, where I arrived the 25th, though in the most commodious seat, yet languishing for a horse, which after all affords the best means of travelling. Passing from the first company of Paris to the rabble which one sometimes meets in diligences is contrast sufficient. But the idea of returning to England, to my family and friends, made all things appear smooth. 272 miles. The 30th. To Bradfield, and here terminate, I hope, my travels. After having surveyed the agriculture and political resources of England and Ireland, to do the same with France was certainly a great object, the importance of which animated me to the attempt, and however pleasing it may be to hope for the ability of giving a better account of the agriculture of France than has ever been laid before the public, yet the greatest satisfaction I feel at present is the prospect of remaining for the future on a farm in that calm and undisturbed retirement which is suitable to my fortune, and which, I trust, will be agreeable to my disposition. 72 miles. End of section 34. Recorded by Pamela Nagami in Encino, California, January 2022. End of Travels in France by Arthur Young.